in St Andrews. We are right by the North Sea. It's a perfect setting, glorious sunshine today. The temperature has risen and we're all excited for moving day here on the 150th Open Championship. The crowds are swelling, nearly 300,000 will be coming through the gates. That will be the total come the end of Sunday night. Fantastic viewing points around the course. Everyone here absolutely loving it. The scene is set for a great day of golf. That is the driving range, and we are just to the right-hand side, and I'm delighted to be joined by the 2002 US PGA champion, Rich Beem. Rich, it's great to see you. You're looking well.
Thank you.
Got your hats on today.
Yeah, it's. I'm trying to cover up the redness that's on my forehead from walking around the last couple of days. So trying to protect it a little bit more today, since we're going to be out here for the next couple of hours, and every little bit helps. Yeah,
absolutely. We have seen four seasons, haven't we, over the last few days? We were in our wet weather gear yesterday morning, but this course today is going to be playing firm and fast. What are you expecting in terms of scores today?
You know, as long as the winds don't kind of pick up and it stays fairly warm, I could easily see a 63 out there, maybe a little bit less. I just think that the green complexes right now are fantastic, but the players that went out this early, I think I saw Kevin Kisner 6 under through 9 early. That's no surprise. You can absolutely tear this golf course apart without the wind, and so I think these players out there this morning are absolutely loving these conditions. For a little wind, warm temperatures, they're taking advantage of it.
Yeah, let's just take a quick look at that. The weather's 17 degrees at the moment. The temperature, I feel it's a little bit hotter.
17, 34, 65.
65, yeah. I always do it in centigrade, yeah.
Yeah, well, I get confused.
I know, I get confused with the way you do it. 65, okay. 8 mile an hour wind. I mean, it doesn't really feel like much here on the range. It'll be a little bit more out on the course, won't it?
Yeah, it will be. And, you know, but still, it's a little bit different wind today. It's, you know, going out, it's going to be right to left right now, looking at some of the flags over by the old course hotel. So it's kind of a little bit different than what, if you would have played yesterday morning, it's almost 180 degrees different than what it was yesterday. So I think that a lot of these players, depending on what time they played yesterday, this is going to be a 180-degree different wind for them. Again, though, it's very light. It's going to change throughout the day, as we all know. Yesterday, it went from one direction, 180 right when Rory McIlroy teed off. It was something that I hadn't seen before at all, and all of a sudden the temperature dropped a good 10 degrees. So I think that those players that hadn't played in this wind, they've got to make it up on the fly, because their game plan would have completely changed from what it was on Thursday and Friday till today.
Adaptability is key. Okay, let's have a look at the leaderboard and bring you up to date with who is right at the top. And as we say, low scoring yesterday, Cam Smith, my goodness, the players' champ. 64 yesterday, so impressive.
It was highlighted by an eagle there at 14, but you know, the ball striking hasn't been as great since he won the Players' Championship, but the chipping and putting has been remarkable. And I think that if you look historically at the champions around St Andrews, they've all putted absolutely fantastically, and I think that's what you have to do, because you have to make your fair share of 30, 40, and the odd 50-plus foot putt. So I think that going out there and doing that, plus you have to be solid inside of about 10 feet.
Yeah.
Cameron Smith, he's ridiculously good.
Yeah, we'll speak more about him in just a moment. It's the American Cam Young. Two great Scottish names right at the top of the leaderboard. Young with that 8 under on day one, 3 under yesterday. Rory McIlroy, 68 on day 2. The Americans lurking, DJ Scheffler, the world #1. Kevin Kisner, as you alluded to, through 11 holes, 7 under. Scotty had a great round yesterday, 5 under. Moving on to some of the other scores, slightly further down the leaderboard. Patrick Cantlay's -7. Fitzpatrick, who'll not have the attention of Tiger Woods that he's had over the last couple of days. 4 amateurs made the cut, including Barkley Brown. That's the most amount of amateurs to make the cut since it was held here in St Andrews in 2015. So that's the leaderboard. Let's show you some of the players that missed the cut. A couple of South Africans, Rich. Louis Oosthuizen and Ernie Els, he was bitterly disappointed yesterday.
Yeah, he was off to a great start on Thursday. It was 5 under heading into 16. Then he made bogey, double bogey on the road hole 17, finished with a 2 under par. And then all of a sudden 3 over yesterday, and finds himself packing up and heading up to Glen Eagles for next week's Senior Open.
Yeah, Colin Morikawa, the defending champ, he said goodbye to The old course here at St Andrews, 73 yesterday. John Daly, 95 champ, also missed the cut. And there is Tiger, +9. We saw really emotional scenes, which George will bring us up to date with later. But for you, Rich, watching Tiger Woods walk up 18, what were you thinking? What were you feeling?
You know, funny enough, I was on the very first fairway going out with the group with Rory, and I think everybody in our group, I think everybody on the golf course almost just stopped and just turned around and watched him walk down the 18th fairway and wake his make. It was the strangest thing I'd ever seen. Nobody wanted to hit a shot. Nobody wanted to putt. Nobody wanted to chip anybody that could possibly see him, whether it's from the 17th green, fairway, first tee, green, second tee box, any and all eyeballs, even from the players. Everybody came to a screeching halt. And I think that's a lot of it's just due to respect, because we all know what he's done for the game and what he's done for us personally as far as finance. I mean, he's brought more eyes to this game than I think any other human being, with maybe the exception of Arnold Palmer. And he's the reason why these players out here are playing for as much money as they are, because he brought so many people into this game, Tiger Woods, when he first declared himself a hello world back in 1996. So I just look at Tiger as just an amazing figure in this game, and he's done so much for us. And I think it was just out of respect that everybody just kind of let's just let him carry on, and it was a great moment.
Yeah, it was spine-tingling. I was watching, and we're lucky to live in his lifetime and to witness what he's achieved on the golf course. So the tee times for moving day here at St Andrews, let's take a look at some of them. And Sergio Garcia is playing with Will Zalatoris. Had a good day yesterday, 67 for Will. A great season so far. He's always knocking on the door at major championships. Moving on to the next one. Jon Rahm, also 67, +1 yesterday. He's playing with Harold Varner III. So we get to the business end of things now. Two Americans, Scotty Scheffler and Dustin Johnson. These two players, plus Sahith Theegala, were the only three players to hit 18 greens in reg on day 2. And next is Victor Hovland playing with Rory McIlroy. Victor, what a back nine he had. And the final two, the two Camerons, very appropriate for being in Scotland, Rich. Cameron Young and Cam Smith. Such talent in this final group.
Yeah, I think that Cameron Young, he's had an exceptional year, rookie on the PGA Tour this year, and we saw early signs of brilliance this year in LA when he had a chance to win. End up eventually finishing runner-up, but time and time again, he's put himself in wonderful position to win numerous tournaments on the PGA Tour. Coming over here, seeing St Andrews for the first time, getting a taste of it, and going out there and shooting 11 under par through 36 holes, that's remarkable. I got to say, hats off to him, but I tell you what, this kid is one talented individual. We're going to hear a lot about him over the years.
Yeah, we certainly are. He's very cool, calm, and collected, isn't he? Doesn't give that much away in interviews. He just looks like he's got the right demeanour for a major championship, doesn't he?
Most definitely.
Playing with Cam Smith, so that 13 under par score is the lowest score in the Open Championship ever set. So fantastic news for Cam Smith. What can he do today? Rory, just a quick word on Rory McIlroy, -10 going into moving day. What are your thoughts?
You know, I think that what he's been doing over the opening 36 is remarkable. I was able to follow him yesterday, and it wasn't perfect. It's not like he drove the ball perfectly every time. It's just that when he needed to make a couple of key putts, he made them. He did have a couple of hiccups out there, as every player in this field is going to have. I think the level of intensity I see out of him this week, though, it's a step above what we've seen going forward. I think that a lot of times he wants to come into these major championships and be a little bit more relaxed and at ease. And I think that sometimes that can hurt him. I think that kind of maybe can take away his edge just a little bit. But I see him out there. He's super focused. He's not in a hurry. He was very patient. He hit a lot of really quality shots. And when he needed to hit a good driver, needed to hit a good iron shot, he stepped up. And some of the best drives I saw yesterday was, I mean, on 13, on 14. I got to say, he's really dialed in with all facets of his game right now.
Yeah, great stuff. So moving day, 13 under par leads the way. Just really quickly, Rich, how far down the leaderboard do you feel we can go?
You know, I think you can probably, looking at some early scores, you can probably be maybe 6 under par right now. I mean, but even those players before, if somebody goes out and shoots 62, they're gonna jump up a ton of spots. It just kind of depends on where their starting position is. But I think there is going to be a 63, if not a 62, out there. It's not just who, but how many players will probably post that today. So it'll be interesting.
Great stuff. Well, the day is set up brilliantly. Before we get to commentary, let's head to George for a quick recap on Tiger Woods saying goodbye to the 150th Open Championship.
It's cut day. Who's going to make the weekend? We're about to find out. If they do, they'll go another step closer to claiming the Claret Jug. The pipes are ready. The atmosphere's electric. Let's go to St Andrews. Dustin Johnson was the first player to pass Young at the top of the leaderboard thanks to shots like this on the 16th.
Oh, there we go.
As the morning groups came in, the American established himself as the new leader on 9 under with this birdie at the last.
For a final birdie, and he is our new solo leader as a result. Out of 67 for him today.
You know, I thought I played really nicely. Just, you know, drove it well, hit a lot of, you know, quality iron shots, gave myself a lot of looks at birdie, and yeah, just really solid day. Never really got out of position. Missed a few short ones for birdie, but other than that, you know, felt like I putted well and, you know, rolled it good.
One of the rounds of the day came from Adam Scott, who made his charge, signing for a 65 to reach 7 under and position himself perfectly for a weekend push.
Adam zipping along.
World number 1, Scotty Scheffler looks at home on the old course.
Scheffler trying to get rid of that first slope in front of him. That's amazing.
The reigning Masters champion carded his second straight 68 to finish day 2 on 8 under.
This morning I did a good job of kind of managing my swing. I was not swinging well at all in my first 6 or 7 holes, but I stayed out of trouble, made some good pars, and after that, you know, kind of once we made the turn, I made a good swing on 9, and after that, I hit most of my shots pretty close to how I wanted to, and so you know, I'm pretty happy with how I played.
Scheffler's playing partner Tyrrell Hatton also moved to 8 under. The Englishman has won twice at St Andrews on the European Tour and showed that with a Friday 66.
11th green right behind him. Now watch this release. Oh, super.
Sure is. Beautiful shot.
As is so often the case, the big story of the morning wave was Tiger Woods. The 3-time Open champion won't be adding to that haul as he followed an opening 78 with another over par round.
The emotion is clear. He's been a great champion, hasn't he? He is a great champion.
The 46-year-old was visibly emotional as he walked down 18 and received an incredible ovation from the crowd.
It was very emotional for me. I've been coming here since 1995, and I think the next one comes around 2030, and I don't know if I'll be physically able to play by then. So, you know, to me, it felt like that this might have been my last British Open here at St Andrews, and the fans, the ovation and the warmth, it was an unbelievable feeling.
So that's it for TW. Tiger Woods has sadly left us and won't be here for the weekend, but fear not, our boy Rory McIlroy will keep us entertained, as well as the 2 cameras. The afternoon groups teed off in ever-improving conditions, and it was Cam Smith who came out firing on all cylinders with this long putt on the opening hole.
This has a good chance. It goes right in the middle.
That birdie kick-started the Aussies' move to the top of the leaderboard and he produced the type of golf which guided him to winning the Players' Championship earlier this year.
This is right to left the whole way for a 3.
Oh.
Oh! What a putt!
Got off to a really hot start, and it's very easy to just keep going, getting on the front foot and maybe trying to hit some shots that are a little bit too aggressive, but just stayed patient and hold some really nice putts.
Overnight leader Cameron Young followed his opening round 64 with another fine round. The 25-year-old is making his Open debut and will be very happy with his efforts as he kept himself firmly in contention thanks to shots like this. Rory McIlroy is another St Andrews specialist and will have the fans' support as we head into the weekend.
Come on, Rory.
The 2014 Open champion turned in another under par round to finish at 10 under par. Victor Hovland also looks likely to have a say in who walks away from St Andrews with the Claret Jug. The Norwegian is nicely positioned heading into the weekend.
Trying to work it from left to right, Hovland. Off that slope. Hello. Hello. Incredible shot from Victor Hovland. Look at the smile on that young man's face.
So Cam Smith is our leader after round 2, but with 36 holes left to play, everything is pointing towards an exciting weekend as it's quite literally anyone's race. This championship keeps getting better. The cut has been made. It's now on to the weekend. Who's going to make their move on moving day? I can't wait to find out.
Welcome to Saturday, moving day, 150th Open. Peter Finch with me. Peter, you were out on the golf course yesterday. It was pretty amazing, wasn't it?
I was. I mean, what a change in conditions yesterday as well. We had literally everything, and the course looks absolutely perfect now. Still so much fire in the fairways. Greens are rolling pure. I think this is going to be the most moving of moving days we've ever seen.
I think that's right, and the cream is rising to the top. We've been seeing some of the guys making fast moves. Kistner, Trey Molinex. So they kind of set a series of scores. And look at those flags. First time all week, those flags have been flying that way. That is right to left on the first hole. It's been left to right on the first hole all week. Does that change the strategy at all?
It does. I mean, these guys would have prepared for every eventuality. At the end of the day, we are on the coast of Scotland. We know that the weather does change quite drastically at times, but it was remarkable how quickly it changed yesterday. It was within minutes that it had completely switched direction and got a little bit cooler as well. So, you know, will it change again today? I'm not sure. This is the wind that I prefer to see the players have a go at, because it makes the 17th absolutely treacherous with the wind blowing towards the hotel.
There we have Thomas Pieters. Very powerful player, magical short game. Maybe hasn't quite got everything out of his game. What do you think about his swing and his game as a Open champion contender? You would think it suits.
He's got every attribute to be one of the best in the world. However, it just doesn't seem to have quite happened for him. I think a lot of what Thomas might be struggling with on the golf course isn't anything to do with technique. It's all upstairs, I think. You know, I don't think I've seen quite as many players snap the clubs that he has.
Yeah, he certainly has got he needs to take a few extra wedges with him for sure, and driver shafts, and that's a weakness, you know, to be a great player, like a legend player. You can't, like, your weakness can't be your mental side. That's a real problem. If you can be a superb talent, whack it miles, but you can't control yourself over 72 holes, you don't get to pick up many trophies.
No, but I mean, everyone approaches the game different, and you know, there are some players in every sport that need that fire to keep them going. But I think I've seen a little bit of a change within the last year. I know it does sound like a bit of a cliche, but he's got a young family now, and that does make people grow up. So, potentially this could be the fulfillment of a lot of the promise that he has had.
It's some action, isn't it? Look at that. It's a big swing. Watch this body turn to the top here. So practice swing. Look at that. Look at the rotation in the chest and the hips there. It's a proper thump. 175 ball speed. That was a bit of a lower flight. Let's see if he launches one up here. Little takeaway drill. Our Ryder Cup captain looking at some of the talent that he may be taking out to Italy. So that would be where his tee shot finished. To see what it would leave him. Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, Rory McIlroy drove a 2-iron on the 18th green yesterday, and some of the guys that hardly got it across the road, just the wind change.
No, it was so different to see, and obviously that's what we want. We do want slightly unpredictable conditions in the Open. We do want to keep it interesting. He definitely won't want that tee shot on the 18th today. Oh,
little one over by the bar. So Thomas Pieters working on a little bit of sequencing, a little bit of rotation, hand action through the ball. Mike Walker, excellent coach Mike Walker. So action down on the driving range. Di Stewart, you're down there for us.
I am indeed, joined by Henrik Stenson. Henrik, great to see you. You're here on the driving range. I know the last couple of days didn't go according to plan, almost made the cut. But just tell us what your experience has been like here over the last few days.
No, it's obviously a fantastic venue. Weather's been cooperating these last 2 weeks in Scotland for sure. And yeah, it's just great to see all the big crowds out. Would have loved to play in front of them, of course, late on the weekend, but that wasn't to be this time around. So doing a bit of practice and yeah, enjoying an afternoon with the family at Kings Barnes.
Oh, great stuff. You're going to play this afternoon. Who are you playing with?
With my son, my wife and my dad.
Oh, yeah. Marvellous. That's gorgeous. It's a gorgeous weekend, but the last 2 days, just reflecting on your performance, what do you take from the last 2 days?
Well, it was pretty tough on Thursday afternoon, played late. It was pretty tough conditions and didn't play my best, shot 3 over and then left a lot of work for yesterday, but hit the front nine pretty well and was 4 under at the turn, and yeah, just a couple of stumbles coming in. I hit in bunkers on 16, 17 and couldn't get up and down for birdie on the last and missed by 1. So disappointing finish to the round yesterday, but such is life, and we move on.
Yeah, moving day here at St Andrews. What do you expect in terms of the scoring this afternoon?
I mean, I haven't seen the pin sheet for today, but I would imagine that they tucked a few pins away. I think with the scoring being as low as it is already, and even nicer conditions today, I think they want to try and protect the course as much as they can. But I still feel like someone's going to go pretty low, and yeah, we're going to see lots of birdies out there.
2016 Open champion, of course. What is it like when you do come back to Open championships and play in them? You obviously have a spring in your step, but do memories flood back, especially winning in Scotland?
Yeah, it does. It's obviously always been one of my absolute favourite tournaments, if not the most favourite, and then to win it is nothing short of a dream. So it's great to come back as a past champion, and yeah, and just enjoy everything that's the Open Championship.
Great stuff. Well, enjoy this afternoon at Kings Barnes. Do you have a favourite hole at Kings Barnes?
We'll see whichever one we make a birdie at.
I like the par 3 going over the water. Henrik, lovely. Have a great afternoon. Enjoy time with your family. We look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you.
Great stuff. Let's get back to you guys in the box. Thank you. What's up?
Yeah, Ryder Cup captain. That's going to be tense. Okay. A man using another little sequence drill here. Yeah. Dylan Fratelli. Peter, have you seen him being hit any at all this week?
I haven't actually yet, no. I've seen him in action a few times. He's a good ball striker. Obviously had a good finish in the Open last year as well. What do you think about using training aids just before you go out? You a fan, or?
You know what? I think if it's a part of your routine and it's what you always do to kind of get the feel, it's not anything. It's not abnormal for you. I think if you've never done something and then you suddenly start doing it, then that changes the flow. But I mean, a lot of guys have a very, very specific routine. And if that's a part of your routine to kind of get yourself the feel, if that's a takeaway drill, if that's an impact feel to kind of get your hips going and your hands not going, I'm absolutely okay with that. So I think, with all sorts of drills, they're just reminding you of a feel. It can be very difficult. Tour players pretty much have the same mistakes coming back all the time. So they are not going to show up with a whole new set of mistakes, because they wouldn't be tour players, because we wouldn't be able to coach them and they wouldn't be able to compete. So for Fratelli, just a little chest and arm sequence drill.
Yeah, that swing ball, just an inflatable bag of air, obviously, hanging down from the neck, connects the forearms to the body turn, and just gets him sequencing everything up.
Yeah, I think I use that with clients. I think probably you as well, Peter. So I think it's a good tool. It creates an awareness of what's swinging what. It's so easy, if like you're an amateur golfer, and your body and arm sequence is one of the sequences, then your chest and arms is chest and hips is another sequence, and this is one where all sorts of horrendous things can happen. So just a little takeaway drill. So he's trying to get the forearms kind of on his ribs,
a little bit of a shake, a little bit of a dance.
Here we go, like that, Elvis. And now chest takes the club, boom, body controls the shot. I like that.
Yeah, even dropped it out at the end. What a pro. I tell you what, look at the background. That is heating up, innit? You can see the moisture leaving the earth.
Oh yeah, I mean we've been here all week. It's been an amazing week of weather. Just light little winds today, but we've seen it switch, and it moves around and it changes all the angles and the shots you're playing. Players can't make too much of a plan, can they? It's not like an Augusta where you go, right, I'm going to be here, then I'm going to be there, then I'm going to be there. It's not like that.
I mean, that's why people love links golf so much. It's not you hit to point A and then you continue to point B, because if you hit it to point A, you might end up in point Z, and you might not have any control over where it's going to finish. And that's one of the joys, because you can hit some terrible shots, get good breaks, hit some good shots, get bad breaks. It's all part of the joy of links golf.
Yeah, I think the champion golfer of the year this year will be a very complete player, in control of all of his emotions as well. So, just watching Dylan Fratelli, just with a wedge, pitching wedge possibly, 52 maybe, work through a little drill there. You can see not putting too much speed on that. These balls kind of all like a mirror shot. See the little dispersion chart there on the right side of your screen? That's like just, those are all the same shot. And now ball goes away. Those sleeves are a good idea. If you're out in the sun all day, just roll them up, and they give you like an 80 proof on the sunscreen. I've got those. So moving around, who else can we find down there? Let's see what we got. So a great putter, a streaky putter, Russell Henley. Is he a contender on a Saturday? Can he make a fast move?
I mean, at 2 under par, he's going to have to get a wiggle on very quickly, because with the way that the course is cut up, I really don't see any of these leaders backing up. I can see all of them continuing to shoot lower and lower and lower today. So unless he gets off to an absolute flyer. I mean, he's made the weekend at an Open. It's still a good week, but I'd say there's a lot more players above him in the queue to get that Claret Jug.
Oh, yeah, I think that's right. So there have been some good scores. The players on the range will be looking to see what the first guys out do, and that kind of puts a score in their mind. Kistner's probably the hottest guy out on the golf course at the moment. He's made a good move. So that shows them, okay, is this a day to defend? Is it a day to attack? And they'll be looking at the pins, and the caddies will be involved. Yeah. So here we go. So we're going to pop up Russell Henley against his playing partner today. That's going to be Dylan Fratelli.
Okay, snap decision. Who's going to shoot the low score today? Out of those two?
I'm going to go Fratelli.
Oh, I'm going to go Henley.
Okay, amazing.
Fiver?
100%.
Okay, love it. There we go.
Okay. So Fratelli is an unbelievable player. He's going to really bring it home today. So we can just see, probably on pretty similar clubs there.
No, Fratelli is actually hitting a 7-iron there, and Henley is a wedge, so because he's just such a better ball striker. I can't believe you actually took that bet, Simon. You're going down so hard now.
I'll tell you what, we'll have a little chat tomorrow when we do this tomorrow, Peter. I'm looking forward to that. So, yeah, they have had a little bit of a move at majors, haven't they? Yeah. Henley, your man Henley. Tell us about him.
I mean, he's a relatively consistent player. He's one of those players who he has so many backdoor kind of top 30s, but you just don't realise he's there in many respects. Whereas Fratelli, I'm pretty sure he was leading going into the last round last year. Tied for the lead. Henley was leading, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. Yeah, US Open. So, yeah, Dylan Fratelli, I think his game's really come on. He's put in a lot of power. He's really made an enormous difference with his swing. So there we go, the swing of Russell Henley, kind of those flopped arms at the finish. You'll see that club really down his back, sort of like the other end of the spectrum from sort of a Tommy Fleetwood style swing. So kind of handsy working up.
Talk about Tommy Fleetwood style swing. He's obviously coming into the background there as well.
Yeah, there we go.
Unmistakable build of Finno, his caddy.
Yeah. So Russell Henley clipping a few away, kind of upbeat tempo, isn't it? Not quite a few shots per minute. Those soft hands at the top, just working on some different shots. A streaky putter. I remember when he won in Hawaii. I mean, just hold absolutely everything, and that's like a black magic. It's like a dark arts, you know. Our leader at the moment, Cameron Smith, I mean, he just goes out there and he looks to me like he knows he's going to hold a 40-footer, 2 20-footers, and he'll hold everything within 10 feet, and that changes how you can play.
And Links greens, especially the way these are looking, they're a nice service to put on, because they can't get them too fast, because if the wind blows, then they won't be able to stay still. So if you get your iron on them, you know, they're running just over 10 on the stem. I know they're quite slopey, but man, you can really start to see some long puts hold.
Yeah, some of the American guys, Scotty Scheffler was saying he just found it really tough to get the ball to the hole, kind of changed his stroke, got a bit too hitty, so that's one of the things that can happen.
You know, that's what you tend to see around links courses, is there is more of a hit at times on some of the puts, especially with the longer ones.
Yeah, I remember Faldo, he would actually almost use a bit of wrist hinge just to make sure he could time some of those longer putts, because he found like if he kept his little stiff stroke that he used for his 6-footers, it was too stiff. He needed such a huge swing, he kept mishitting the ball. So Russell Henley clipping through, moving up to probably a 6-iron, would you say that?
Yeah, carry 184, probably say around the 7. Yeah, 7 or a 6 there, isn't it?
Here we go, moving up, a few wedges, clip a few away. Caddy cleaning up the faces. Here we got a little hybrid. A lot of guys, not many people played hybrids this week. Most guys went for a strong iron. That's an interesting choice.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, again, this is probably going to be a weapon from the tee. Yeah, a lot of players using fairway woods off the tee, but because it is so dry, a lot of them just using driver everywhere, just bombing it down there as far as they can, and then flipping in and out with a 2-iron. I don't think I've seen anyone really hit that many fairway woods off the fairway this week.
No, it's so running. Well, Russell Henley's best performance in a major was at this tournament, 215. The top 25 finish. So a man who has held a position on the PGA Tour and who would love to upgrade that with a fantastic finish in one of the majors to kind of get him started. Pretty balanced finish, quite a handsy old-fashioned swing, not that many angles, much more working the club face, more of a club face swinger, not so much a shaft swinger. We see a lot more body angles, geometry, rotation. This is sort of a little bit more of an old-fashioned swing, kind of a wristy backswing, and then handsy through the finish, soft finish with his hands on his left shoulder there. Watch this. Yeah, kind of folded arms, not so elegant, more of a shot maker.
Yeah, club face isn't quite as open, but it is quite Webb Simpson-y.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good shout.
If that's a new saying that I can coin here.
I think we'll start it here. We'll start that here.
see how far that goes.
So, well, let's just see. Let's see. Yeah, lots of different ways to swing a golf club. Very brisk through his clubs, isn't he? Just kind of like everything fast.
So it's probably going to be about, well, let's just put that hybrid back there, but that would have been like about 18 degrees, do we think, something like that?
It's an interesting one because he didn't actually hit them particularly well or particularly far. I mean, you can see there's 3 shots that are like all big cuts, so I don't know quite what he was trying to work on. Into the wind, got a new wind today. That's a right to left wind across the driving range. That's the first time, so that means the winds come from absolutely every single direction. Yesterday, all of the morning guys teed off with the wind sort of down the first, no, sorry, into the first, and then the late guys total opposite, 180 change.
Switched on to that 3-wood now. Is that saying the bursting off the face with much speed? Is it too late to change my bet?
Oh yes, no, we've shaken hands and that's it. That's it. And now I think I've got a witness as well that you made the bet, placed it, took your man. It's okay, don't worry. People make mistakes.
let's just say
I know. I'm still so cocky. Here we go. I'm so cocky. Here we go. So lots of tee shots with 3-woods. Just trying to move it around the very, very difficult bunkers here. So low launch, you can see that's kind of a bullet flight. He'd probably try to hit that around 100 feet, so really dropping it down there.
I think like most of these guys, this is the club that's going to make the big difference today, because it is still running hard enough and fast enough for them to launch it, and without much wind today, you know, they avoid the fairway bunkers, and it does take a lot of the defences out of the golf course.
And it's fiddly, isn't it? So let's have a look. So we're going to leave Henley, who is going to be soon going out with Dylan Fratelli. See who else we've got. Wind has now moved around again. Now back to a traditional position. So it's just kind of zooming around. There's a lefty, Brian Harman. Does a left-hander have an advantage over a right-handed player around? I mean, they say that at Augusta. Could that possibly be true at all at St Andrews, or nothing there?
No, I don't think so. I think there's a definite left-handed bias at Augusta. I think the stats do show that, but no, I don't think so. Not around the old course.
Here we go. Brian Harman, fiery character, very, very fiery character.
He's currently the best left-handed golfer in the world.
Yeah, that's exactly right. He had another training agency on his golf bag hanging there. Yeah. Little swing synchronizer. It's a very popular tool.
I was going to say, judging by today's evidence, it'd be difficult to find someone without one.
Yeah, I think you've got to have one if you're playing out here. So,
you know what it's like out there, though. As soon as one person starts using something.
Yeah. Yep. So let's have a look at the action of Brian Harman.
Talking about fantastic putters as well, by the way. He is absolutely amazing.
There's a couple. We got, who else would be good? Tyrrell Hatton's a fantastic putter, I think. So not too long, 2:10 till his tee time. Clipping her through, midway through his warm-up. Couple of 8-irons possibly there. Pretty tight pattern of shots, just cruising through it. So guys, just getting ready for the 3rd round at the 150th Open, and Di Stewart is down on the driving range. What have you got for us, Di?
I've got a lot, as always, Simon Holmes. I've been here all week, and honestly, every day brings something extra special. Today I'm with Rich Beam. Rich, we're loving the sunshine here. What are the players doing before their 3rd round? How much practice? The same amount of practice as the other couple of days? Same routine? Nothing changes?
Nothing changes, same routine. If you want to look at a perfect example, Matt Fitzpatrick has been doing the same exact routine since he was about knee-high to a grasshopper. So. Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to why, do anything different now. If there was something maybe in the short game or the putting that players want to figure out, that's one thing. But usually when you get out here on the driving range, you're not looking to change anything. You're looking to maybe build on what you've done well, or maybe what you struggle with a little bit, but it's usually just the same things you've always been working on with your instructor for years and years. And so it's really not anything, you're not coming up with any new ideas or new solutions, just kind of one of these things where you're just kind of going through the routine, warming up, enjoying the scenery, and enjoying the fact that you're out here at St. Andrews on a Saturday of the Open Championship.
It's not bad, is it? I mean, if we have a quick look at the crowd, if Kevin or Cameron can have a little look at this grandstand here, and it's absolutely packed, and it's a real opportunity, isn't it, for players to pick up the crowd to pick up some tips from the players, including Tommy Fleetwood, who's just to our right-hand side in Bay 14. But it's like no other championship, no other major. This feeling here, it's completely different, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. You know, I think that, you know, there's a little bit more activity on the driving range here, but, you know, some of the other majors do have grandstands. In fact, I think all of them do in the practice ground, but it just is different here. It seems like they show up early and they stay until late, and they're going to pick out their favorite player, or they're going to kind of look at players that, you know, they've watched in the past and admired their swings, and maybe try and pick up a few tips or something like that. So yeah, it's really kind of it's a cool place to be if you're really into the swing and the understanding of how the swing works and whatnot, because you'll see every single player here, they've got their alignment sticks out, and they'll be going through the same routines, the same motions, trying to kind of overcompensate or overwork what they're trying to feel during the swing. And, you know, Tommy's got a couple different things working on, but trust me, it's the same exact routine he would have at any golf tournament. And every once in a while, they might add just a little bit of a training aid if they feel like they haven't quite gotten everything they're trying to do down pat. But, you know, at this point in time, you already know what's going on. You're halfway through the Open Championship. If you don't have your swing figured out right about now, you're probably never going to have it figured out.
No, absolutely. We've spoken a lot about Tommy Fleetwood over the last few days and how he performed at Royal Portrush and how he's doing this season. What have you seen from him the last couple of days? He's teeing off at, I believe it's 10 past 12 today, 3 under par.
You know, for me,
you can still go out and shoot, as you said at the top of the show, go and shoot a low score today. I mean, he could climb right up there and beat the mates.
There's a lot of guys that can today. But yeah, I mean, I think that Tommy, for me, I've known him for a long time, since 2012, and I've been very fortunate to get out there and play golf with him quite a bit over the years. And, you know, for me, he flights the golf ball down and controls his golf ball as well as anybody in the game. You know, I think for understanding him and his game, it's a little bit more about the confidence when you kind of get on and around the greens. You know, he gives himself so many opportunities, hits the ball so well. So when you hit 15, 16, 17 greens or like regulation, you're not always going to make them all. And so after a while, that kind of eats at you just a little bit. But, you know, I think that when he gets out there, when he's playing well, it doesn't feel like work, but there's a lot of times where it feels like work, and I think that bugs him a little bit.
Yeah.
As it does anybody, right?
Yeah.
And that sounds weird, but you know, as much time and energy.
Just got some of the sand from his shot in my eye, actually. Carry on, Rich. Go on.
Wear your sunglasses. Come on.
I know.
I just think that after a while, sometimes you just don't want to continue working. It's the swing always evolves, and you're always changing or just tweaking everything just a little bit. But it's interesting though. I mean, at times, I'm sorry, you get tired of it.
Yeah.
You do. And I think then you kind of lose interest in coming out here and working at it that hard. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with taking a little break from the game and walking away. But unfortunately, in this day and age, the more days you take off, you got all these young kids coming up that are looking to take your place in the game. So it's one of those things. But I think in order to play at the highest level, and play amongst the best players in the game, you got to have obviously you have to have a great swing, but you have to have a fresh mental outlook on it, because if you come out here and you're grinding and it feels like work, that's not healthy. You gotta enjoy it and have fun with it.
Yeah, you still got to have a passion for it, haven't you? When you were at you know, the height of your game, Rich, and major champ, 2002 USPGA champion. If viewers just tuning in for the first time, you know, what did it feel like? How much did you enjoy the game, and when did that I don't think that enjoyment, did it ever go away for you? Because you still love playing the game, don't you?
I still love it, but I just love it in a different form right now. I think that back then it was easy. You know, I remember specifically on Wednesday of the PGA, I played a practice round on Monday, practice round on Tuesday. I was out there hitting balls for 45 minutes, maybe an hour, and I kind of looked at my caddy and said, "What are we doing here?"
Yeah.
I got it pretty well dialed in right now. I mean, what are we going to do? He goes, let's get out of here. So took off and didn't think about it much after that. But I think you just kind of get to a point where, you know, if you're on the driving range and you're hitting balls for the sake of hitting balls, that's not healthy. I think if there's a specific thing that you're working on, that's one thing. I think Jack Nicklaus said it perfect. He says, I was on the driving range for as long as it took me to feel comfortable with my swing and the changes or what I was trying to accomplish with my swing. As soon as he felt like he had it, he was done. And I think that's where a lot of kids and amateurs, they think that they see these guys practicing beating balls all day long. It's not because they feel like they have to. It's just if they're working on something specific, they're trying to dial it in. But more often than not, as soon as they feel like they have it, they're gone. It's not just it's not hitting balls for the sake of hitting balls. It's with a purpose, and once you have that purpose and you figure out, walk away.
Yeah, I love doing a bit of practice, but my goodness, do I get frustrated. And I think amateurs will love that insight from you, because sometimes you can go and beat golf balls for no reason, but it is useful to take a break occasionally. I love it when I take a break, because then sometimes I surprise myself when I go back on the golf course and I'm like, oh, I've shot a low score. Where did that come from? It's because my thinking brain has switched off.
It's because you were having fun and you weren't worried about your swing.
Exactly.
There you go.
We are at the business end of things right now. It is moving day here at the 150th Open Championship. We're on the driving range until 4 o'clock today. We've got tee times until gone 3 o'clock. We will see you after this short break. Don't go anywhere.
The champion golfer of the year, Tom Watson.
To the next 150 years of Open golfers, respect the game.
And it's there. Watson has this desperately difficult third shot today.
These links courses have been around long before you were born, and will be here long after you're gone. Don't get mad at the wind, the rough, or the bounces. You're in the hands of Mother Nature, after all. Play hard, but play fair. Be known for winning, or losing, in the right way. If you're lucky enough to have your name etched on the Claret Jug, look at those names before you. Realize that everything has led to this.
Saturday morning, guys, getting ready for the third round of the 150th Open. Conditions, Peter, continue to be favourable for scoring. The weather has cooperated generally big time.
Yeah, it's today. I'm really excited to see some of these top guys get out, because normally you would expect a few players to come from further back in the pack and make a challenge, but I reckon that the leaders and the guys at the top of the leaderboard are just going to distance themselves even more today.
Yeah, it's an interesting set. You know, you've got Rory McIlroy going to head out with Victor Hovland. I wonder, is that a good draw? Like Rory right up there, is that a good person for him to go out with? Do you think that makes a difference to a guy like Rory?
I think Rory's experienced enough now to really not let it bother him who he's playing with, but I think that's a comfortable grouping. You know, they're quite similar in many respects, and I think they get on pretty well, so I think that's going to be a comfortable group.
Yeah, high hopes for Rory McIlroy. So who else have we got there? Oh, there is a total flusher, Sam Burns. I think he's got like an X factor. When he needs a result, he's one of those rare guys, the ball rolls for him.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's still relatively new and young on the PGA Tour. You know, he's only had a few seasons out there, picking up multiple wins, and he does absolutely flush it. I mean, his iron strikes, there's very few people, you go down the range at a tour event like this, a tour event and a major like this, and obviously everyone hits it good, but there's a few players like him that you think, you know what, wow, that is good.
Yeah, and a man who can win 4 victories, really impressive. He got one, then he got another, and they started to come fast.
And he's not, those wins as well, they were impressive victories.
Yeah, he was under the cosh. Either he got a lead, held onto it and closed it out, or he snuck one out of a back pocket of someone else with an amazing shot. So one of the guys who I would say there will be a day where that man will be the best golfer in the world. He is a #1 player in the world kind of a guy. So he's strong. He was delayed coming out onto tour by damaging his ankle in a friendly basketball game. It's the smallest things, isn't it? Sometimes you just got to be lucky.
Yeah, I don't think luck's going to have anything to do with his rise, though, in the game. He's just got everything. You know, he's one of those complete players, and complete at a very young age as well.
Yep. America is getting more and more superstar golfers. Here's one of the guys we think's the best. So let's have a look at his shots. Strong set of arms, lean, strong legs. It's just a pitching wedge, just cruising out through it. Gotten a little alignment club down. That's kind of good. It's a funny course in Andrews, because it's like, it's obviously not super slopey, as you can see there, but you can't really see anything. It's almost like just the little bumps and burns in the fairway, ripples, and it's hard to kind of get a line. There's nothing really to aim at. There's a massively long horizon. You know, players have got all of the markings down of, okay, TV tower here, grandstand there, because there isn't anything easy to aim at.
No, you get to some courses like a Port Roche or a Birkdale, and the dunescapes there are very dramatic, and you can tell those differences. At St Andrews, sometimes you've got to be really at ground level to notice some of the intricacies there. You know, some of the humps and the bumps that, you know, is one of those things, you know, sometimes the television cameras don't quite show it up, but they are quite severe.
So, having a look at the Sam Burns action, see every now and again, he doesn't do it on every swing on the golf course, but every now and again, just a reminder. So, if you watch kind of like that Justin Thomas, Ricky Fowler position, so when the club shaft is parallel to the ground, the players are trying to get that parallel to their target line. So not the club head outside your hands, not the club head inside your hands, but let's see if he does it here. That's the drill there. That's quite a wide one. Sometimes it's not quite so wide, so they captured that and then rip it with your hips. So you're just trying to keep your geometry there and then get the speed from your legs.
Yeah, he's a very classic swinger of the golf club. There's not a lot of strange compensations going on that you see with some other players. He is kind of textbook, really.
I think that's right. I like the guys who've got kind of the neutral grips and the neutral club faces. I think it's easier for them to become shot makers. You can't be just you can be just a one-dimensional player, but you're not going to be a legend of the game. You're not going to be a champion unless you can attack all the different pins from all the different, you know, with the different shapes that you need. So especially around here, I think a shot maker has an advantage.
Well, that's what we've seen with players like Rahm, isn't it, over this last year? He started to develop that little bit more of a draw when he needs to, because if you do have a great control over the ball, you do have a great control over your shot making, you're just going to be able to access more pins. It's as simple as that.
Yep, so Sam Burns, that long-legged finish, right side all the way through. So the turn is pretty full in the Sam Burns swing. Let's say it's like, well, it's easily 100 degrees of chest turn and probably like 40 of hip turn, but the arms are very short, wide, right out in front of him. I like that.
It's a modern swing trend where I think there's a realization now that to actually get a full backswing, and I'm using my little quotation marks up in the air here, that's more about body rotation rather than arm length. So if you turn your torso fully and you do get that big shoulder rotation, arm length's not going to add a massive amount to that. As long as you can maintain that width, you're still going to be able to generate plenty of power.
I think that's right. And I mean, You can see that is a lean, strong body, isn't it? Kind of that sloopy, you know, like a Davis Love type of a sloopy shoulders, no real tension.
Sloopy?
Sloopy. It's another new word. We've thrown that in.
We've got
like
Webb Simpson-y and sloopy.
I think that we're okay with this. The shoulders sloop down. There's no tension, not like a boxer whose shoulders are up by their ears, but just a gentle sloop down from the neck to the shoulders. That kind of a softness there. So Sam Burns, there will be a day where I think that man holds an Open trophy.
Yeah, it's only his second Open as well.
Yeah, he's so fresh on our scenes, right? So, other guys. Oh, Kurt Kitayama right in the middle there. So, flash red trousers. Wow.
Oh, crikey, you're not going to miss him
Save
today.
those for Saturday.
Who knows what he's got in
Another
store
pair
on Sunday.
Yeah, another pair of trousers there from Ian Poulter, the postman. Look at those. Pulse.
Absolutely.
I'm glad he made the cut so you could show those two. Here we go. I've got my khaki chinos on. I'm sure I'd be showing my face around those two chaps.
So we've got another training aid as well with Poulter. That's an elongated baseball bat for a warm-up.
Yeah.
Did manage to watch a bit of Kitayama on the course actually yesterday.
Yeah, good action.
Yeah, nice steady play. He had a 6 on 17. It was very messy. It was a very messy 6, and you could see he was fuming after it.
Yeah, okay, let's have a look there. He's got a little ball behind the club drill just to keep the club rolling along the ground. Don't lift it up, see him push that back.
Yeah, so the feeling there for kind of people watching is that ball behind the club head, you feel like you push it a long way along the ground behind you. It just makes that club get a little bit wider, a little bit more stretched back. You can see with his backswing, it is a little bit more hands, a little bit more upright than maybe what he wants, which is why he's doing that.
Ian Poulter, swing sticks. I've got those. I love those. Well, my children are using those.
He's gone from a baseball bat to a stick.
Yeah. Here we go. So, yeah, they're quite dangerous. When I first gave them to Max and Alfie, they thought they were lightsabers, so like baby Jedis.
I was going to say.
We're past that now, though.
The chandeliers in your house as well. You've got to watch out.
We go through a lot of windows in my house. So, Ian Poulter, what are you thinking? What tracks he got in there?
Oh, I hear he's into hardcore Belgian trance. I hear that's
into what?
Hardcore Belgian trance. I hear that's his warm-up music.
Oh wow, that's awesome. I was thinking like AC/DC Thunderstruck or something, or Eye of the Tiger, one of those sort of real.
Yeah, maybe Proclaimer's getting a little bit of local inspiration.
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
I mean, a mix playlist involving all of those would be quite impressive.
It would be. You'd be so jamped up by the time you got to the first tee, it'd be over. So Kurt Kitayama, Ian Poulter. So here we go. Pulse just working on a sort of a positioning there, that wrist hinge, keeping that club kind of up in front of him. So hinge and coil and fire those legs, just a bit of sequencing. I think that's probably right. If you look at the Poulter swing, though, it's the backswing sequencing, kind of the standing up out of those angles that gets him stuck under.
Yeah, his putting's been pretty decent this week as well. Obviously, he held that. I think it was about a 5,000 foot putt during the first round. It says also a lot about his grittiness and his determination, because I was watching him on Sunday, Monday, kind of on the range, and he was searching. He really wasn't hitting it that well. So he was, for me, a nailed on to really miss the cut. And he's ground it, he's battled, and he's here for the weekend again at the Open.
So Ian Poulter, he's got a little alignment aid with the ball position aid, just trying to keep those fundamentals in track. Quite a steep set of the club. I always feel sometimes that he comes out of those angles, so shoulder plane gets a bit too flat, and then his hips kind of move out underneath him, a bit thrusty, and then handsy through the ball. So Ian Poulter, and that's what you've seen a lot this week. We saw Patrick Cantlay spend about 5 minutes to find a lie that he liked for a 5-iron the other day, and ended up teeing it up. So the links turf, the ball sits down on the ground. That's an adjustment.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, it's hard to describe. If you've not been to a links course, certainly a burnt out one, is just how scary it can be when it's down on the ground and you've got to hit a long iron. If you're not used to it, it can be terrifying.
Oh, I think you hit it groove 3 all day long this week. Rory was talking about that and just felt like, wow, I got way too much bounce on every single one of my clubs, but it is what it is. So, pull to action, hands kind of close to those legs, pretty good angles, just a little bit of soft knees, a little bit of hip hinge.
Yeah, it's not something which has changed really at all over the years. He's not really made many massive kind of changes at all.
He has had a very good opportunity to win an Open Championship. Just finished second at Birkdale to Podrick Harrington. Podrick was amazing, though, I got to say. He just took on all the shots.
Yeah, he went on that run at the end with that 5-wood, didn't he? It was two eagles, was it, on 16, 17?
Yeah, incredible. So I don't know. I mean, Colin Montgomery was probably, you know, one of our best players ever. He never won a major, but for him, the Ryder Cup was sort of his majors, and Poulter probably another match play specialist. Like if he's just got one man to beat, he can find a way to do it. It's just a different set of skills.
Yeah, and it's a different type of the game, isn't it? You know, if you're playing match play, you're playing the man, so the score is in many respects irrelevant over the 18 holes. It's just one hole at a time, one shot at a time, and you can really get into the opponent. Where with a 4-round tournament, you know, it's a gradual build, and you've got to show a level of consistency over that. And obviously, Poulter did have a good finish in that Open, but you know, you won't call him a major specialist by any stretch of the imagination.
No, I think that's right. You know, match plays, the Ryder Cups. I mean, for me, if you said, okay, what's Ian Poulter? It was the ending of the Saturday matches at Medina, where he single-handedly changed the flow, just out of his own pride and his own skills. His partner was Rory McIlroy.
Yep.
And he holed a series of putts, if you ever get a chance, if you've never seen it. He holed a series of putts on Saturday that changed the flow and gave every single other European player belief. That for me, that's the Ian Poulter moment in golf.
Well, there's not many times that you can literally get Rory McIlroy standing to the side of the green and just like applauding you, because he was literally dragging the entire team in his wake.
Yeah.
And it depends what you define as success. Obviously, majors are the pinnacle of this sport, but for many fans and for many players, you know, when they look at Poulter, he's one of the most famous golfers on the planet because of what he has done in a team competition.
Yeah, I think that's right. You know, he's a great kind of street fighter. He's not a classic hitter. He doesn't have a great swing, but you know what? If you needed someone to make a par for you up 18, he'd be probably one of those guys who's, you know, I will make that par. So every credit for Ian Poulter. Miracle in Medina. If you haven't seen it, you got to watch it. So looking at his swing, kind of high hands, high finish, isn't it? Quite armsy, not the sort of the rotary swings that we were just looking of Sam Burns or Thomas Peters, which we saw.
Yeah, there's a lot more compensations needed at the bottom to keep that ball on line, which is why he's streaky. You know, he's going to have those weeks and those stretches where he plays really good golf, and he's going to have those stretches where he just can't strike it.
Yeah, he does. Kind of the mistake swing for Poulter is he loses the body angles, club drops under, and then that left arm is cover driving, and he's open too late, and then he's handsy. So
prone to the old S as well.
He is. We don't say that word.
We don't say that word.
We don't say that.
Sorry if that's brought back terrible memories for everybody.
For anybody. Close your eyes. So let's have a look. Poulter. What's he going to do this weekend? Anyway, our man George, who has been everywhere over the last week. Where are you, George?
Good morning from a very busy fan zone. The sun is shining in St Andrews and it is heating up. There's people everywhere getting excited for moving day. And I'll tell you what they're also getting excited about is the HSBC Golf Zone. There's a lot of fun to be had in here, so let's go check it out and see what's on offer. A little slice of history to start with here. We've got the Willie Park's driver from 1860, the first ever Open champion. He made it himself as well. Isn't that impressive? Can't see many of the golfers making their own clubs at the moment. What have we got here? Who's got the softest hands in town? Look at this, George Gregan. How are you, mate? George and George, good to see you. Tim Hemon, great to see you. You're working on the chipping, are you?
Yeah, this is, we're making this look pretty difficult at the moment. Yeah.
I've heard you boys have been running a competition all week. What are the stats showing?
Yeah, no, we've also got Brian O'Driscoll, and so we've done Thursday, Friday. I'm appalled to say that I'm 14-11 down on the challenges, but I've won the last 3. I've got momentum. I think he's been distracted by the rugby.
Yeah, we won't talk about the rugby today, that's for sure. Georgie boy, how are you, mate? You enjoying the Open Championship?
Yeah, loving it. First time to the Open, and what it's one to choose, the 150th, and so much history here, and it's just a magic place to be playing.
Where does your love of golf come from, George?
I actually, when I was 11, I was actually on a family holiday. We were in Africa, and my cousin introduced me to the wonders of golf, hitting a 7-iron over water when I was 11, and I fell in love with it ever since. Been trying to get that elusive hole-in-one. I still haven't got it yet.
You and me both. Now, boys, you've seen a lot of sporting occasions, big events. Where does this rank? Because it's such a special week, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible, as George said. You know, to be back at St Andrews and the home of golf, the 150th, when you see. Not only the great players playing this week, but the history of all the great players that have trodden the fairways. It's very, very special. It has that history and tradition, and we're lucky to be here.
Big couple of weeks for you, Wimbledon and then this. You're having a good run.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, this is it's a great way to sort of head into the summer. It's been a busy few weeks and months with French Open and Wimbledon, and now the Open. But there's certainly worse places to be.
Nice. All right, Georgie, I want to see how you go with a wedge in hand. So show me what you got.
Yeah, I've gone the short size. I've gone the.
Funny that.
Apparently it helps.
Little wee halfback needs the smaller club.
In on the fly.
It has to go in on the full. They've been here so much practicing.
Yeah. It was a pretty disappointing start there for Georgie, but I mean
he's just finding his range.
It's just the pressure of the cameras, I think.
Oh, and off. Tim, show him how it's done, mate. Came in hot, mate. Tim's the type of guy that takes this really seriously, doesn't he?
He does. Tim is competitive. Don't think he's Mr. Nice Henman. He just wants to win every time. And he likes reminding you when he puts it in the hole too. Normally he's commentating. He's feeling it.
Hit the pin. Hard luck, boys. Thank you very much. Nice to see you again. Always a pleasure. And enjoy the weekend.
George. You too, mate.
All right. Good to bump into those boys. Let's keep going. Look what we have here. A little simulator. Look at this golf swing. She'll take this off and she won't realise that she's on a real camera here. This is going to be great. It's on the green, Dad. Yep. We believe you. Shot. That's down the middle. Wow, that's amazing. Why don't you take that off and have a look at this camera? She's swinging it easy now. Oh, a little wee bobble. One more. That has gone further than my shot just before, that's for sure. Hey, well done. Oh, well done. She's put on a show. Give us a high five. Well done. Great golf swing. Thank you very much. Oh, that would have been a real fright. And so there you have it. A lot of fun to be had off the golf course as well, here at St Andrews. A little bit of putting here, and then to finish, you can get your photo on the Swilcan Bridge. Come on in. We'll do a bit of photoshopping, and this right here could be you. So come on down to the HSB Golf Zone. There's a lot of fun to be had.
Great to hear from George there. We are still on the range, and behind us, Rich, is Will Zalatoris. In 9 major championships, he has performed at the highest level. He's had a couple of runners-up spots, 6 top 10s. When will he win a major is the question.
Yeah, that's a great question. He's not far away, is he? I mean, lost in a playoff at the PGA Championship. Came so close, played well at the U.S. Open as well. You know, it's a matter of time, you know, finishing her up there to Matt Fitzpatrick. But, you know, it's only a matter of time, you know. But, again, you know, is his first win anywhere around the world or first win on the PGA Tour going to be a major? Is it going to be a regular event? I mean, he had a close call earlier in San Diego as well. And unfortunately couldn't win there. But, you know, when you put yourself in that position so many times, you know, something is bound to go your way. And he's one seriously talented young man.
Just hitting some balls before his 3rd round. What club has he got in his hands?
Oh, it looks to be some sort of wedge and whatnot.
Yeah.
And again, it's got those alignment sticks out, something that he does every single time. You know, if you notice, they're parallel, but they're not. So basically, he's using one of them kind of at the back of the club, and the other one where the ball's going to go over. So it's basically, you know, it's interesting. People think that you need to, when you put these alignment sticks down, you need to point your feet where your target is. Well, that's not exactly how it is. You got to put your feet in one area. In fact, it's probably better to put it off your heels. But then parallel lines, that's where your club face is lined up. So it's not always. Sometimes people get mixed up about those alignment sticks and trying to think, okay, my feet are heading this way. That's exactly where my ball's got to go. Well, it's actually a little bit. Your feet are going to be left of where your golf ball is. So it's just a little bit. It's a little bit different, right? But it's just one of those visual things that I think everybody needs because it's a very visual game. Yes, we see. I mean, we feel the swing. It's all that, but you have to see it. You have to see where you're going. And if you don't feel like you're lined up, the ball's not going where you think you're lined up. That's where those alignment sticks become very popular, very helpful.
What kind of shape to his shots right now? A little bit of left to right there. The wind's taking it. Wind's coming off the left a lot more now, isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, once again, welcome St. Andrews. You know, it's going to change every I don't know, every hour or so. And just throw another curveball at you, and you better be able to change your game up and be able to change your shot shape up and be able to change up your game plan. If not, you're going to suffer. Yeah.
Were you surprised at what happened? Well, I know you're going to say no, actually. With the wind, Rory spoke in his interview after his round of golf that the wind changed in the afternoon on the back nine. You know, it's what I found interesting is how abruptly it changed. Yeah. I mean, it literally, when he hit his tee shot, it was coming right into him, and then midway, when he hit his second shot, the reason why his second shot, he missed the green long and right, and he had I don't know, 90 feet or something like that. And the reason is because once he hit it, the wind switched around like that. I mean, it's instantaneous. There was no gradual, there's no dying. It was all of a sudden, it is just absolutely 180 degrees different than what it was a moment ago. It was impressive. I gotta say, you know, listen, Mother Nature, she's fun. Yeah, and mentally, how strong do you have to be able to cope with those changing conditions? Well, that's why I think you see the players on top of the leaderboard that are up there, because some players can't make the adjustments. They're going to let it eat at them. But, you know, then again, if you look at how Rory, he two-putted from long range, he accepted the fact the wind switch, couldn't do anything about it, and then he got up the very next hole, you know, and it was just, he took out driver and he hit a draw down there where earlier the wind was coming so far from left to right, he would have had to hit a, you know, probably a pretty good sweeping fade out there, but he was able to make it up on the fly. If you can't make it up on the fly in links golf, then you're going to suffer. Yeah. You absolutely are. For all our viewers at home, Zalatoris, his posture over the ball, what do you like about it? Well, it fits his frame. You know, he's tall and lanky, and he doesn't try and do anything differently. Right now, he just basically stands up there, tilts over at the waist, is how you should. And it's natural. It's comfortable. There's not anything that is manufactured about it. Yeah, distance between his thighs and his hands when he's at the dress. So basically when you tilt over at the waist, you know, and basically you let your arms hang right below you, that's where everything would hang. It's not like he's trying to get any closer to it. It's not like he's trying to get any further away from it. It's basically, if you were to take that golf club away from him and he was to just basically let his arms hang right there, that's where his arms would hang. Yeah. I mean, he's not reaching out for it. He's not bringing the golf club in. It's just, that's where it's at. Yeah. And that's the most natural setup that you're going to find. If anybody in the game, I mean, obviously it fits his physique,
but that's what you want to do. When you stand there and you're able to just kind of bend over at the waist and get a good position without the club in your hand, somebody hands you the golf club, that's exactly the position that you should be in every single time you swing at the golf club.
Yeah. He's just changed the ball flight a little bit there. You do see so many amateurs whose arms are so straight, don't you, or too close to their body, and it looks...
We could go on for days,
yeah,
what we see with the amateurs.
This is, oh my goodness, we could. But this is why it's so great for those who are in this grandstand behind us to see up close and personal what these players are doing and how the sound as the club hits the ball, it's different to the sounds that we normally hear in a monthly medal, isn't it? But as you say, just final few stages before his tee-off time, he's somebody who could go low, knocking on the door of major championships constantly. So what will he do this afternoon? We can't wait. We're going to stay down here, but there is a campsite which is just over the road. Literally, it takes about 3 or 4 minutes to walk there. Some of my family have been over there and had a brilliant time this week. It's absolutely wonderful. And we've had festivals every evening. There's been singing in one of the big tents. Honestly, the atmosphere has been fantastic. And let's head over there now because George is there to bring us up to date.
Welcome to the Old Course campsite. It is absolutely jam-packed and probably one of the cleanest campsites I've ever seen. There are tents for Africa. What a spot it is. It's literally just behind the Old Course, behind the road hole. Oh, good morning. Morning. How are you? Enjoying your stay? I am. I'm loving it, mate. Look at that. Comfy as anything. There are 770 tents here in this campground. 3,867 campers. How about that? So it's been open for a week and these guys have been here for the trip. How are you? You enjoying your stay in the campground?
Yeah, it's very nice. It's very fun. We've been here since Wednesday.
Wow, and I heard you had your 10th birthday at the 150th Open.
Yep, it was on Thursday, and my dad, it was very fun.
Nice. How handy is this campground, mate? Right on the back porch.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, we've got all the facilities. One great tent over there for evening entertainment and a good bar. And then down the side is all the food stalls, and the beer in here is much cheaper than in there.
Well, there's the secret. Well done. Thank you very much, guys. As we make our way, you can see all the tents, different types of tents. So they've got all the facilities you need, glamping, live music every night. They've had the odd quiz night, which will test a lot of people. But look, it's great stuff. And under 25s camp for free with a valid ticket. So that's been a really good promotion. And technically right now, it's the largest hotel in Scotland. So come on and enjoy.
It could be a relatively easy hole or a hard hole, but you never know what's going to happen. You know, guys can make a birdie if they hit a good shot, but they can also, you know, make a double bogey. I think there's just so much to links golf, and clearly it's stood the test of time, and we keep coming back, and we're still grinding to try to shoot around even par. I think it's just an amazing event, and I look forward to hopefully play a bunch of them in the future. As the only major that we have in Europe, I think it's and being the oldest one, it's for sure the most special, I think, just in terms of the history. And then obviously at St. Andrews, you can't really top that at all. So it's cool just to be a part of it.
Well, scenes on the driving range, return of the wind from left to right, players getting ready. We've seen guys probably spending about 40 minutes here, Peter, before heading over for a few chips, catch a little bit of putting, probably the one down by the first hole, and then heading out onto the Old Lady, the 150th Open at St. Andrews. Doesn't get any better. Some leaderboard, 2 Camerons. Cameron Smith, he was just superb, wasn't he? I just think that putter, Peter, his putting, and what and there's no surprises. He expects to see a 40-footer go in and a couple of 20-footers, and it's just, he does it every day.
Yeah, I think if you remember back when Spieth was at his all-powerful putting performance, like he was stood over those length of putts and you were thinking every time it had a chance. And Cameron Smith is at that level now, certainly with the flat stick. He's also got a fantastic temperament.
He certainly does. Cameron Young, power from America. He was superb. And then Rory McIlroy. He would be a legend of the game if he can get to the top of that leaderboard by tomorrow afternoon. Victor Hovland, one of another European superstars. Then the powerhouse that is Dustin Johnson. Big mover of the day, Kevin Kisner. He's on 17, just trying to get it into the house. What could he do? So there is a great score out there. Cream is rising to the top.
Absolutely. I mean, that top of the leaderboard, there's so many cool stories there as well. And I do imagine that I think Rory's going to have a very good round today. I think Victor didn't show any sign of backing up yesterday either. I think Cameron Young's going to be the interesting one. Obviously, he's a very, very good player, great young talent. Depends if this kind of furnace of an atmosphere heading into that week, on a good round heading into Sunday at the Open.
Yeah, Will Zalatoris, we've just taken his drive that he hits, just popped it over onto the 18th hole, just to show you. Well, 337 yards was what he managed there. Will Zalatoris, 155 pounds, soaking wet. What has he got to do to get a result? I mean, he has had every single chance. So what you don't want to be is you don't want to be stuck being a bridesmaid.
Will Zalatoris is in an odd camp, really, where a lot of his major performances, where he has come close, he's not done anything wrong. It's not like he's like thrown it away. There's maybe a couple of bad shots here and there, but I think certainly at the US Open that Matt won, like, he did nothing wrong. He just came up a tiny bit short.
And how was his putt? I mean, I'm a Billy Foster fan, so I was by default a Matt Fitzpatrick fan. And the putt that Zalatoris hit on the 72nd hole was amazing. I thought that was curling in.
Yeah, I think everybody watching it thought that was going to be dropping as well. So, I mean, he's a fantastic player. I think the consistency that he's shown as well, I can't imagine that he's going to be going away anytime soon. I mean, that was going off down the high street at St Andrews, but...
So, just popping the Zalatoris shots onto the 18th hole. Here he is. Wiry. Look, high hands, kind of leaves the club up there and then explodes it with his legs. That's a lot of separation in that swing. That's an elastic body in there. No vertebra in that spine.
Jelly spine. I tell you, that's a fantastic shirt as well. Classy. Love that.
So, a Walker Cupper, a Wake Forest Demon Deacon. Been some amazing players. That's the home of Arnold Palmer. Great university in North Carolina. On the team, he was with Scotty Scheffler, Colin Morikawa. The sticks are up.
Just one more.
I think it's one more. Jack Nicklaus's routine.
Oh,
and that's not what you want to do.
You don't want to be doing that. Okay. There'll be a quick run to the equipment truck. New drivers, please.
Yeah, here we go. Zalatoris. There's going to be a day where he wins a major. He's just an awesome player. High hands, soft, all in the lag, all in the speed.
I mean, I suppose that's the only slightly worrying thing, is that that win hasn't arrived in any form as a professional just yet.
Yeah.
So, but you can't continue to becoming this close without finally getting it over the line.
Yeah.
He's way too good of a player.
182 ball speed, so definitely one of the faster ones. 139 apex, definitely hits it higher than most. Let's see what he's got.
I mean, with these ball flights as well, you know, these are all carrying well over 300 yards. So that's 298. That's easily going to be running out to 330, 340 around here. That's going to reduce every hole down to a birdie opportunity pretty much.
And it's interesting, isn't it? You know, he has the reputation of having a horrendous putting stroke, but under pressure. To Justin Thomas, he played so well.
Yeah, his putting stroke is... It's not a pretty watch, but those short puts where it looks the most twitchy, he doesn't actually miss many.
No, I agree
That's
with
the
you.
one thing.
And he's hit some great putts. So, grandstands filling up, finding their favourite player. And what's amazing, you can sit there, or you can sit there and then you can head down and watch your guy go and play his third round. The crowds have been fantastic. And St Andrews, like nothing else. The golf course starts in the town, heads out to sea and comes back to the town. And once you make that turn, sort of 15, 16, you're walking into the town. And well, 18 is just amazing. So, Victor Perez, actually a Dundee resident.
Yeah, exactly. He would have had a short drive in this morning.
Very short drive. He's some player. He just picked up one of the most amazing victories with four fantastic putts, monster putts for his latest victory. So, one of our top European players. It's a good swing, isn't it, Peter? What do you think of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a swing that is won multiple times now.
So, Victor Perez from France, Allez les Bleus. There has been a Frenchman, Arnaud Massy, who won in 1907. 1907, the last French victor. Thomas Levey lost in a playoff to Ernie Els at Muirfield. That was as close as they come. Jean van der Velde and the catastrophe in Carnoustie. So, could it be Victor Perez? Lean. It's an absolute flusher of the ball. Putter is the club that he complains about. But I have to say, it was unbelievable for his last tournament victory.
He's quite a streaky player as well, isn't he? He does go through these little purple patches within the season and then drops away a touch.
Yeah, I think they're young guys, you know. These guys are like 24 years old, and I think sometimes we sort of expect our 24-year-olds, we expect them to be 35-year-olds. It's quite refreshing to see a young person sort of behave like a young person. So the keen eyes of Peter Cowan watching the Victor Perez action.
A few dulcet tones. Basically just go out and play well. I don't think he's going to be saying too much at this point, is he?
No, Peter's had his arms around all sorts of players. He's taken loads of players to the top of the game, Pete Cowan. He knows what to say, when to say it. Just keeping it light, keeping him relaxed, keeping it focused.
A lot of questions around the launch monitors this week. So just before they're about to go out, Simon, what are they going to be looking at there data-wise?
I think you're looking probably like, you might be setting up a little bit of ball speed, launch, spins, just to see if what you think you've hit is what you hit. Like if you were expecting a 130 ball speed and it came out slower or faster, you might just work on that a little bit just to get the speeds up. Remind yourself what 185 yards feels like. And you just, it's like a blanket, it's like a comfort blanket. It's just to make sure you're getting what you think you're getting and there are no surprises. Tour players hate surprises. Oh, ball striker extraordinaire, Sergio Garcia. Spanish hands, magical. Watch this. No hinge, and then soft hands, and it all comes ripping through. Actually, very similar action in a way to Zalatoris. You know, kind of up, not much set, and then drops it in and catches kind of like a down cock there, Peter. They're playing together.
Yeah, Sergio definitely gets it a touch more shallow on the downswing, and his body rotations coming through the ball are a little bit stronger. Tell you what, if you did want to watch a group today, which is going to be filled with absolutely leg-shaking ball striking, that is the group to follow.
Yeah, that'd be a great group to follow. Garcia out with Zalatoris. So I think his swings got better. I think when he first came out, it really was very steep to very shallow, and I think that kind of cone has narrowed a little bit. He really has had, you know, he's always had a great long game. putting and probably putting and attitude. Peter, would you say that could be a little something there?
Yeah, I mean, listen, we all know that it's a weakness. We all know that if he could take that freedom that he has with his full swing into his put-in, who knows where he could have been in this point of his career. But he still had a fantastic career overall. But yeah, that put-in does look a bit suspicious at times.
So, and he's been around for so long. In 2005, the year that Tiger Woods took it to another level, Sergio Garcia did finish in the top 5.
I mean, that shows the quality of the swing, the quality of the ball striking, that he's been around for so long. And he's still relevant as well.
Yeah, 100%. He was, well, child prodigy, really, wasn't he? Came out under the great arms of the mighty Ballesteros, Alathabal. Look at those legs. So, look at that, the jigger in. That's a fantastic watering spot, Peter. I know that you're an unbelievably disciplined guy. Me, not so much. But they serve a lovely lime and soda in there, if you fancy that.
I mean, I am pretty disciplined about going in there every time I come. I must admit that.
We have so many things in common. So, the Garcia action. No speed going up to the top, and then the club almost gets left up there as the legs and the hips start to unwind, and then it all just gathers amazingly at the ball. Lots of different shot shapes, lots of different compressions. The lovely Nicholas Kolsat's walking past there. He's had some health issues, so it's very nice to see him back in town. Wish him well. Interesting, isn't it? You would never have that in America. You could put the ball down on any driving anywhere and the ball would sit up perfectly, but not
here
at the links golf courses. So let's have a look at the Garcia shot shape here. Got TopTracer technology just showing us. So flat carry adjusted for elevation. See what he hit it there. A little bit longer. 179 off 120 ball speed, so that's probably an 8 iron, I would think, for Garcia.
He definitely makes it look very easy coming in. His sequencing and the way that he gets his body to move, it gives that illusion that he's swinging slower than he actually is.
Yeah, it's like the middle part's slow and everything else is fast, isn't it? Just leaves it up there and then it all comes down on this kind of shallowing lag and then very connected through the ball. Just a question of the temperament, you know, and it's funny, around a links golf course you do get bad bounces, and it's how you react to that. You know, a Cameron Smith, a Nick Faldo, calmer. Garcia not calm, but then the mighty Ballesteros certainly not calm. Interesting to see.
It's the same with all these guys. It's how you channel it, isn't it? You know, you can, if you have that natural fire, that natural matador spirit, you know, it can go one of either two ways. If you channel it correctly, it can be a great benefit, but if you let it eat you up from the inside, that's the worst thing that can happen.
Jon Rahm also a little guilty of that, would you say? I mean, he is a hot-tempered chap.
Yes, yes. I think it certainly was a little bit more of a detriment. I think he's got a little bit more control over it now. It just comes getting older, doesn't it? Getting a bit more experience.
Yeah. I think there's only so many times your head can completely come off your shoulders. Doesn't always go back on the same way. So the Garcia footwork.
Yeah, I'm seeing this dust fly up after the impact as well. There we go. Not many divots taken this week. It's just that big puff of dust flying up.
Look at that left leg. Yeah. Take the pressure outside of that left foot. Weight in the left heel. Left leg straight. Again, just giving himself a little baby tee up, trying to keep it up on top of the surface there. Same routine. Right hand on. Left hand on. Now that right thumb, what he's trying to do is just keep that right thumb on. He just sometimes gets it leaping about the place. He can't get the trigger pulled.
I remember it must have been about 15 years ago now, where his dad used to gaffer tape his hands to the grip to stop him fidgeting.
Yeah, where was it? Was it Beth Page Black? Bethpage Black, he actually had it into the problem where there was no trigger to get him started.
Just couldn't hit it, could he?
Couldn't hit it. So it's like a waggle. It's like the club doesn't really move. So once the club is set there, right, boom, and now it goes down. And that thumb goes. The excellence that is Sergio Garcia. Well, the driving range is a hot spot. Di, what have you got for us?
It's hotting up here, Simon. It is. And Shane Lowry is behind myself and Rich. 4 under par after a couple of rounds of golf. What have you seen from Shane this Open Championship, Rich?
You know, probably the same thing that we always watch, the magical short game. You know, I think that's a great thing about this golf course is that you have to have a really keen short game, and he's one of the best in the world at it. I was just talking to his caddy, Bo, looking at his lob wedge, the infamous lob wedge that he uses all the time. And I kind of looked at the back of it and go, there's really not much bounce here because you usually play with about 8 degrees and we just shaved it all the way down. So it's probably got maybe 4 degrees of bounce right now. It just kind of sits there right nice and flat. And when you're that good with the wedge, you can do that.
Yeah. Gosh, we were talking about Colin Morikawa changing from 10 degrees to 7 degrees, but to go to 4 degrees.
Yeah, from 8 to 4, yeah, that's...
8 to 4.
Yeah, 8 to 4, that's a pretty good drop of it. You got to have some great hands, which he does.
Yeah.
Like I said,
you could use that, Rich. You could use that. No problem whatsoever. No. Listen, he's had a great time in Ireland the last couple of weeks. Had a good result at the Irish Open. Obviously, previous winner at Royal Portrush. First time the Open was held there since 1951, wasn't it? Great memories coming in here. But the calibre of player that Shane is, what is he capable of doing over the weekend?
Well, you know, it's one of those things where he needs to be thinking right now as he's 4 under, he's 9 back. He's got to be thinking no worse than a 65. So, I mean, he's capable of certainly a lot more, but it's all about going out there and executing it.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think he's going to have some fairly favorable conditions out there today. I think that, again, the wind is kind of picking up and dropping, picking up and dropping, but you know, he certainly has a focus about him today, and the range came on up, and he has really gotten down to business. Hasn't wasted a lot of time going through the bag, so seems to me like he's got a pretty good general idea of exactly what he's trying to do. Not really worried about a swing, just worried about hitting the shots that he's going to be faced with later on today, as you should be. And it's just kind of making sure that the body's warmed up and ready to go. But again, you know, when you get to this position on a Saturday day, there's not a lot of thinking. There's not a lot of getting out there worrying about your swing. You got to sit there, hit some different shots on this driving range, make sure the golf ball's going in the direction you want it to, and checking it out.
What's he doing now? He's checking out his drivers. Something's going on with the face.
Well, he's kind of looking at it. He believes the golf ball's not quite flying correctly, and there might be a small fracture in the head. Could be. So they're going to. Got Bo going one direction, and either his friend and or agent, not too sure who the other gentleman was, taking a look at it. But you know, there's obviously something that doesn't feel right with the head, whether it's the small sound, whether it's the feel of it just a little bit, or you can definitely tell with the ball flight. And so he just kind of feels like there's something wrong with the head right now. And thankfully the trucks haven't. That actually does look like it. Looks like it's kind of going up there.
Yeah.
It looks like it's kind of falling out of the sky a little bit. Doesn't really quite hold its trajectory. It looks like it's just kind of falling out of the sky. So,
Shane, can I ask you what's happening? What you've got now? He thinks his driver's broken.
Because if you probably didn't have the TopTracer on, but if you look at it, I mean, it kind of gets up there out there, and it just looks like it's a dying quail, just like it's falling out of the sky. He can definitely change it. You know, he can actually change it mid round if it would happen during the course of play. But as of right now, you can change all 14 clubs if you want to in between rounds. You can do that, and so it's one of those things.
Checking out now.
Yeah, you know, getting a different look at it. You can always take a golf ball and you can kind of bounce it off the face, and you can kind of hear the hollowness sometimes. And when you bounce a golf ball off of it, it'll make a kind of a dull thud sound instead of a nice high ring to it. So,
you've got to get another one.
So he's going to have to get another driver.
You got 2 in the locker room. He's got 2 in the locker room. All right, good stuff. We're glad.
So, and you know, as most professionals do these days, a lot of the manufacturers will they'll have a backup. He'll have at least 1 or 2 backups, as most players do. whether it's the driver head and the shaft or just the head. You know, it just kind of depends because, you know, this equipment is as tough as it is. It takes a beating, and they, you know, any part of their equipment is subject to breakage. And I mean, it's, you know, it's fairly brittle. You know, the shafts and even those heads. I mean, those heads are, I mean, they're so thin, and even though they're titanium, the wear and tear, it's going to give at some point in time, and it's weird if you just kind of hit it the wrong area,
if we just
the
turn
wrong
around.
time with anything. Yeah, it's just kind of one of those things where it, where, you know, just the minutest of things can happen, and you know, and nobody knows why. Nobody knows why or how that happened, but, you know, again, it could just be just a funny hit in the most smallest area, a weak spot in that titanium, and all of a sudden it's got a, you know, a hairline crack in it, and that's just enough. That's enough to make it sound and feel and fly differently.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see his reaction to this one.
You know, even that one, even though that looks like it was very well hit, it's just something about it, though, that just doesn't quite, it doesn't stay in the air quite as long. It just kind of seems to just fall out of the sky. And it might only be, you know, honestly, it could be 5-6 yards, but that's massive for these guys, because you know how far this golf club flies. You know how far it carries, and you know that if you are 5 yards short of what your normal carry is, well, all of a sudden you go from flying a bunker and having it run out an extra 40 yards to catching the top of that bunker and hitting the lip and going back into it.
Yeah,
that is a big difference.
Just being told that last one was 289 carry.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how these perform. And listen, as we all know as well as professionals, if you think it's broke, it's probably broke, and you better get a new one.
Yeah, if it feels weird in any way.
If you've got extra ones in the clocker,
just
go get them.
Oh. What about that one? We're just getting the numbers for that.
That's 289 carry in the last one. That's way over 289.
That was different. That was different. No, 284.
284. Well,
284.
you know, don't tell him that, because I'm convinced.
Me too. From the driving range perspective here, from where we are stood,
it just looked like it held its.
It really did.
Yeah. Oh well.
We'll stick to the numbers that the tech tell us. But he's having a real good look at that, isn't he? Got a big entourage now around him because they want to get this sorted, need to get it sorted for his tee. His tee time's at 1:05, which is in 25 minutes time. So yeah, there's time to sort it. But as he just told us, he's got a couple of spare in the locker room that have come out.
And listen, it's not, and there's
I've never seen people move so quickly to the locker room.
Listen.
Okay, I'm not saying anything. I'm going to wait for the numbers to come in on that one.
You know, it's funny though, but that it just seems to ride the wind a little bit better than the other one, but.
297, Rich. You're on it.
So you know, that one did go more with the wind as the other ones were. But the other ones were, that last one that went 284 was kind of fighting a little bit more. But again, I mean, it's the minutest, and it's literally, it has everything to do between that gray matter and between the ears. I mean, if you believe it, then it's got to be true.
Yeah, yeah. Mental strength, as we've spoken about over the last week. What about this one?
Well, this one's drawing back into the wind a little bit, so the number may not be quite as far.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right, Rich. 286 there.
Yeah, and that was just different right there because he drew it back into the wind. And,
yeah.
And if he hits this one that's kind of a slight fade and going with the wind this way, you probably see a little bit different number, a little bit longer number.
Just to remind our viewers, what kind of shape do we want to see on the front nine going out?
You know, right now wind is going to be kind of left to right and down. I mean, I think Shane has preferred to hit it left to right. So, I mean, and it's not going straight left to right. It's kind of a quartering, it's kind of half downwind, half quartering left to right. So I find nothing wrong with hitting a little bit fade out there all day long going out the first 7 holes.
Yeah, he seems more content now.
So yeah, you know, it's It's
Well,
not much. I mean, the driver's the same exact what he had built up that he was hitting before. He's probably got 2 of them exactly like it, and if they're not, then he's probably got enough shafts and one of those adjustment tools that he could switch out the shafts. He could do anything with it. So
yeah,
I mean, it's almost like F1 cars. There's always a different component that's you can put into play really quickly.
Definitely. So just over 20 minutes till his tee time. So he's going to finish up here and then head to the first tee very shortly in the next 5 minutes or so. But I'm really excited to see his wedge play out on the course with 4 degrees. That'll be fantastic to watch. And we know, what talent he is around the greens. And a winner 2019, 3 years ago, Royal Portrush, and it was amazing, wasn't it? Just amazing seeing him walk down the fair with the 18th with so many shots in the bag, so to speak.
Between that and the fans cheering him on every single shot, and it was a sight to behold. It really was. It was seriously amazing to watch the Open there that week at Portrush, returning there for the first time. And
I don't want him to tire himself out. It was 1951. He's not going to get.
He's a well-trained athlete. Look at him.
Just don't hit too many, Shane. Don't be too tired for the first tee.
He's going to hit that one shot. He's going to hit the center of the club face and be like, that's the one.
Yeah.
And he's fine. It's just because you know that it's different, and it might have a slightly different look to it, but he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's a well-oiled machine. He's hit thousands of balls.
He's not going to be overly concerned about it.
Look at the smile on his face now. He's happy now. He's sorted now. Good. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crisis averted.
Yeah, which is what we want to see. And but it's great to witness that, actually. Caddy going one way, agent going another, trying to find getting a new driver. Got some Irish support. The flags are out. Oh, and the T-shirts are fabulous. Have you seen the Shane Lowry T-shirts?
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, that also slightly looks like Tyrrell Hatton, but that's okay. We won't tell them.
You've gone Tyrrell, haven't you? Shall I go and ask?
No, don't. I'll let you do that.
Rich is staying over there. Okay. It's definitely Shane Lowry. It's not Tyrrell Hatton on your T-shirt. Have a few people said that? Yeah. A few people said that it looks like Tyrrell.
Oh, definitely.
You can definitely make sure it's definitely Lowry on the back.
Hey, there we go. Oh, that's really nice. My goodness, you're a massive fan. Did he come over and say hi?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Hopefully. We've got good faith.
We have tomorrow.
Oh, good. And you're going to follow him around today?
Oh, absolutely.
As long as he scores low today, that's what we're happy with.
Yeah. What does he have to shoot? Rich has gone for. Rich, what did you go for? Shane has to shoot 64 today. Do you think he's got a 64, 65 in the bag?
I think 63 today.
63.
I reckon.
Great stuff. Where have you come from? Well, obviously Ireland, but which part?
Donegal. We go for Donegal. So
you arrived today?
We arrived yesterday, actually. So we just.
And I had a really early nighter, I can imagine.
Yes.
Were they in bed at 9 o'clock last night?
Oh, no.
It's still going.
No.
Oh, well, great. I'm so delighted you dressed up for the occasion, and it's definitely Shane Lowry. It's not Tyrrell Hatton. You look marvellous. You look great. Guys, have a great day. Give him a cheer. Give him a cheer. Okay, let's go and catch up with George right now.
All right, here we are, live from outside the Players' Lounge. Morning, Will. Off to his tee time. So let's take you on the journey. This is where they get on the buggies. He's got a very good Scottish top on today, very much in theme. So they arrive here. This is the open clubhouse. Then they get their caddy on the back, and then off to the first tee we go. Simple as that. Will Zalatoris, his first Open Championship. Great to have him here, and great to see him wearing the tartan as well today. Just 25 years old, and the things he's been doing on the golf course in recent times has been very special. You get the sense that first major is not far from coming. Great to get some wind in the ears. Beautiful fresh air. We've got the beach on our left. Great view of the township as we go around the corner. His opening round, 1 over par. He'll be a little bit disappointed with that, but he bounced back yesterday. 5 under par second round for a total of 4 under. So you get the sense he's going to keep that going. As you look to the left, look at that for a view along the way as well. People enjoying the sunshine, which we've had almost all week here at St Andrews. Absolutely stunning. And then as you can see, behind the 18th or the first tee grandstand, they hoon around a little bit of traffic, so thanks for driving us safely.
Yeah, no dramas.
Who's been your favourite trip to the range this week?
It has to be Dustin Johnson.
Oh, nice.
Really great, really so courteous, so thankful and everything else. Enjoying the nice weather and everything that's been going on.
All right, indicating right, in we go. These guys get the chance to sit and drive the best golfers in the world. This is when the nerves will start coming into play. They're getting so close to their tee time. They normally arrive 10 or 15 minutes before their tee time and go for a little putt. As you can see, he's already locked and loaded with the putter. Come with me. Thank you very much, kind sir. Well driven. And they come through here, getting prepped and ready to go. Those bags are amazingly heavy. So there we have it. Will Zalatoris enjoying the trip to the first tee. It's moving day. And then they get their bibs. Caddy gets their bibs from the Caddy Master HQ. Have a great day, guys. And what a walk that would be. Imagine walking over the archway to a view like that, the most historical place in golf. So there's the journey to the first tee. Enjoy the golf.
Well, very interesting to see George making the journey there to the first tee. Even players of this class get a little nervous on that first tee. Even though it's the widest fairway in the world, they'll still be feeling it a little bit. Delighted to be alongside Peter Finch. My name's Tim Barter, joining you for the next hour and a half or so. We're down on the range and we're going to have a look at the 2018 Masters champion, Patrick Reed. Quite interesting with Patrick. He had a long-time coach that he worked with for an awful long time and then eventually tried something different, went to David Ledbetter. Worked on his technique in a very different way for probably a couple of years and then decided it wasn't for him and he's gone back. Pete, difficult to do to go back?
I think if the results aren't great, probably not. I think a lot of players, and you know, you've been around them for a long time now, sometimes they just want to be told the same thing in a different way. And once they have heard it in a different way, they'll go back to what they know and come into that little bit of form again. You know, these players, the majority of them, their swings, they can tweak and they can alter over times, but fundamentally they stay the same.
Yeah, that's true. Although I did watch him have a coaching session from Sean Hogan, one of David Ledbetter's associates. Where were we? Dubai, I think, or somewhere. And they were quite radically changing it. They were trying to make it a lot more body-orientated through impact and really take the hands out of it. And he is such an old-fashioned sort of swinger who uses a lot of hand action in his technique. So it was quite a radical change. And he said to me at the time that it was really starting to pay off and really starting to work. But ultimately, it didn't come to fruition in the way he expected. So he's trying to, I think, return to his natural way of playing.
I mean, it depends which way you look at it as well, because he is, as you said, a very old-fashioned type of swinger, lots of hand action coming through, very much a feel type of golfer. And the thought process would be that if you are a very handsy player, you will be a little bit less consistent than some of the golfers who do use their body a lot more. But at the same time, if you take what you are naturally good at out of the swing, you're going to lose some of the things that you are naturally good at. And you know, if Reed is going to be a bit more of a streaky player, yes, but he gets that old feel back in the swing, then you know, what's going to be the better way to go? Only he can really answer that.
It's interesting, the guy that's with him looks suspiciously like Sean Hogan, so I may have been given improper information there. Maybe he's not made the change. It was said to me somebody who should know last week. Very talented individual, wonderful around the greens, great putter. Obviously we know his temperament and we've seen it in a Ryder Cup, just how he gets fired up for that occasion.
Oh, you don't want to hit it that way, Patrick. Yeah, that definitely looks like a bit more of a width drill there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, yeah. Misinformation, I think we've been given.
He's still going, still trying to get wide.
Brother-in-law Kessler caddies for him, has done for quite a while, and they've formed a great team together. Kessler has his back. And he totally trusts Kessler's opinion. I know a couple of times when I've interviewed him, he's talked about how Kessler's contribution has been key. Little decisions on the golf course where Patrick maybe wanted to be aggressive and attack, and he persuaded him out of it and suggested discretion was the better part of valour. Patrick tied for 20th the last time the Open was here in 2015. Obviously we missed out on the 2000 Open potentially being here because of COVID, so we had to wait 7 years for St Andrews to return to the Rota.
It's one of your favourite venues to come back to?
Oh, absolutely my favourite, yeah. Whether it's Dunhill Cup, Dunhill Links or Open Championship, I've been coming here for about 30 years working in TV, and it literally is my favourite place to come. I think there's an atmosphere in this town, city, that is just unique to it. It's the history, but also the environment, the youth, because of the universities and stuff. It's just a great happening town, and whether you're here to play golf or just have a good time, you're going to get both.
Yeah, it's a fantastic mix, isn't it? And we were chatting to Tommy Fleetwood the other day, and he was kind of saying it's such a great place to be because all golfers are together, and you can walk down the street with your clubs and not be looked at like you're a strange person. And it's that kind of whole atmosphere that everyone's here for the golf. Everyone knows that everybody loves the game. It is a fantastic place to be.
7 appearances in the Open Championship and a best of 10th. That somewhat surprises me. I would have thought he had the skills, and particularly the short game skills, to maybe do a little better than that.
Yeah, especially his chipping and his pitching. I mean, that is absolutely stellar. And around these types of greens, yeah, you'd imagine that he would have had a little bit better finish. But they're a different type of major, the Open.
I know that you're a coach yourself, Peter. Where did you get your sort of teaching philosophies from? Who was your inspiration? How did you sort of establish the techniques that you like to work with?
I mean, I grew up reading, the Harvey Penick books and that type of style of coaching. The simpler, the better in many ways. And when I started to do the PJ and went through all that, that's when launch monitor technology was really starting to come to the fore. So my whole idea really behind coaching is just to try and understand what's going on with the club through impact, and then explain it as simply as possible to the people who come into lessons.
We're going to use our TopTracer technology to show you how the shots that Patrick's hitting on the range would be superimposed onto the 17th hole. He doesn't know he's playing 17, poor devil, so he may slice this out of bounds. But we'll see. Come on. What have you got for us, Patrick?
Yeah, after yesterday as well, the rough on the left-hand side is a little bit juicy. I kind of watched a few players go down there yesterday, and I don't think a single one of them managed to make it to the green when they got into the thick stuff. He'll take that today.
He would take that all day long. If you could pop out there and say, you've just hit the perfect drive down 17, he's got to recreate that when he gets there for real. But obviously the pressure of standing on this tee and knowing that, as Peter says, the rough on the left is so nasty and the jigger in and out of bounds is on the right, it's a really daunting tee shot even for these guys.
Yeah, you don't want to get to that jigger in too early. After the 18th, generally. This is the toughest shot to play for me off that tee, is that fade back towards the hotel. Yeah, and that pin today is very tight behind the bunker, so it's not going to be a fun approach from there.
Patrick has the facility to play with a variety of different clubs. He's not contracted to a particular manufacturer, so that's quite an advantage to have in some ways. Obviously not financially the best maybe, because you would be paid to play with a particular manufacturer's brand, but it does give you the facility to choose whatever wedges and putter you want, use whichever driver suits you best. So he's got a bit of a mixed bag in there, and we don't see too many like that, but quite a good idea, I think.
I think it's becoming a little bit more of a popular way to go, because a lot of the major manufacturers now, I mean, TaylorMade really led the way a few years ago when they signed Tiger. They took away a lot of the sponsorships for the lower ranked players and actually put all that money to get the biggest names. So when you start to go around the mid-range golfers, the sponsorship money that they get, is it actually going to be worth taking that, or going contract free and grabbing all the different clubs that you actually like? It's an interesting time to be a pro golfer with equipment.
Jon Rahm. What a joy to watch Jon Rahm hit the golf ball. First encountered him when I was over doing a tournament in Phoenix for Sky, and he played as an amateur. I think he finished second in the Phoenix Open in front of that crowd, which is the biggest crowd you'll ever see at a golf tournament. ever, and he seemed to cope with the environment so well, and obviously had gone to university in that area, was invited to play, came up with a big performance, and that really was him announcing himself on the world stage.
Yeah, he's a player where the bigger the crowd gets, the more it heats up. That's when he actually seems to perform the best, and that's a very rare skill to have. I've hit a shot off that 16th hole with the crowd, and I discovered I wasn't that type of personality.
I'm not sure I'd make contact with it in front of those sort of people. It's they're pretty raucous too. They've had a few electric lemonades by the end of the day. Fascinating individual, Jon Rahm. We've obviously discovered that he was born with a club foot on his right foot. It was born upside down, at a 90-degree angle to where it should have been. So it was immediately reconfigured and put into plaster. So 20 minutes into his life, he had a plaster on his leg, which obviously corrected the club foot. His right shoe is actually a size and a half smaller than his left. And his right leg is a 1.5 centimetres shorter than his left. So he's really got quite a few challenges going on, but boy, has he adapted and made the best of it. He talks about the fact that he's not able to make a full backswing because that right ankle and right foot can't take the load that a normal backswing would make. Fascinating story.
It is, and you know, it's a classic way that it's a classic story of like someone building a golf swing around, you know, some limitations that he does have, and the way that he actually swings the club is so good, because it is a short backswing with the arms. The shoulders still manage to get quite a lot of rotation away, but the way he moves his hips and his lower body through the ball is probably the best in the game of that. It's so strong, it's so powerful.
It helps having thighs like tree trunks, doesn't it?
Oh, 2 tree trunks.
They are incredibly strong, and he creates an awful lot of power with seemingly little effort. Obviously a lot of that comes from the bowed left wrist, which he retains pretty much from the top of his backswing all the way to impact by just rotating his body. That bowed left wrist obviously leads its way into the club, creates tremendous pressure on the ball, and that's where a lot of the power comes from, is the quality of the strike. Finished in the top 3 last year at the Open St George's. He's a player that you would imagine at some stage has to win an Open Championship. He just seems to have the ideal game for it, with the ball flight that he possesses and the ability to hit all the shots he can.
I was going to say, this year I've definitely seen with his practice and with him in tournaments as well, he's hitting his stock shot is that fade, but he's actually hitting a lot more draws. He's been working on that just to give him those few more options. But you are right, with his short game, with his putting as well, like, he's, again, one of the very best in the world at that. So around these open courses that require that creativity around the greens, yeah, I mean, 2 or under, do you reckon? That's the 2 or under Opens, that's the question. Or over.
2's a good number, I think.
2?
2's a good, they're hard to win. They really are hard to win.
Everyone trying to get that video.
Jon just working his way up from a short iron to a medium iron. Eventually he'll get up to a driver. Let's go down and find Di Stewart. She's on the range somewhere. What's she up to?
Thanks, Tim. Here with Andrew Coulthard and Ben Campbell, who played in the 150th Open Championship. And Ben, we're down here on the range. Unfortunately, you didn't make the cut. We're gutted for you because you were so close. Was it just by 1 shot? Is that right?
Yeah, just missed by 1, unfortunately. So, yeah, it would have been amazing to sort of first major. It would have been great to make the cut, but still an incredible experience out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, tell us about the last couple of days. Tell us about the week, in fact, and what it's been like.
Yeah, no, it's been great. St Andrews is always one of my sort of favourite places to come, so it's been to play a major around here has been pretty special, and had so much support from back home and sort of friends over here. So it's been, yeah, had a great support crew, and just yeah, amazing week. You know, it would have been great to make the cut, but still first major, so it's a great experience.
Absolutely. You say you've had support from friends and family and everything. Have they been bombarding you with messages, and also has your phone been blowing up?
Yeah, no, the phone has been. I've got back to quite a few people, but I think this afternoon will be getting back to a lot of them. But yeah, amazing, like the people staying up watching it back home, and yeah, it was sort of right on that cut line for most of the day, so I think it was a nervous watch for quite a few people back there.
Yeah, were you someone, Andrew, to look at leaderboards as you were going round playing?
I was too busy trying to concentrate on what was happening and worrying about the situations I was putting myself in. But it's interesting. I think the young players that come through now, they're more ready to hit the ground running. I was wandering around just in a daze, couldn't believe that I was playing. But I think there's an awful lot of experience, an awful lot of coaching and psychology going into it behind the scenes that get you ready by the time you peg it up there. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, definitely. I didn't have any I wasn't thinking about the cut line or anything. Yes, I got to the 3 under through 12, and that was when the wind was coming off the right. I thought this would be great, have a good stretch coming home and try to pick up a few birdies and get right into the tournament. So when that wind switched and came off our left, I knew it was going to be a bit tricky, a bit harder coming in. So
I mean, that's a tremendous way to think. One of the things, and it's always disappointing, obviously, to miss it. It's even harder when it's only by one. But you're still here today. Are you going to go out? Are you going to go and follow anybody? Try and pick up anything you can learn? One of the things that I remember, one instances when I missed the cut, I went out and watched people play, and I thought, do you know what? They're not that different from me. They're not that much better. My game's close. Do you get that feeling?
Yeah, definitely. I was, shame. Like this week, I definitely didn't feel like I had my A game. Swing wasn't quite there. I was sort of just struggling with a few shots. So I think it would be good to go out and just see a couple of lines that people hitting into a few greens and things like that. It's that's why St Andrews is so fun to play out here. There's so many different options. You could hit so many different clubs off each tee and that. So it's good just to sort of look at that and see how the leaders are going about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I know you've been coming to this part of the world for a long time. Can you take anything extra from this week? Yeah,
I think just, obviously so disappointing to miss the cut, but feeling like I didn't have my A game at all and still being able to compete. I think I've got a couple of weeks off now until my next event, so I think use that time wisely and I think it gives you a lot of confidence knowing that you didn't have your A game and you could still compete. So.
Yeah, totally. That's a story we hear quite a lot, isn't it, Andrew? Sometimes players don't actually feel like they're on point with their game, but still can go out and perform.
That's a great point. That's one of the learning things that you have to absorb, is because every time we see people on telly, they're always doing remarkable things. Yeah. And you think everybody is playing to perfection all the time. That's far from the case. Yeah. They'll maybe have one really good round, the other 3 rounds might be quite average. The trick is, like you said, with your B game or your C game, is to make sure that it's still playable and you give yourself a chance. And then if your game starts to click with 9 holes left to play or with 18, you get a chance to knock the tournament in the head.
Yeah, totally. And also not to beat yourself up. Yeah. As a golfer, I know you were very good at beating yourself up. You were so good.
Yeah, I'm the wrong person to talk about that.
One of the best. Do you beat yourself up? What do you say to yourself after a round of golf?
Get frustrated from time to time, but
you seem a little bit more relaxed than Andrew Coltonic. Now listen, tell us what's the schedule then. So you got a couple of weeks off, and then what's the next event?
Yeah, and then the Asian tour is kicking off again. So I've got event in Indonesia, Singapore, and then Korea. So it's sort of really busy end of the year coming up, and I play obviously Asia and also the Australian tour. So we've got a few of the European events down in Aussie later in the year. So it'll be a lot of golf coming up for the rest of the year. So it's always nice.
Great stuff. Well, Ben, I'm sure you've got a lot of new fans who'll be following you on all the various leaderboards. Really appreciate your time, and have a lovely rest of the time in Scotland.
No, awesome. Thanks so much.
Ben with the beard. Great stuff. Take it easy, Ben. Take it easy. All right, let's get back to the guys in the commentary box.
Thank you very much indeed, Di. I'm delighted to be joined by Dame Laura Davis, a member of the World Golf Hall of Fame and one of my very favourite human beings. Laura, thank you so much for coming to spend some time with us. Enjoying the Open so far?
I think it's been absolutely magnificent, and the scoring this morning, that Kistner round, looked like it could go very low. It seems crazy to say 65 could have been better, but yeah, there's a chance for the guy. I don't think the wind's going to get up that much. I think it's very playable, but if you miss it in the wrong spots, these pins can definitely make bogeys, doubles. They're still out there.
Give us your thoughts on Jon Rahm's golf swing.
Well, as you know, Barty, I'm not technical at all, but I just love the rhythm, the flow. It's a little quick. It's a quick rhythm. It's almost a Nick Price rhythm, the takeaway. I think I just heard you a little earlier saying it's a bit shorter, and I think that's definitely right. But the one thing he does the same thing every time. And to me, it's just immense power. I stood on the range the other day watching him just hit for a while, and it's frightening. The noise that comes off that golf club is incredible. It's lovely.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the most efficient swings out there. I think, one of the things I particularly like in a golf swing is economy. I don't like unnecessary movement, if you like. I mean, the more moving parts there are, the more there is to go wrong. And in Jon's case, we talked about the restriction he has in his right foot and ankle, and the fact that he can't load it up in the way that he would like to necessarily. So he's learnt to work with a shorter swing. But as we said, a very full turn of the shoulders, a very wide swing. And he has all that natural power, both in his upper body and particularly in his legs, that he utilises quite beautifully to load the club on the way down and produce a massive burst of speed at impact. And it is one of the most solid strikes that you'll see anywhere in the world. It's quite a weak left hand. By that I mean that if you look down from Jon's perspective, you'd only perhaps see one knuckle on his left hand. Quite normal these days to see 3, really. 2.5 to 3 would probably be the average on tour now. It used to be considered orthodox to see 2 knuckles on the right and 2 knuckles on the left if you look down from an address position, but these days it tends to be more 3 on the left and 1 on the right. Slightly stronger because modern players seem to be playing with what we used to consider to be a closed club face, a club face that will look up towards the sky at the top of the backswing rather than lie in a 45-degree angle. And Jon's a great example of that. He bows that left wrist, gets the club face into what we would call a shut or strong position, and then tries to limit his hand action on the way down in terms of rotation. Just turn his body really hard and apply all the energy that rotation can possibly do onto the ball. And as I say, when that ball is hit, it stays hit.
Yeah, most certainly does. He's rapidly becoming... Just think about Jon. The one thing I always think about, he always plays a little bit too angry for me. If he could just calm that down, because he seems, I imagine off the golf course, I don't know him, but I imagine off the course he's just a lovely guy. On the course, he's really mean to himself, and I think I heard you say earlier, a perfect swing for the British for the Open, and I couldn't agree more. I think he's got an Open in him, but sometimes I think if you're that angry all the time, it takes so much energy away from you.
It does. I was the angriest golfer on the planet, by the way, so I can't really criticise him for that. But it shows passion and it shows drive and ambition as well. And it's just a question, as you say, of controlling it, isn't it? It's a question of saying some people need to let it out, and Jon is one of those people who needs to let it out. If he bottled it up, he'd probably end up so pent up that he wouldn't be able to play at all. Sometimes it comes out in an unfortunate manner. We have to apologise for it, but I kind of like the passion, and I hope it doesn't distract him from the next shot. And I think you might be right that it does take a lot of energy, and it may have occasionally, detracted from the next shot. And he needs to get that under control. By all means, have the passion. By all means, maybe lose your temper. Try and limit the cursing if you can. But I don't think it's right to say to these people like him and Tyrrell Hatton, right, just keep it bottled up and stay calm, because they literally can't. They're volcanoes. He once described himself to me in an interview. He said, I'm like a bottle of Coca-Cola. You shake me once, I can control it. You shake me twice, I can just about control it. If you shake me 3 times, off comes the lid and we've got carnage. And that's what happens to him on a golf course. The first bad bounce, okay, the second one, okay, but then the third one, no good.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. And I have to confess too, I was quite angry and got frustrated, and it took me a long time to learn to let it go quicker. And that's probably his quick release, because I would moan and I'd mumble to myself, and I'd get to the next shot and I might not have let it out. So yes, that's probably his way of releasing the pressure valve, so he is ready for the next shot. And you've got to find the way that works for you. But like I said, the only thing is it taking energy away? But you've explained that perfectly. It makes perfect sense.
Goodness, something I said made perfect sense. That's the first 30 years of doing this, and I finally got it. Well, there we go. Well, there's a lot of star players now on the range as we get towards the tee times where the leaders are going to be starting to do their preparation. Let's have a look at who we can see next. Going to look, I think, at Jon Rahm's playing partner, Harold Varner. Rounds of 73 and 67 have him at 4 under. He's been in the final group of a major before in 2019 at the PGA. Didn't work out for him on the day, but he said he learned an awful lot from it. And he's just in the middle of his preparation. He's gone up to a medium iron. How did you prepare, Laura? What was your routine when you got to the range?
Normally about 1 hour before my actual time. A little bit longer here because the first tee is actually quite a good buggy ride. You have to get in a buggy from the range. Some of them will go and do some putting on the putting green down by the chipping area. Most of them will do their final little bit of putting up by the first tee. So you'd probably have to allow an extra 10-12 minutes for that, but I would get there. I'd start with a little open face 9-iron, just hit some sort of flop shots, just to loosen up, and then I'd move through the bag. I'd hit full 9-irons by the end of that with that club. Move up to, usually I'd either start with an odd or an even. So if I start with the 9, I'd then go 7-5, 3 or 2-iron driver, and then back down, finishing off with the wedge and the 60-degree wedge. And that usually took me about, 35 minutes. And then it would be off to the putt. If I hadn't done a little bit of putting before and a bit of chipping before, maybe a little bit of that, and then off to the first tee in plenty of time.
We're going to compare the two rival players here. We've got Rahm on the right-hand side and Varner on the left. There's about one club difference at the moment in the shots that they're hitting. See Rahm clocking up 228 yards. Varner is going to be around the 200-yard mark. Ball speed a little higher at 154 as opposed to 144. A lot more curve in Harold Varner's shot at 62 feet as opposed to an almost straight shot. 7 feet of curvature in the air is almost bullet straight. Have a look at Harold Varner's foot action. There's quite a lot going on there, but most of it is after impact. If you watch, his right foot will jump and move in quite substantially, but after the ball's been hit. And it's the other thing with Scotty Scheffler. People talk a lot about Scotty Scheffler's foot action now. He's dancing around all over the place, but 95% of it happens after it's hit, so it doesn't have any relevance at all.
Yeah, very true, because it looks ungainly almost with Scheffler. And you thought, when he started this brilliant run, sort of March, April, when he started winning and winning consistently, incredibly, you just thought, this won't last. But then, like you say, then you realise it's just his way of releasing the energy and not hurting himself, to be honest with you, because he's swinging so hard at it. And it looks ungainly a little bit, but my goodness, does it ever repeat time after time?
Yeah, I talked to his coach about it with Scotty Scheffler, and he said that basically Scotty liked as a young lad to play against the bigger boys and pit himself against them. And that's where he developed the foot action, because he was hurling himself at it to try and keep up with them. But he could still square the club face at impact. So the coach said, there's no real need for me to fiddle with that, because he's striking it well, the club's coming from the right direction and he's squaring it up. So why am I going to try and change his foot action just to make it look more pretty when there's no need for it?
Yeah, that's good. That actually resonates with me, because I started playing with my brother, who was 3 years older, and his friends, and that's why I've got the big sway away from the ball, because I didn't want to be hitting first into every hole, so I'd sway away and I'd throw myself at the ball, and it carried over once I started understanding, how to play a little bit more sensibly. But I kept that power hitting because of that. So very similar thing.
Varner has a pretty unique technique. If there was a way of us looking at down the target, we could see a little bit more of his arms working across his body quite early, so his arms move around him pretty quickly, so he creates a big shoulder turn very early in his backswing, and again, it's an economical backswing. There's quite a big movement through the ball with his upper body forwards, almost we would refer to it as chasing the ball down the line. So it's his own technique, quite a unique swing in his particular case, but a very efficient one. He's got a big future in this game, already won a couple of times.
Yeah, I remember that Saudi win earlier in the year, 90-foot eagle putt on that monstrous green there, and absolutely fantastic, and just held Bubba Watson off. Bubba was getting ready for a playoff. Next minute he was shaking his hand.
Yeah. And he also won the Aussie PGA. I remember that was his first win, and thrilled to win down there in Australia, but yet to win over in America. But a really nice fella, this guy's very upbeat, always positive, seems to really enjoy what he does. And we see so many professionals so focused on the golf course that you don't see them smile very often, but Harold has always got a smile on his face. He's a joy to interview, always got something interesting to say. And I say he'll enjoy his company out there today with Jon Rahm. He might be first to hit his approach shots, but he will nevertheless enjoy his afternoon out with the big Spaniard on the old course at St Andrews. What a thrill.
Yeah, this is going to be his third Open, and tied 66th is his best finish in 2016. So he's not had great success yet on links golf, but you can get a taste for it. Some players, just naturally their game fits it. You can learn how to play links golf, and that's what he's doing.
How are you with links golf?
I always thought the course was a little bit fiery, but for my game, because I like hitting it high through the air. But yeah, you learn to knock it down. We're at Muirfield in a few weeks' time, so you can't just throw it high in the air. You've got to come up with something slightly different, and that's the learning process, and that's where the experienced players do have a real advantage.
Lucas Herbert's caddy Nick there. They're such close friends. They've actually lived together for a while. Nick and Lucas, travelling around the world, and they've established a brilliant relationship, and Lucas benefits from his experience. You can just see Jordan Spieth in the background there. Best long putter you've ever seen? Possibly best putter you've ever seen?
Well, he holds so many putts. You could make a case for the fact worst putter from about 3 feet 3-4 years ago. He seems to have sorted that out. But yes, he holds more putts than probably Tiger Woods used to in his absolute heyday, and he makes things happen. He's one of those players that he's box office. He's a bit special. He's holed 2 bunker shots to win tournaments. I mean, that's not your average player. And I used to think, oh, he gets away with a lot, this bloke, but now you realise that's his game, that's his personality, and I think he's absolutely fantastic to follow around.
Yeah, he's certainly somebody that I would follow around a golf course. It's not much use to us as commentators, though, because he commentates so much himself, we don't need to say anything.
Absolutely, put us out of a job in a jiffy, but yeah, it's that's what he loves, doesn't he? Him and his caddy, they just love chatting, and you can hear absolutely everything they're thinking, and that's just, I don't know, maybe that's a way for Jordan to release the pressure.
We're going to superimpose the shots that Jordan's hitting on the range onto the 11th hole on the golf course and see how he gets on. Again, he doesn't know we're doing this. It's a bit cheeky, but... And he's done really well there. He'd take that later today, I can tell you, because that's a dangerous flag. And he's knocked it into 21 feet and 6 inches, so well done, Jordan.
Well, that's how good this guy is. He doesn't even know where the pin is, and he's hit it to 20 feet. That's lovely stuff.
Just see another one, see if you can do it again. Look at that, absolutely guaranteed birdie for Jordan Spieth. He's made his first birdie of the day and he doesn't even know it. He had a fallow time from February 20 to February 21, where he didn't have a single top 10 finish. Fell to 92nd in the world, and for a player of his class, major champion, multiple major champion, that was quite a shock. He went through a bit of a transition with his swing, tried to make 1 or 2 changes, didn't really work, tried to go essentially back to where he started, and with his coach and caddy, Coach Cameron McCormack, caddy Michael Grella, they worked away. It was, I think, one of the great credits to him that when players struggle like that, this is a guy that was right at the top of the world and he fell, as we say, down into the 90s, and I think one of the great credits I give him is he didn't change his team. He didn't say, I need a new coach, I need a new caddy, something else is responsible, not me. He took full responsibility and stuck with his team, and that's unusual, isn't it?
It's unusual and it's lovely, isn't it? I think that shows what kind of guy he is. He's not looking for excuses. His team is his team, and they succeed together and they fail together, and that's unusual, because a lot of people are looking for an excuse, especially in this game, because it's such an individual game, and it's hard to know your shortcomings all the time. When you're doing badly, you know it's you. You can try and blame conditions, you can try and blame bad clubs, whatever you want to complain, but ultimately you know, and I think that's absolutely fantastic that he does that.
It's another man who has a weak left-hand grip, but it's not as weak as it used to be. He has strengthened it. So in other words, he used to look down on maybe only half a knuckle on his left hand, and he's actually strengthened it up now to maybe 1.5, and that's a big change. To change the way you hold the club, I always kind of referred to it as like the way you hold your pen or your knife and fork. It's a difficult thing to do, isn't it?
I think that would be the hardest change in any swing. I really would, because normally, well, when I started playing, you just grabbed hold of the club and it felt right, and from that point onwards I've never even thought about changing it, although that is a slight lie. I used to have a interlocking grip, and I soon got rid of that, because I think because I was trying to hit it so hard it just didn't feel right, so went with almost a baseball grip, and it feels comfortable.
That's what it's all about, really. If it can square the club face and feel comfortable, don't change it. But he was trying to add a bit of distance to his game, I think, and that's why the strength in the grip went on, because he used to get the club face quite open, which is obviously great for hitting fade shots, but they're not the most powerful. They obviously tend to fly a little higher and have a bit more spin on them, so He went for a stronger grip, trying to get the ball to draw from right to left on occasion and therefore get some more distance out of it and keep up with the Dustin Johnsons of this world, because he's not dealt the cards physically in the way that Dustin is. But he's a joy to watch, this fella. Never forget 2017 Open Championship, where he hit that extreme wide onto the driving range on the 13th hole. It looked for all the world like the Open Championship was slipping away from him, and then he managed to make a miraculous bogey, having got to drop away from all sorts of lorries and things in the car park, and then hit a quality shot on the next hole, the 14th, absolutely stone cold stiff the long iron into the par 3, and finished birdie, eagle, birdie, birdie, par to win the Open. Just extraordinary.
I actually think that Matt Kuchar still thinks he won that Open, because when they was taking forever to get that drop and everything, it was his, wasn't it? And everyone's thinking, oh, what a shame for Jordan. That's just, it's gone now. And what, 45 minutes to an hour later, Matt Kuchar was scratching his head, I think.
Yeah, I interviewed Matt afterwards, and he was absolutely in shock. He couldn't believe what he'd just seen. He was full of credit for Jordan, but he couldn't believe what he'd seen.
I got a question for you, Barty. You know when he does his exaggerated practice swing during a round, he's not doing it now, he's just swinging now. What's he actually trying to achieve there?
The main thing he's trying to achieve is he wanted to get the club shallower on the way down. In other words, coming down on a lower angle. He was getting too steep on it. But he has 3 effects to it. One, he says it helps him with his rhythm. I don't quite understand why, because it's almost done in slow motion, but he says it helps him with his rhythm. It also helps him set the club in the way that he wants to. In other words, cock his wrists and get the club pointing in the direction he wants to. And then the final element, that loopy bit at the top, is about getting it shallower coming down. So it's worked really well for him. He doesn't do anything like it when he hits a shot. No. But his golf swing at the moment, I think, is probably as much up and down the line as I've seen it. So it's a really weird way, an exaggerated way of getting out of a bad habit, but it's really working.
And his driving has turned the corner. I mean, he was... You literally didn't know whether he was going right or left there for a while, and since he started that, he's straightened his driver out no end. Yeah, he's a threat this weekend if he can get the putter going, and he often does. Let's go down and enjoy Di once again at the range.
Yeah. Oh, this is the best crowd so far today. Give us a cheer. Can you give us a cheer? They can't really cheer because it means business down here on the driving range. People are asking for free hats and free tops. They're a brilliant crowd. Do you know what, the shop here is fantastic. I went in the shop the other day. Have you been in yet?
No, you went shopping, did you?
Just a little bit, yes. I spent way too much money. Come on, let's have a little bit of a walk down here on the range. It was fantastic. Every colour of every hat, every top, every gilet. It's brilliant. If you are here at the Open Championship, head down there. I highly recommend it. And they get a fresh delivery on moving day on Saturday. So I'll be heading there later on, Andrew. It is the business end of the tournament now, and we've got tee times until 3:55 this afternoon. Who are you excited about seeing this afternoon?
Listen, it's just incredible. Certainly those last 3 groups.
Yes.
You get the 2 Camerons out there, obviously Young and Smith, and just after that I think it's Rory and Hovland, I think, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
And then Scheffler and Dustin Johnson.
Yes.
I think.
Who've pretty much gone under the radar a little bit. I mean, the media attention has been on Rory, been on Cameron, 13 under par after 2 rounds of golf, but Scheffler and DJ together.
Yeah, that's a sneaky point. Obviously, you know, DJ was 5 for 5 in the Ryder Cup. Scheffler took Rahm down 4 and 3. Arguably, that was the start of Scheffler's rise to number 1, because Rahm was the world's number 1 golfer at the time. So you're right. They'll probably have been enjoying the fact that they've been slightly under the radar there. And it's just so top heavy with such an incredible abundance of talent. You know, as we're talking about, you know, the stand starting to fill up there to watch some of these top players get into position and go through their warm-up routines. Yeah,
absolutely. It's glorious. The wind has dropped a little bit. It keeps sort of going up to about 10 miles an hour, 12, and then dropping back to 7 or 8. Do you think we'll see a switch in wind direction?
Yeah, it might do. It did yesterday. Yeah. I think it made that back nine a little bit tougher. Yeah. Again, if it's going to switch the other way, it might make the back nine a little easier. Front nine scoring seems to be reasonably better this morning already. We'll see how that fares later on, but it's not going to get up too much. It's just the most glorious summer's day here, and it's just ripe for quality scoring.
Yeah, it really is, and we are bringing you all the stories, insight and analysis. We've got TopTracer's technology down on the range. We're covering this major like no other, and to my right hand side is Jordan Spieth, the 2017 Open champ, and he's just warming up for his 3rd round on moving day. Got the technology out again. Some players haven't seen that much tech actually today, Andrew.
Yeah, is that right? That's interesting.
Yeah,
I think. Look, I
pros.
think they've got to this point of the championship. They know what they're doing.
Yeah.
They don't want to get too distracted, too bogged down with certain numbers out there that can sort of slightly discombobulate them. So, just going about his business there. So almost kind of love his chances. I think he's 5 under par. It was a good round
He's
yesterday.
4 under after 2. 4 under. I'm just hearing. Yeah.
And. You know, I was just sort of hoping that he can go low again today. If he gives himself a sort of 5-6 under par, which is very feasible for him, he may be involved in this tournament with 18 holes left to play.
Yeah, absolutely. He on day 1, he looked like he was resting a little bit on the back 9 yesterday. When you're looking at the leaderboard though and seeing it go up 9, 10, 11 under par, it could be slightly discombobulating. But we know the calibre and strength of this character, and over the weekend he's got 36 holes available to him. Yeah. Will he have a number in mind, or is it a case?
No, absolutely. I think that's a great point. I don't like looking at the scoreboards, because you're quite right. If you go out and you start seeing those numbers, it puts a little bit of pressure on.
Yeah.
You want to try and birdie every single hole that's out there. You want to try and put it in position. But once you've hit it, you're then going to try and figure out what the best course of action is from there.
Yeah.
Listen, it'll be one round at a time. It might be a block of 3 holes at a time, but he'll be looking at, let's see, what you say, 4 under par. I mean, if he can get to 18 under par, if he doesn't win, then okay, fair enough. Couple of 66s.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been in Ireland enjoying the Irish hospitality and playing some of the great courses over there and having a bit of a chilled time. I remember just before the JP McManus event, he played around with JT and they're enjoying some Guinness. I mean, it's the route that many of the professionals from America are doing now, isn't it? Playing a bit of Celtic golf or playing the Scottish Open. It's the route in before the Open Championship.
Yeah, no, yeah, very much so, very much so. I was just laughing at my useless arithmetic there. You need at least a couple of 65s to get to that tour. But anyway.
I was just going to gloss over that.
That's fine. No, you can pull my leg about that if you want. No, he's perfectly placed. Good position there, coming in the RBC, beat Cantley in a playoff. His long game is good. His iron play is exceptional. And if the putter just sort of heats up, we know that Jordan Spieth is capable of some of the most outlandish and ridiculous shots and birdies and eagles and recovery situations to come from. So certainly a guy that moves the needle and a guy a lot of people have come to watch.
Definitely. Rich, I spoke to Rich yesterday and he was just saying when at the furthest end of the course he saw Jordan just create some magic around the greens. He was playing some low little shots into the green, which then had so much check on the green. He couldn't believe it. Rich was like, how does this guy create such shots like that? It's about feel, isn't it, to win an Open Championship, and he's definitely got it.
It's about feel, it's about dealing with the breaks, it's about accepting the bad bounces and trying to make the most of the opportunities that are there in front of you. And there's very few in the game that have the capacity or the skill that Jordan Spieth possesses. Wasn't that long ago, Di was heading his way outside the top 100 players in the world. And
it's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah, and now he's right back up there towards the top of the game again.
Yeah, his routine, we spoke about briefly yesterday, his pre-shot routine, him and his coach are trying to get him back to doing what he was doing in 2015. What do you make of what he's doing right now?
I think the interesting thing is this is just a way of being able to keep the club sort of out in front of him, in front of his chest there, and not to get it stuck on the downswing, because that's where he gets a two-way miss from. It doesn't look pretty.
Yeah.
But goodness me, it's effective and it's repetitive, and that's all that he cares about at the minute.
Repetition is what you want. Okay, we're going to release you, Andrew. You've got so many things to do. You're a very busy man here at the Open Championship. I hope to speak to you tomorrow. But for now, we're going to have a look at some of the key holes here at the Old Course. He's going to buy me a coffee before he goes, though.
Good luck.
Scotsman.
The first hole on the Old Course has one of the widest fairways in golf and only measures 375 yards. But don't get complacent. With the prevailing wind into and from the left, there is a preference for hitting the approach from the right-hand side of the fairway. A safer tee shot down the left leaves a tougher approach, with the wind directly across the player and landing onto a hard and fast putting green. The Swilcan Burn comes into play down the right of the fairway and in front of the putting green. The second hole measures 452 yards, and it's a blind tee shot over the gorse, so the player has to commit to the right line off of the tee. But that correct line will change depending on the hole position. If it's on the left of the green, the play is down the right side of the fairway, and that risks bringing the pot bunkers into play in the right-hand rough. And the prevailing wind, well, that pushes balls in that direction. Anything left-hand side of the fairway will set up a second shot with a hard left-to-right wind onto a green that throws the ball right on landing. With the course playing hard and fast this week, picking the right club and landing spot is absolutely vital. Hole positions on the right are also protected by two large pot bunkers built ahead of the last Open in 2015. A 4 here is a very good score. The 480-yard fourth is another blind tee shot. The ideal line off the tee will again depend on the pin position. Long hitters may try to thread the needle and hit down a 15-yard stretch between the cottage bunker and thick rough. Taking a safer line down the 15th fairway is an option, but a small pot bunker awaits, and anyone finding that is likely to drop at least a shot. The further left you take your tee shot, the more your approach will ride that wind and kick off the left to right sloping green. That would leave a really tricky chip for your third shot. The green falls significantly from left to right and is more severe the further back the hole location is placed. If the hole is at the back, there is a greater onus on playing in from the right side of the fairway. The second par 3 on the course is arguably one of the toughest greens in world golf, with severe slopes from left to right and a prevailing wind from the left as well. Everything feels against the golfer at the very far end of the links. The large hill bunker to the left and strath bunker short along the false front, and the drop-off at the rear of the green reduce the target area significantly. Any tee shot that lands to the left of the hole will result in a difficult downhill putt. Shot shape is important here, with many players hitting a right to left to hold the ball against the wind. The 12th hole only measures 351 yards, but it's deceptively tricky because of a series of fairway bunkers that can't be seen from the tee. The prevailing wind is often helping, so the longer hitters have a chance at taking on the green. Others will choose to lay up short of the bunkers, leaving a long second shot into a challenging, heavily contoured putting surface. The top level of the two-tiered green is only 12 paces deep and demands pinpoint accuracy when the flag is located there. Whatever weather conditions, this is a great opportunity to make a birdie. The 13th hole measures 465 yards. The treacherous coffin bunkers await the tee shot with the prevailing wind out of the right. Once again, the strategy depends on hole location. If it's on the left or the middle of the green, a drive down the 13th fairway is appropriate. When the flag is on the right, the longer hitters may choose to go down the 6th fairway, over or left of the coffin bunkers. It's important to hit the approach with the correct shape to hold it against the wind and the contours of the green. That can be the difference between a birdie chance or a very real danger of a 3-putt on one of the largest greens in the world at 98 yards deep. There's only one option from the 14th tee, right of the birdies and left of the out of bounds, which runs down the right-hand side of the hole. If you're long enough, you can have a crack at the green over Hell Bunker and a cunning pot bunker named Pulpit. If you need to lay up, it's often best to go down the 5th hole. The prevailing wind out of the right and helping will mean approaching the green from the left will allow the golfer to stall the ball in the air against the wind. Approaching from the right with that helping wind and a green that throws the ball to the left could leave a really tough chip. The 418-yard-long 16th was the second toughest hole at the 2015 Open Championship. With the wind out of the right, there are a couple of options off the tee. The aggressive play is between the principal's nose bunker and the outer bound fence, where the golfer can ride the wind or cut a tee shot off of the principal's nose. Deacon Syme's bunker also comes into play a little further up if you choose to take that aggressive line. It's small, but it's penal. The safer option is left up the 3rd fairway, which leaves a second shot into that prevailing wind to a green with a steep rise at the front. Controlling that approach to get the ball landing on the flat of the top is absolutely vital. The road hole measures a beastly 495 yards, and it's one of the most iconic and challenging holes in world golf. With the prevailing wind out of the right, the line off the tee is often further right than you expect over the railway sheds. Either skirt the hotel and ride the wind to the 17th fairway, play it safe left down the 2nd fairway, or risk the rough between the two. With a front or right pin position, players can take any option off the tee, but more thought is required when the road bunker is in play with the pin position. Some players choose to miss short or long and left and try their luck getting up and down from there. Long of the green should be avoided at all costs. With a red shale path, the road itself and the boundary of the course symbolised by a wall. And once you get on the green, it's no picnic either. Any 4 here is hard earned. The final hole at the Old Course features one of the widest fairways and most famous views in golf. Players can choose to go for the green or lay up off the tee, far enough back to control spin with the approach. A front hole location requires care, as the player will not want to be too close to the green with a difficult pitch, chip or putt through the Valley of Sin. The green slopes from back right to front left and gives you a great chance to finish with a birdie.
Without your support, I don't think I would be a champion right now. Thank you.
Cedric, thank you very much.
I've never enjoyed a walk more than I did coming up the fairway at St. Andrews.
You think he enjoyed that one? Man, this is awesome.
If Nicklaus can hold it, he wins.
Well, what would old Tom Morris have said of that?
I don't think anything gets cooler than champion golfer of the year.
Welcome to St. Andrews.
Welcome to the Open.
Well, just look at that scene. What a beautiful place to be. St. Andrews, with all the history and all the beauty. It's a very special place. If you've never been here, I beg you to come, because you will not be disappointed. Here is the range today, and the firework display we call this, where we see every shot that's been hit on the range so far today. DeChambeau, as you can see in the top right corner, has carried the ball the furthest today, 330 yards. Højgaard down there at 309 and several others in the middle. That is some clonk from Bryson DeChambeau. Laura, presumably you were the longest hitter in your generation of players, women players?
I was for a long time, yeah, probably for that run in the early 90s or late 80s through to the end of the 90s. But then it became the athletes were coming out and they started hitting it longer and longer. And Brittany Lincecum was one of the first ones that I played with, I was paired with, and thought, oh, I'm not a long hitter anymore. And nowadays I play with these young girls like the Corda sisters and Lexi and Monami LeBlanc I played with at the Founders Cup about 2 months ago. And I'm not kidding you, I hit one really lovely, about 265, 270, which is about how far I hit it now. 72 yards. I paced it. I was not embarrassed. I was in awe of it. 72 yards. These youngsters are getting it by me now. She is exceptionally long.
That is more than exceptionally long. It's 70 yards past you at 270. Extraordinary. Xander Schauffele then on the range. What a run of form this fella's in. Won the Travellers over in America, then went and won the JP McManus basically on his 2 days off, and then won the Scottish Open 3 in a row. So no one in better form than Xander Schauffele in the world of golf right now. On the range, working away just to get himself warmed up. He's got a GC quad in front of him, a launch monitor that tells him exactly what his numbers are, how far he's carrying it, all the sort of information that you can see on the right hand side of our screen there. Let's see what he creates with this driver. It's got a really wide takeaway and backswing, almost no wrists in the takeaway whatsoever, just a turn of the shoulders and one-piece movement we call it, where the left shoulder, the left hand and the club all work as one unit. Beautiful wide one-piece takeaway, rehearsing it there and up to the top and a hit. So just a little drill that he's doing there where he takes the takeaway, makes a pause and then carries on to the top. And it's a good one that for you guys at home, the amateurs. If you're working away at your takeaway and you want to check that it's in the sort of condition that you want it to be and hitting the positions that you want it to be or your coach is working on, then by all means, not with a driver off a tee, I wouldn't suggest, maybe with a 7-iron off the tee, but by all means take it back, pause, check it, make sure, yeah, okay, that's where my coach is asking me to get it, and then carry on smoothly to the top of the swing and hit one away, as we can see Xander doing here. Just taking it back, getting the feeling that he wants to get, checking the club faces where he wants it to be. There, and then up to the top smoothly and hit it. But it is important to keep that smooth, not sort of get there and jerk it away and try and hit it 1,000 miles an hour. Quite a good idea, I always feel, to slow your golf swing down when you're making changes, get the feeling of it, and then increase the speed as you get more comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. There's loads of little drills, aren't there, you can do like that. I used to do one where I took it right to the top and stopped, and that was teaching me that I don't have to hit it so hard, because you can still generate very similar power with the stop. So for me, the takeaway was always about smooth and setting it, and then obviously hitting it, but try never to hit it too hard. I mean, yes, now and again you might get a hole where you need to go for a slightly bigger one, but on the whole, you don't need to lash it. You see so many amateurs take it back and then just try lashing through it, and it just doesn't work. Smooth is the best way, and these guys will show you that every single time, as powerful as they are.
Yeah, there are no prizes for speed on the backswing.
No.
I always look at it a bit like a car reversing and then coming through a chosen point. So if you imagine if the ball was the finish line and you were going to drive a car and you were going to drive it backwards first of all and then try and come through the finish line as quickly as you can, you wouldn't need to drive the car quickly backwards. You wouldn't need to change direction quickly. You just wheel spin on the spot. So drive it back smoothly, change direction smoothly, and then press the pedal to the metal and whip through the ball or whip through the finish line if you were in the car.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something amateurs can definitely get better at. Xander's playing in his 5th Open. He's finished tied second in 2018. So he knows how to play links golf, and as you just said, Barty, he's playing some of the golf of his life. Got a gold medal in his cupboard at home. That's not bad either.
Yeah, it's just the major missing, isn't he? He's had 5 top 5s in majors, I think 9 top 10s, so he's knocked on the door but yet to get through it, and that suggests that he will ultimately, but maybe the little bit of scar tissue building up, you think, I keep getting close and not quite getting over the line. I do like his action, though. If we get to see that one more time, you'll see that when he gets to the top of the swing, he's got this so familiar these days, the bowed left wrist at the top. Gets the club face into a strong or slightly closed position, and then it's all dependent on good body rotation through the ball. He can occasionally lose a bit of height in the downswing, and his head can move backwards. So if we get another chance to see it from the upper body upwards, close in on him a little bit, we may see as he comes through impact, the head will just drop down a little and move backwards a little, and that's his sort of Achilles heel.
He didn't like that one at all, did he? It's only gone 248. You can see that's the thing. You don't always hit them great. That's why you practice, so that more often than not, especially at this level of competition, it's always pretty good, even if it's not perfect.
So if we watch here, just keep an eye on his head. So maybe pick a point in the background that you can keep his head height too, and you'll see as he comes down he loses a bit of height, and sometimes his head goes backwards. You might lose a little bit of the lady just in the background there, or it's a gentleman, I beg your pardon. Just watch as the head falls backwards, and you may see that guy disappear. See how the face of the other guy disappeared just as the head fell backwards a little bit, and that's something he struggles with, and when he does it, he either blocks the ball out to the right or his hands can get a bit busy and he can hook one away to the left.
And that one he hooked away to the left.
There you go, even a blind squirrel finds a nut occasionally.
You know your stuff, don't you, Barty?
Well, maybe a little. Just going through those positions again. Beautiful posture, and that's a great starting point. If you can get in the right posture, it takes care of so many things. Distance from the ball, balance, athleticism, ability to move your weight from foot to foot. Posture is such a big key in the golf swing.
I have to say, though, I'm really surprised he's being as technical as he is on a Saturday morning at the Open. You know, he's going well, he's doing all right. I would have thought he'd just be warming up, just going through the motions, getting everything right, getting some positive thoughts. But he actually looked like he was working on his swing there a little bit.
He certainly did, yeah. That's how he would have finished had he played the 18th hole. Would have come up short right of the green, which isn't a bad spot today. Maybe just brings the Valley of Sin into play a fraction. But yeah, I also am surprised to see him working on positions, but every player is different. You know, Nick Faldo was constantly thinking about technique and yet won 6 majors, as we know. So, you know, other players don't like to think technically at all. I remember chatting to Padraig Harrington one day on the course in Ireland, and he said, Barty, I'm trying to play with a swing thought for the first time in my life and I hate it.
Yeah, it's very true.
Just see that gentle breeze on the flags behind the grandstand today. It's still off the left-hand side, as it's been pretty much all week, which is not the favourite wind for the players to practice in, but when it's this gentle, it's not going to affect their technique. They're not going to get blown off balance or start to make sort of over-the-top swings to try and counter it. And there's a real opportunity to shoot a low score out there today, and these guys will know. They may have watched some of the early coverage, they may have looked at the scoring computers, and they'll be warming up thinking, do you know what? There's a 64 or 5 out here today for me if I can just hole a few putts. Let's go down and join Di and George, who are on the range.
Thanks, Tim. George, you've just had a shot with Bob McIntyre behind us. What's he shot today? Bring us up to date.
Yeah, Bob, he shot 3 under today.
Yeah.
So, as you can see, scoring is a little lower today. So, it's going to be exciting. Moving day, we love it. The leaderboard's going to be chopping and changing. But, to come out and shoot 3 under and have a total of 3 under, he'll be relatively happy with that.
He's come back to the driving range working hard. What's he got around his neck?
Yeah, so this ball's to keep his arms together, keep everything in rhythm, and get his arms out in front of him. So it'll just keep the whole body in sync. But good to see him down on the range straight after the round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
better never stops, they say.
What, sorry?
Better never stops.
Better. That's true. He's got his coach there just aligning him, not moving that. Doesn't want that
Keeping
head to move
still.
too far backwards, does he?
Head still, arms together.
Yeah.
Not letting them get
Keeping
out in
it there,
front.
see if it does. Yeah,
Swing.
he kept it in front, didn't he?
Loves playing a little baby draw.
Yeah. Great to see a left-hander in action, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not too many of them floating around.
No. Tell us a little bit about Bob and what he's been up to and his career so far.
Oh, he's been great, hasn't he? He's shot to stardom, Scotland's best player. He always had the goal of being the world's best left-hander in the world rankings. So I'm unsure if he's come to fruition with that, but he must be pretty close.
I was on the range actually at the beginning of the week. We had the celebration of champions, and Sir Bob Charles was the first left-hander to win the Open Championship. Well, the only left-hander, isn't he? 1963.
1963, Royal Lytham and St Anne's.
Yeah.
New Zealand history.
That's it, ingrained in your DNA, isn't it, George?
Yeah,
but
we love Bob. He's a lovely guy, Sir Bob, and he's done a lot for golf in New Zealand, so it was great to see him, which should most likely be his last trip overseas to the UK. So.
Yeah, 86 years young. We were talking also about Mike Weir, left-hander to win a major championship.
Morning, boys. DJ, how are you?
Morning. DJ's just walking onto the range. Like his green today.
I like
looking
everyone's
very
green.
Smart.
I think the Adidas
like
green is really nice at the moment.
Yeah, it's a striking colour, and it's a good tonal combination between the t-shirt and the trousers with the belt in the middle. I think it's a very smart outfit.
One of my favourite caddies
indeed.
on tour, Austin Johnson.
We like your outfit.
How are you, Austin?
It's very dapper.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so those guys are just
brother
preparing.
duo. How long have you caddied for him now, Austin?
9 years.
9 years on the bag. That's a lot of time with your brother. You got to love him. You've got to love him.
Sibling love.
That's fantastic stuff.
So DJ, DJ's playing with Scotty Scheffler.
Dangerous group.
Exactly. Andrew Coulthard and Rich Beam have said exactly the same thing. And we were saying the media attention hasn't really been on them. Not that these guys, I mean, they take media in their stride, don't they? They'll go out on this course, just do their business. You'd expect rounds in the 60s from both of those guys.
100%. You're looking at the leaderboard from this morning. There's so many under par rounds, so many players making a big move. Bryson, Tommy's out there.
Yeah.
They're making a good move. But yeah, these boys will be looking to go low. The wind is ever so slightly picked up since we've been up here, but yeah, it's going to be an exciting day. And you mentioned they're playing under the radar. How is it that the #1 golfer in the world in Scotty Scheffler goes under the radar? Because it's just because he's so consistent.
Yes.
It's no surprise to see him up there.
Yeah.
He's been tremendous, hasn't he?
It really has. One of the stats from yesterday, longest drive, 462 yards it was on the back nine yesterday. I'm trying to wrap my brains as to who. It will come to me in just a second, but
as we mentioned, the green though, Aaron Wise here also donning that lovely, what is it, racing car green?
It's a racing car green.
Yeah. Aaron Wise was 5 under yesterday, so another player that bounced back in the second round. We saw a lot of players bouncing back yesterday.
Yeah. Jon Rahm did the same because he had a 1 over par round in his the first day, 67 day 2. Same with Will Zalatoris as well. So the scoring conditions are a lot better. Also, players getting to grips with the course and understanding it a bit better.
That's absolutely right.
Yeah, so many names in contention. This Open is so open. You're so analytical, George. I mean, I say walk on with me, but you're pausing and observing and picking up.
I'm very observant. Yeah, it annoys people a lot of the time.
No, I like it.
A lot of my gal pals get frustrated because I go, oh, you wore that outfit at Things 21st or
that's highly
whoever's
annoying.
event. Yeah, so you can't wear the dress twice with me. Simple as that.
I'll make sure I remember that one. But it is fascinating, and everyone around here is just loving it. We've got so many the players in different attire today. I have to say, DJ for me is the smartest so far. I'm going to try and spot a better outfit. But these golf fans, we spoke to quite a lot of the golfers at the beginning of the week saying they've all said that the golf fans know their golf inside out. That's why it's so special to come to St Andrews, the home of golf, because the fans applaud great shots. They know when a shot is slightly off. They know that the hard work that goes into producing around in the 60s around this course. So it's like a symbiotic relationship, isn't it, between player and crowd here? They feed off each other.
Absolutely. For a second there, Di, I thought we were a fashion show.
Oh, sorry.
But it's nice
I digressed. I'm back on track.
Nice to digress back onto the golf. But yeah, all the players do really appreciate the knowledge of the crowd. We're talking to golfers and they say they applaud shots that are sometimes 20 feet away because of where the pins are tucked, because they know how challenging some of these holes are.
Yeah.
But it's been great to be out there a little bit. If you have been out there, I think my favourite spot's out in the back corner. We've got about 6 holes you can see from the 11th tee grandstand, so it's licorice all sorts.
Oh,
yeah.
licorice, I like that.
Yeah,
there's
so
some great vantage points, some great viewing points here. Well, we're going to leave the range right now, and oh no, George,
no,
sorry,
hold on.
I've missed.
We've got another green.
Yes,
we've got another green. Lucas Herbert.
You're bringing it back to fashion.
Rise. Yeah, sorry, that is me bringing it back to fashion. But Lucas Herbert, one of the great personalities on tour. Really enjoyed playing with Phil Mickelson this week.
I love what his head cover. What's his head cover doing? What is it?
So that is to represent a good friend of his that passed away.
Yeah.
From Australia.
Yeah.
And you can see it on his head as well.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, a really moving moment.
And his caddy as well, representing one of his players. Lovely little touch from Lucas there, who's just getting some final few shots in. Technology, he's got a bit of tech today. Jordan Spieth had TrackMan as well. Not many have got their tech out with them today. Not many probably feel that they need it right now. They're into the championship. Ooh, nice little shape on that one, George.
Yeah, playing a nice little draw, which will be helpful with this wind, which is back to its normal, coming off the left for the front nine.
Yeah, we're just assessing the wind right now. Yeah, this is the hot spot in golf. We are covering this major championship like no other, inside the ropes field. Stay with us. We're here until 4 o'clock. I don't really know what George is doing. What is that? What is
the wind.
Yeah, well, you can tell by the hair. It's just from behind. Is it southwest-south? I think. Sorry, I'll stand slightly away. It's not that long. From us down here, we're going to head to you guys in the box, and we'll see you shortly.
I'm talking, but it's not working. Thanks, Di. As you can see, the breeze is beginning to pick up just a little bit. I don't think it'll get greatly strong, not much more than 10 or 15 miles an hour. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard, see how they're going. 3:55 is the last tee-off time. It's a long time to wait, and I can tell you, people, that I have got the best coach in the world sitting next to me, who I don't think I've ever done commentary with you before. Simon Holmes, welcome.
Richard, thank you very much, mate. It's, I think, probably known each other since we were about, well, I was 13 or 14 or something, playing in a tournament with you. Amazing. It all goes a bit too quick. But anyway, here we are, day 3 of the Open. Wind moving around, conditions moving around, scoring today very strong.
It is 65 there from Kevin Kistner. We're at the station called Live at the Range. We're going to watch a few people warm up. And as I said, alongside me is Simon, who will help me out immensely with these golf swings, easing towards, well, just past 2 o'clock actually now. What was the 2 o'clock tee-off is Thomas Dietrich and Xander Schauffele. But this is a look at Abraham Ansah, and a man that's in fairly good form, it would have to be said. And this is his 4th Open. Fine player.
And I think a good Open specialist, so not a high ball hitter at all, tends to work it more, tends to be sort of on a lower flight. An intelligent golfer, sort of can't rely on pure power, has to really think his way around the golf course. Saw him have fantastic victory over some very good players, Sam Burns included, at the FedEx. So Abe Ansah, really charming guy.
Charming guy.
A charming guy.
I know what you
and yeah, be
off
interesting
at
to
220 he is. Well, I mean, would it 3:55, Simon? Last up, but just what do you do? What do you do with your time? I mean, you're going to be awake at 7.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I know that sometimes when Sir Nick Faldo was, going through late tee times and stuff, he was one of those guys who maybe even come down for a little hit, go back, have a different process, trying to get himself ready for 2 o'clock. So just to keep keep his hands in or keep his eye in. The hanging around lets you think, and that's one of the dangers in golf. Why did that thought come in my head? And that's a hard thing to do when you're a professional golfer.
Well, there's his tee time, as I was saying, 220 for Abraham Ancer, match 33, playing with Yuto Katsuragawa. I think I got that pronounced right, hopefully. Have a look at your draw there. What do you make of that for a pronunciation?
I think you've done pretty well
right,
there. I think you've smashed that, Richard.
Thank you. Walking past there, Billy Foster in the background. Caddying for Matthew Fitzpatrick, the recent US Open champion. And they've all got little different routines, haven't they, as to what they go through, starting off probably with a sand iron or a lob wedge.
Yeah, I think you have a system, and it's amazing no matter where you are, what tournament it is, it's all very the same. I mean, Tiger Woods, I don't think there's any variation in how many balls he hits in his warm-up. And the players are quite systematic. They have routines. They don't like those moving around. So it's not a superstition, but it's not far off.
Do you think they would count how many, would they go 10, sort of 20 sand irons, 10 6 irons, so on and so on?
It is interesting. I think now it becomes almost an autopilot. Like if you speak to Joey LaCava, Tiger doesn't know that he's got exactly the same rhythm every single time, but he's been doing it for so long it doesn't ever change. So if there is particularly, let's say, what have we got round St Andrews? You might be thinking of those first 7 holes, and you might be thinking, okay, if I'm going to score well on those, and I have to, then I've got to be able to play up to the right side of the fairway. So maybe that's why we're seeing a couple of woods from here, just leaking them. See if that's the same shape again, kind of like a little high fade.
Fairly consistent, the collection of golf balls there together.
Yeah, that's the low one, a little bit fizzier flight. So, I mean, that's something you'd never hit on the PGA Tour, but you come round here. So Abe Ancer off a little low tee with a fairway wood, just working it into the corner.
I did some of this with Laura Davis earlier in the week, and she was telling me that, and I'd never really done it, she would, at the end of her practice session, she would hit the club that she's either going to hit off the first tee or the sort of second shot into the first green.
Yeah, you know what? That's what Tiger Woods does, and so that actually came from Jack Nicklaus. So Jack Nicklaus's routine was sort of the first person who had really had a strong routine, and obviously everyone copied that. So it was like recreating his first tee shot. So we've seen quite a lot of players do that. Obviously, it's a very strange first tee shot at St Andrews, but nevertheless, you've got to get your head around what you're trying to do there. It's basically like trying to hit into a runway, and you've got to pick a target. Otherwise, you end up not doing anything, and terrible things can happen.
So the last club he might go back and hit some sand irons at the end, but just a few drivers he'll hit off here. Let's just see how far he carries this one with his driver.
Yeah, slightly built but very powerful. Looking around a 173, 174 ball speed. Just underneath that, 167. Left-handed golfer, playing right-handed. You can tell him he pulls the club into the ball. He's not really using his right side through there. Similar to a Henrik Stenson, similar to a Jordan Spieth. So watch this strong left-sided pull through the ball. There it is. So a little bit more fizz. So superimposed that last tee shot onto the 18th hole. Can he get it to the Valley of Sin? He certainly can. Look at that. 328 yards, 169 ball speed. So plenty of power in the Abraham Ancer swing.
There is 356. It says 353 on there, and that's probably right, and I'm probably wrong. But on the scorecard here, it's 356. But this is where obviously he doesn't know he's being superimposed on this, but that's fairly consistent, has to be said.
Yeah, just a bit of fun for us. So some balancing skills there. So as you said, Richard, we've just kind of gone down off the driver into a wedge. Can he get this over the Swilcan Burn?
Well, that's the thing. Can he land it on the Swilcan Burn?
Here we go. So just a bit of feel, and what they're doing here, especially for the American players, it's quite hard, the turf. So in America, you've got this beautiful grass, so the ball sits up like a coconut, right? But on the links turf, it really sits down. Just getting used to that.
So we just pan back there. Oh man, George is out there somewhere. George, come in, wherever you are.
All right, here we are. We're on the putting green and things are starting to heat up. You can certainly tell that the big boys at the top of the leaderboard are coming out for some practice. Right here, Adam Scott. What a round it was for him yesterday. 7 under par. Seriously impressive after an even par start in the first round. He has bounced back and some. Very impressive from the Australian. They love him around here. They absolutely love him around here. The Masters champ, I think everyone's got a soft spot for him, and they would love him to claim a Claret Jug.
Okay, George, you're out there in the beautiful sunshine. Simon and I stuck here in this sort of little commentary box here. But what's the atmosphere like out there?
Yeah, it's electric down here. The crowd's starting to fill out around the putting green. And as you mentioned, the sun is beaming on down. It has been all week. It's been absolutely stunning here at St Andrews. So, yeah, you can certainly tell that the atmosphere's picking up as all the superstars at the top of this fantastic leaderboard start coming out for a putt.
He's got a good spot there, hasn't he?
It's just been fantastic, hasn't it?
Yeah.
The whole atmosphere. It's just one of the most unique places. Like, literally, you come out of the town and onto the golf course. I can't think of anything, you know, that amphitheatre of 1 and 18. Amazing.
Yeah, we've got Patrick Cantley as well out here. He will be looking to continue on. He's 7 under for the championship, a 67 yesterday. So very clear that scoring was much better in round 2. Siwoo Kim's out here. And right here in the foreground, we've got Audric Borkita, the amateur champion. He sadly missed the cut, but good to see him out here working on a few drills, making the most of an opportunity here at the Open. And then we come down to Adam Scott here. Scotty working early. Scotty using the mirror, which is all about alignment, all about getting your eyes over the ball, getting your shoulders square. That long putter of his was on fire yesterday. I think we all want to see it do something very, very similar again today. They make putting look so easy. Very hard for people like us to relate to such good putting. Adam Scott's off at 3:15 p.m. today. So we're about an hour away from Scotty. So what a lot of the players will do is they'll come putting green, chipping green, and then range. I was talking to Ben Campbell earlier in the day. Some people mix it up, but I'm all for that order as well. I think a lot of them like being fresh from the range and on to the first tee. And after speaking to them, a lot of the players work on their short putting on this particular green. And then when they get to the first tee, there's also a practice putting green beside that, and that's a lot more realistic to what's out there on the course. So that's when they'll do a lot of long lag putts to get their rhythm, get their speed, and get ready to rock and roll. Adam Scott this morning was well aware of all the results in other sports around the world. It's amazing to see the attention that these golfers pay attention to and other codes. he was giving myself a hard time about New Zealand losing to Ireland, but Australia also lost to England, Adam, so not good news for the Southern Hemisphere. They like finding a flat spot on these greens, finding a level putt to get the stroke moving, get everything in tune, alignment perfect, and no variation on the rolls. Siwoo Kim in the background of Adam Scott. Championship total of 6 under par. 2 rounds of 69, so consistent golf from Siwoo. 7 under though for Adam Scott was the talk of the town yesterday. Will he be able to repeat that? Anything close to it would be satisfying for the Australian. Aaron Wise has also gone to the long putter this week, like Adam. It was actually his putter that he used back at college. But what a day we have here. The atmosphere is getting better and better every minute. The fans are piling on in here at St Andrews. It's a beautiful day for golf. Back to you, Iona. Enjoy it.
Thank you very much, George. What a pleasure it is to be back here on the range. This is continued coverage of Live at the Range, and alongside me on my left-hand side is Peter LaFinch. Peter, how are you doing?
I'm fine. I didn't know that I actually originated in Brittany, but that's lovely to know. Thank you.
How's the week been, Peter? I'm not sure when the lure came about, but it's been a long old week. We've made it to Saturday. Saturday, it's around, what, 20 past 2 now. The sun's still in the sky, which is making us very, very happy indeed. But has it been a good couple of days? What's been happening? What have I missed?
It's been great. I mean, it's been such a contrast in weather conditions across the week, which has made it interesting. And now we're settling into moving day on, I would probably say, the best day of the week. Slightly more forgiving in the ground conditions because of the rain yesterday. It's still running nice and fast though, and this wind is a pleasant wind. This is a wind that you can like play with to help shape your shots, to hold it up or to use it. It's not going to present a massive amount of problem for these guys, and early on the course we've seen some good scores already. Yeah, we certainly have. I was out early doors following not Peter Finch, you're not on the Open. No, I wasn't out there this morning actually, unfortunately. No, I was with Bryson DeChambeau for 12 holes this morning, so it was really interesting to see how he was taking on the golf course. And I will say that as you head out towards the estuary, you know, towards, well, you first get out there at the 7th and then you kind of make your way 8, 9, 10, you come back to that par 3, 11. There is wind out there that is affecting these players, and there's a coolness to it as well, isn't there? Yeah, I mean, the 11th is always the windiest point. You know, whenever you get out there, there's 10 miles an hour here, it's at least 20 there. But because this wind has switched around again, coming in, I think that's more favourable, mainly because it's blown away from the Old Course Hotel on 17. Well, just behind us over my left-hand shoulder, we can see recent major champion Matt Fitzpatrick, and he's getting things dialed in, isn't he, Peter? He's got working his way through the bag. He's onto a kind of hybrid there now. He's got Billy Foster just behind him, his very important teammate on the bag, and they had a 66 yesterday, so
Things are looking pretty good for Matt at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to pile too much extra pressure on him, but I've put a whole 50p on him this week to win.
50 pence?
Yeah, exactly.
Was it Scottish pence or English pence?
It was Scottish pence, so it means so much more. It was him and it was Rory McIlroy, and as long as he's... Oh, those Stinger 3-wood stop.
Yeah,
it.
it's
Matthew.
a 3-wood, actually, that he's got in his hand there, and they are coming out low.
It is something you notice, like the last year, the ball is just coming off so much faster from his club head. It's quite remarkable, actually.
Yeah, I saw on social media, that's a little bit diving to the left, that one, that he was, straight after his win at the US Open, he was off to see the biomechanics coach. He had all sorts of dots all over his body, and they were really fine-tuning things. He's a real character that pays attention to detail. He's been recording every shot he's hit for years and years and years, and he's a grafter. He's a grafter, and he deserves everything he's got.
Yeah, I think it probably says quite a lot about his attitude and the way he approaches the game, that the fact after winning the biggest competition of his career so far, the first thought process is, oh, I need to suddenly start getting better all of a sudden. I mean, he's obviously thinking about future tournaments, about the season. You know, it's not over for him.
Yeah,
it's quite an interesting grip he's got on his driver there, actually.
That is a very interesting grip. Looks quite chunky.
I'm 99% sure that is a flat cat putter grip that he's got on there.
That's incredibly interesting. Do you think that's a training driver? Or?
I think so. He's got another driver in the bag. I'd be very surprised if he goes out with that.
Well, that's incredibly interesting. Perhaps we can find out a little bit more about that later on. I was just having a wee blether with Billy Foster a few moments ago at the water terminal, and I was saying, Billy, how many loops do you think you've done around the old course now? And we did a quick calculation, and I mean, he's done hundreds, to put it in a short story. He's caddied at 8 Open Championships here, and that is a very experienced man that Matt Fitzpatrick has on the bag, and that counts for a lot around any links golf course, but particularly the old course.
Yeah, you said it yourself just a moment ago, like, he's got a really good team now, and they'll have analysed this course down to the nth degree. I mean, there's a lot of... Yeah, he's on his normal driver now.
There we go. That's a very interesting observation there, Peter.
I mean, I don't want to give my age away, but I've been around golf for quite some time, and I don't think I've actually ever seen anybody warm up with a putter grip on their driver before.
And also with a different driver to the one that they're going to hit out there. You know, that's quite a brave move to be able to, you know, feel another shaft in your hand, another head in your hand. I'm sure it's the same shaft and head that he plays with, but...
I mean, I'm going to go out here and like take a real risk with what I say, but I think he knows what he's doing.
He knows a thing or two about this game, and it's obviously working well. He's looking very, very dialed in there, teeing the ball low. And I do think, although we commented on the wind earlier on, it doesn't feel like very much. Certainly when we're standing here on the driving range, it's managing to blow my hair all over my face, but it's not very strong. But when you get out there on the golf course, it is still a factor. Yeah,
I'd say it's not as big as a factor as we would have hoped it may have been at the start of the week.
Yeah, no,
at the start of the week, we did have some 20, 30 mile an hour winds, which would have made it really interesting. And we saw what happened to Tiger when he went out into the actual brunt of that. So we would have been seeing some harder scores and a few more catastrophes. But right now, this course is out for the taking today.
Yeah, there's going to be some low scoring out there. The leader's going out soon. But for now, let's get across and catch up with Henny in the open zone.
Dustin Johnson is in contention here at the weekend at the Old Course, and who better to have to analyse his swing than his coach, CH3, the legend that is Claude Harmon. Claude, thank you so much for joining us. DJ has been trending in the right direction, to use the famous phrase, recently. What is it that you guys have been working on? What's been working so well?
Well, I think he's just starting to hit the driver a lot better, Henning. For the last couple of years, he's really, really struggled with his driving, and DJ became one of the best players in the world and dominated through being able to drive the golf ball not only a tremendous distance, but he hits a lot of fairways for how far he hits it. And the last couple of years has been a struggle. He's been fighting the left miss. DJ likes to fade the golf ball, and so when he has had all these runs where he's won majors, where he's won the FedEx, he's been able to stand up, aim down the left-hand side, know the golf ball wasn't going to go to the left. He doesn't care if he misses it 100 yards right of the fairway, but if he misses it 10 yards left, that's just not the window that he sees it in. So it really has, over the last couple of years, been a struggle. I think he's found a driver that he really likes, and we've just been really working on trying to have him feel like he gets the club more in front of him so the path of the golf club can get left enough. If he can shift the path left of where he's trying to go, then he can go ahead and release it. When the path gets underneath him and gets a little bit too neutral, the face either comes in open or he has to shut it, and that brings that left miss in.
Well, we have another very special guest with us here. We have Dustin Johnson via our Sky Scope here in the open zone. We've had him standing there for a while, but we're going to wind him up to the top of his backswing and take a closer look at just what you were saying there, Claude. From this position, what are the feels that you've been giving him on the way down to get the club in that position?
Yeah, so DJ will have, he has a logo on his right arm, and one of the things when I was looking at video, I study a ton of video when he was playing really well, and I started to notice that on all the swings that were really good, where the logo of on his right arm was, the club was either bisecting it or a little bit above it. So if you can see there, that's kind of right through the logo there. With the iron, it's going to be even more on top of that. But with the driver, I just sent him some pictures. Believe it or not, DJ's a very, very visual learner. We don't use a lot of numbers with the launch monitor he uses. He doesn't like to have his, but he likes me to send him pictures and videos, and he'll just sit there and look at it over and over again. So I said, listen, if we can get the shaft to feel like it's not laying down on the downswing, then the club can get more in front. So the keys for him is the club head feeling on the backswing, Henny, the club head feels like it stays outside the hands, and then feeling like that club head works more in front of the body, and using that logo there, then the shaft doesn't lay down. I think right now there is a rage in golf instruction to shallow the club out, shallow the club out. We hear a lot of players do that, which is great if you're trying to hit a draw, but DJ likes to fade it, and with his speed, if the club starts to get a little bit too shallow and gets a little bit behind him, then he has to stay back on his right foot, pull across it, and he can either hit a big cut, but the nemesis that he's had over the last 2 years is the ball's been going left. So in Portland a couple weeks ago, he really started to drive the ball better, and DJ has gotten to where he's gotten in the game of golf by dominating with the driver. Normally, he's always top 10 in total driving, and he hasn't been driving it great. So this week, especially here, he feels like he can just go ahead and aim down the left-hand side and know that it's not going to go left. And when he feels like that, it makes everything else in his game just fall into place because it gives him so much confidence.
Yeah, that's a fascinating thing to hear about how he learns. He almost imprints the image into his brain. And this here, him at impact, this is an image that you're going to want to imprint into your brain because, as you would say, Claude, this is money.
Yeah, his head goes a little bit early. That's kind of part of DJ's DNA as a player. And then from there, he just goes ahead and fires through. Very much like a Rory McIlroy, for as far as these guys hit the golf ball, Jon Rahm's in that same vein. They have such tremendous balance, and I think that's something that everybody watching can learn. I mean, you should be able to swing your driver and stay in your follow-through position until the golf ball lands. One of the things about DJ, I always know he's driving it really, really well. When he goes ahead and hits it, takes one look, goes to the tee, and then goes back to the back. Sometimes when he's playing his best, it doesn't even look like he looks where the golf ball goes because it's all about where it starts for him. If he sees it starting left, sees it starting to curve that way, then he can go ahead. And I'm always telling DJ, listen, the harder you swing, the better you're going to be, because if he starts to steer it, that's when the club gets a little bit underneath him. And sometimes he'll come off the golf course, Henny, and say, man, I hit a really bad shot on 14 or 15. And he'll say, I was just trying to chip one down there, and I should have just stood up there and just hit a high as hard as he can. So when he drives the ball well, he is going to have a chance to get into contention, and that's what he's doing this week, and he's got a tremendous amount of confidence right now.
Yeah, he's one of the best drivers of the ball in the world, and it's a pleasure to watch him dispatch them down his target line as brilliantly as he has been doing this week. And if you're watching him on coverage, and as Claude said, you see that early tee pickup, you know that he's dispatched it exactly where he wants to.
Well, not too many more groups now left to go out. We're just having a look there at Dustin Johnson. I'm sure our cameraman down there will find him somewhere along the line. I think that's him there. There he is. There he is. Now, this is going to be a little treat for Simon here, looking down the line. I wonder if our camera can get round a bit more. Trouble is, so we need to go a little further right here if we can. We'll have a look, and I'll leave the rest up to you. Nearly forgot your name then, Simon.
Thanks.
Sorry.
Thank you, Richard. Yeah, Dustin Johnson, Claude Harmon, the third, doing the right thing, moving out of the way. One of the big power actions, you know, you've got sort of swingers and you've got hitters, and this guy's really a hitter for me. So arm playing kind of works on almost like straight up and down a straight line. Hands up and straight down again. So that club face is unorthodox, we know that, but it's almost as though he's going, if you can imagine, like on the top of his backswing, kind of like a bow wrist, and then as he's hitting through the ball, it's almost like that left wrist is coming back into a straight line. So not exactly a scoop, but more scooping. So not a Morikawa.
No, if we could just get hold of Claude and ask him to move a little further left, he'd block him out completely then.
I'm gonna text him. Gonna text him right now.
You've got his number, have you?
Yeah, but I don't know if
see
he's
if he reacts. No, text him, see if he reacts. Go on. I bet you can't get his attention. Have a go now. I'll just keep talking and waffling on as we watch Dustin Johnson. He is really going to do this. Now his phone will be in his back left pocket, it looks like. Let's see whether it happens. This will be a bit of fun if you can get hold of him here. Or ring him. Give him a ring. Just a few warm-up shots first for Dustin Johnson. Out with his sand iron or a lob wedge. Not carrying it particularly far. 95 to 100 yards on the carry for Dustin Johnson.
Notifications silenced. So Claude is obviously really paying attention to what he's doing today, so that's unusual. Here we go. So here we go. Dustin Johnson, great posture. Hands kind of hang there, and then watch that left wrist into that bow. Hands working across him. Just clipping a few away, getting used to the turf.
Well, it's his 13th Open. Will that be lucky for some?
That's true. He's had a good chance.
Yes.
He was right up there with Darren Clark at Royal St George's. Hit a big stray one. But I mean, when he has dominated, you know, for example, the Masters, he just looked fantastic. And then that whole shootout with Jon Rahm, Patrick Cantlay in the FedEx. He is one of the marquee performers at the big events, Dustin Johnson.
Yeah, he's a big solid lad, isn't he? But he's quite wiry, isn't he?
He's a great athlete. He can dunk a basketball. That's hard to do. So DJ, he would love his position after 2 days. Trying to just figure out. So over onto the very far right side of the driving range, working it into the wind. Huge grandstand. Is that the arrival of Rory McIlroy? That high left arm, that steep plane. Look at those hands exit kind of across his body, looking down to see, has he got the spin axis that he wants? Is that the fade that I want? Is my path left that I need to fade the ball? So just flicking it through with a wedge. High hands, clear hips. Can't be more easy than that.
No, it looks quite simple. There's Ken Brown there, just standing behind Claude Harmon there. He gets in everywhere, Ken, well done. Okay, time to get down to Iona. Let's see what's going on down on that range.
Thank you very much, Boxy. And yes, I've got my beady little eye on Ken Brown over there having a chat with Claude Harmon, and of course DJ behind us. More importantly though, to my left, we've got Pete Finch, who's still alongside me. Pete, it's wonderful to see DJ there just slinging a few wedges out into the distance.
He looks good, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. We're
actually
liking what we see.
Really, really, really good. He's not had a great season so far, but Claude was saying before that he's he's starting to look a little bit more like the DJ that we have come to know. I mean, his drive is always going to be massively key, and he's hitting that straight and very, very long this week.
He's got such a great course record around here. He's had some wonderful performances through the years. I wonder how much that's coming back to him, Pete, and he's kind of feasting on those memories. We were just chatting a moment ago to his manager, David, and he was saying how much he loves this place, and it's hard not to kind of enjoy yourself and help that kind of feed into your game out there.
Well, I mean, from a career perspective as well, if he wins the Open, he's won off the career Grand Slam. We can't forget that. I mean, DJ's been around for so long. He's had a tied second in the Open before at Royal St George's. He's got a complete game that can take on any course. And he has been one of the very best players in the professional game for the last 15 years. There's no reason why he can't go out there and win. Like I said, that drive of him around here with him running so fast, he could overpower a lot of this course. I don't know why we're whispering, by the way, so why are we going so quiet?
Well, he's pretty close to us there, Pete. Someone who's not so close, though, is George Harper, and I believe he's at the putting green.
Well, things have just got very exciting here on the practice putting green. Your leader of the Open Championship, Cameron Smith, has just arrived. 2-shot lead, 13 under par. The Australian is flying high. What a year he is having. He's becoming a fan favourite, no doubt about it. And he's making his way to history with that club in his hand right now, the putter. How impressive has he been recently with the putter in hand? Around 64 yesterday. That is red hot shooting. Red hot stuff. We mentioned that putting drill with the mirror before with Adam Scott. They all seem to use it. And Campbell goes to that same spot, the exact same spot as Adam Scott, to get that straight putt slightly up the hill and get everything aligned, the shoulders, head over the ball, everything in sync before we start getting into it. Now, if you come ever so slightly to the right of Cameron Smith, the world #1 Scotty Scheffler has also arrived. We were talking about him earlier on the range. This man could and most likely will make a move today. So consistent is Scotty Scheffler. Rounds of 68 and 68. That's how you go under the radar and slowly make your way to the top. He is sitting at 8 under par. So that is 5 shots behind Cameron Smith. Couple of big names arriving on the putting green, and the crowds has started to join. You get the sense that moving day is going to provide so much fun. Good conditions, good leaderboard. This is going to be one of the great moving days. The putting green's always a funny one. It's always deadly quiet. All the tiniest little margins happen here. This is when they start getting dialed right in. For a lot of amateur golfers around the world, putting is so hard. So imagine putting with the Open Championship on the line. Fans ever present, watching on. They're all so fastidious. Every drill, everything they do is to perfection. So there we have it. Scotty Scheffler and Cameron Smith is down on the putting green. It's only going to get better because Rory McIlroy can't be far away from joining us as well. Back to you guys on the range.
Yes, it won't be long. I think Rory McIlroy has arrived. This is a look here at Adam Scott. Now, Adam Scott is playing at 3:15 with Patrick Cantlay. And he's played a fair few Opens. Adam Scott over the years. I think this is his 22nd Open. In fact, as I look at a little note in front of me, this is his 22nd Open. Do you remember when he first came around on the tour?
I do. I actually remember at Aronimink Golf Club, which is in Philadelphia, where I used to have a golf academy, he came for a US junior amateur, and he must have been 15, 16, and he swung it exactly the same as that, and he was exactly that height, and he putted brilliantly, and I just thought, wow, this guy must be amazing. And it turned to be the putting, probably the club that's held him back. The swing, magnificent. Reminds me of a Tiger version, sort of like the Butch Harmon Tiger version of the 97, 98, 99. Watch this. Great angles. Works on a great plane. Left shoulder under, really loads the chest and fires the hips. Just looks like that is so easy. So spine sets him over. Those are all the angles. Legs kind of stable going back. Kind of ribs and hips load. And then look at that belt buckle just releases him through all the way. Fires the hips all the way through. Look where those hips are aimed. Miles left of his target. Just clipping a few away. That's probably I'd say that's a 5-iron. 5-iron, 210, boom.
Yes, every swing is the same. It's quite remarkable. It's only, you know, he hits that one there, and if it goes left or goes right, you actually say to yourself, why?
Yeah.
Looks at, it's fractions, isn't it?
Yeah. Did you like that one? Looked away. Little fade, maybe. Just working the shots. You need to shape the ball around St Andrews. There's not one shot does not fit all around here. It really does require, well, it requires you to just control it and keep yourself in the right slots. It's much more of a plan, a plotting of your shots. Don't take on too much. Cameron Smith was unbelievably good at just playing the hole that was in front of him and not the emotion. So Adam Scott, great posture, long, soft knees, high hips, no squat in Adam Scott, and fires those legs.
No squat in Adam Scott. You're a poet and don't know it.
Never squat. It's crucial. High hips, absolutely crucial if you want to hit the ball well. So, if he was pinging a 5-iron down the first, that's where he was end up, and that's probably not quite enough club today. So, 120. No, it's a back pin today. You're going to go further down there so you can get a sort of like a full lobber at it. So, but just towering iron shots, one after the next. Another 205. Oh no, that's a little longer. Boom. 214 carry. Put a little bit more effort in that. Isn't that amazing? Just you couldn't even tell it's 10 yards further. Full club load. Feel it stretch at the top. No hurry. Okay, different shot there. That's going to be dropping. Watch that apex number drop down. Yep. So 112 the last one, 58 that one. That's the kind of the low flight into the wind, controlling it down. See the shorter arm swing. So that little takeaway drill. That's the same shot there. That's the low kind of sawn off finish. Half as high as the others. Again, 72. So same club, dropping the speed, dropping the carry, and halving the flight. Adam Scott just working on what he anticipates he's going to need to get himself around St Andrews. Maybe this is the little tee shot on 11. That's a fuller finish. Wow, look at the apex come zooming back up again. 105, another 50 feet of climb on that one. Same club. That's just the skill that he's got. So which backswing is this one? The wider one, the longer one? Longer one, so that's going to be higher. Fuller, 94 apex, that's not full. Amazing, what a skill. Wouldn't you love to do that? Hit the sweet spot every single time. I mean, that would be a massive challenge for almost all of us. That's taken for granted. Jeremy just messing with different flights.
Do you know how far, with an average height he's a little bit taller than average Adam Scott, but let's say 5'10", 5'11". With a driver, do you know how far the club head goes from the address at the ball up to horizontal and then back to the ball again?
Oh, it's mega.
Could you put the mic to your mouth and then that helps? Go on.
Is it something like 12, 13, 14 feet or something like that?
Well, most people think of the hands, you know, how far the hands go, but it actually goes 18 feet to the top and then 18 feet back. Now, that's 36 feet. Somebody said to you, you've got to swing that 36 feet and bring it back square. You go, I think I'll go and play football.
Yeah, it is.
It's hard.
Oh man, like we've seen the grind on the driving range. The best players in the world, Scotty Scheffler, out there with his putter trying to figure out how to get his head round the slower green speed. We've seen Rory McIlroy working on different flights, every single person. It's just one of those sports, the game always wins. That's why we love it.
Yeah, they say it's a funny old game, but I have to say, Simon, and you've been the same, it's never really made me laugh.
No, I think it's just... It's us. It's the if you're attracted to golf, I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Might be something wrong with you. So, driving iron off a tee, Adam Scott.
There's always one shot, isn't there? You hit one shot in a round that makes you come back. You think, oh, I like that.
You know, my two young kids are really getting into it, and it is a hard game. They've done so well, but it doesn't give you too much, but when it does give you something, it's lovely.
Oh, it is. Adam Scott playing today, or teeing off, I should say, at 3:15, playing with Patrick Cantlay. And we might actually have a look at him in a minute. Patrick Cantlay, where is he? Dustin Johnson on the left, and there he is in the pale blue top, underneath that middle flag, I think.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's funny, isn't it? Just the wind moves around, the tide changes and the conditions change, and that's the shape of the holes. That first 7, then the loop, then back again. So here we go.
Scott on the left, Cantlay on the right. Probably different clubs they're playing there. Who knows?
Yeah, I think Adam Scott is. Let's see here, 145. So. I'm going to say that is his 4-iron, and Cantlay probably on a 6-iron there, around 138 ball speed. So, yeah, I think that's probably what we're looking at. You can just see the super high apex of Patrick Cantlay.
You're very good with the ball speeds and everything. You must study it quite a lot, Simon.
I think it's a very interesting part of the game, and it gives players feedback. You know, even if you're not a particularly great player, to know your ball speeds, know the moves, I think it gives you more knowledge about what you're supposed to do. So,
and club head speed, obviously club head speed is slower than ball speed. The ball speed, if you swing it at, let's say, 120, you sort of take half of that 120 and add it on.
That was only with the driver. So the driver is kind of limited. So we have a thing called smash factor, which is just like it's like a coefficient number, which is in between, or measuring efficiency of impact. So take an easy number like 100 miles an hour club head speed. If you absolutely nail it, you're going to get 150 miles an hour ball speed. So that 1.5 is actually, it's regulated by our hosts here, RNA, just keeping the ball speeds under control. And then, you know, that coefficient, so let's suppose like a 7-iron is like a 1.36 smash factor, so you're just kind of catching, let's say, 120 ball speed average off a PGA Tour player with a 7-iron, something like that. They're just rough guides. And then like 90 feet is kind of like your average apex. You're going to see Patrick Cantlay hits the ball a lot higher. Bryson DeChambeau hits the ball a lot higher. Justin Thomas higher. A bouncer who was with us lower. So that's why the players are looking so much down. I mean, we always used to follow the ball flights. They look at their monitors to see if they did what they want. Look how fast he looks down, Patrick Cantlay. So, boom, that's his shot. Watches that. And then a double check. Was that what I wanted?
I mean, those machines are about, what, 14,000, 15,000 pounds?
It depends. It is expensive technology. The one in the background, the orange one, that's the Doppler radar system. So that's actually missile technology from the military. And boom, Rory McIlroy. Standing O and well deserved.
I wonder if he finds that a little strange when he's got all his other chaps he's trying to beat sort of all standing around him. He's giving it a wave to the crowd. Or how do you think he feels?
No, I think he likes that. If you think about it, so like when Tiger Woods used to come here, everybody stopped, and the reason they stopped was because every single person who was competing knew that Tiger Woods was better than them. Tiger Woods also knew that he was better than all of them, and it was an unfair contest.
Fair enough. Nicely explained, Simon. Well, I don't know what the breed of dog is that's on his bag there.
You have no expertise. I have no expertise on that at all. I'd say it's just a nice little woof woof, a mongrel. Here we go. Rory McIlroy. There has been magic in that man yesterday evening in hard winds. The wind changed. The longest holes played into the wind. He was magnificent. Irish green today.
Is he your man to win it?
Oh, I would be so thrilled if tomorrow evening when we're in here that man is the 150th champion golfer of the year. I would take that, and that would be the final sort of tip of a perfect week.
What, staying with me, does that help?
Do you, the staying with you has sort of and us being roomies has been sort of like just the stabilising force. No ripples on the pond this week, Richard. But Rory McIlroy, look at that. So nice low hands. He has been working sort of low hands in address, and then high hands. His swing thought at the moment is high hands, as Michael Bannon, his long time coach since Hollywood days as a superstar. I mean, can you be a superstar 3-year-old? He was. So just clipping a few away. High hands, and then he just allows that club head to shallow, but not too much.
You know, I was in Sunninghill once, and I was in a hotel down there, and Jerry and Rosie, his mum and dad were in there. And he was a young lad, he was 12 or 13 or something. And I thought, his dad came up to me, he said, hello, you know, Richard, how you doing? And, oh, I've got a son who's a good golfer. And you know how you think, yeah, I've heard it all before. He's knocked it around in 67, 68, you know, and you say to them, it's not all about 67s and 68s around your own course. He said, no, honestly, he said he is quite good. He really is quite good. And I thought, yeah. But funny enough, Jerry was right.
Man, Jerry was right, wasn't he? Jerry, dead keen golfer. I mean, that's one of the ways you get into it. It's the father's love of the game, and he infected the son with the same love, and they spent time together, and it's just been a magical relationship. So, Rory McIlroy, I mean, that is so easy and so neat, isn't it? Like every piece is in the right place all the time. If you took someone who'd never seen a golf swing and you say, okay, so what's it supposed to look like? You'd say, okay, just come and watch this. Yeah. Watch that right there. That's what it's supposed to look like.
Where do you think you'd live if you had that swing for a year?
Do you know what?
Somewhere hot?
No, I think give me just a little cottage somewhere. Here we go. So, going to see some practice swings. High hands. Up they go, and then just magical movement of his legs and hips. Every single swing, left leg straight and posted, weight all the way forwards. Watch this. Just clipping a wedge, that's his lobber. A little bit fuller, is that like a 108 carry?
So warming up there, warming up on the range. Iona's there. Iona, what are you bringing us now?
See, there's a change in the atmosphere here on the range, and that's because a certain Rory McIlroy has appeared. A big roar from the gallery behind the range, and he's in green and white. We love to see it. And he's come from the gym where he's been doing a little bit of a dynamic warm-up, getting the body primed and prepped, and now he's got the wedges out the bag. Pete?
Yes, there's a definite change in the mood here, isn't there? I mean, I was out on the course with him last night and it was the same. Just there's some players that connect with the fans in just a different way, and Rory is that. The cheers are that little bit louder.
Yeah.
Literally, he's the only player who's got a standing ovation walking onto the practice ground. So God knows what it's actually going to be like when he gets out on the course. The support is going to be unbelievable.
Yeah. Well, I was lucky enough to follow him around on Thursday as one of the on-course commentators, and all the cheers, Rory. And he was with Colin Morikawa and Xander Schauffele, and those two were not having much luck of it. Obviously, there's a lot of respect. They know that the fans really love seeing Rory McIlroy do what Rory McIlroy does best. And he's back in action. That was just a Thursday, Pete. This is Saturday. We're kind of heading towards the business end of things, and he's got himself into a really good position. A great round yesterday, swinging it really nicely. He said in his post-round interview that he felt like he, did leave a couple out there, but not to be disappointed because he's got himself into a really good spot into the weekend.
Listen, today is crucial for so many players, but for Rory, I think it's even more so because when he's started to get into contention in majors, he kind of hits the buffers a little bit at this point, maybe sticks it a bit in reverse. And today, because of the conditions are good, he has got to stick his foot down and just go for it. And obviously it's very easy for us to say here, but he has to have a moving day today. Because I don't think Cameron Young, I don't think he's going to go backwards. Cam Smith, he's definitely not going to go backwards. So if he wants to win this one, he's going to have to go out there and do it.
Yeah, there's plenty of big names lurking around the top of that leaderboard. Rory McIlroy certainly drawing a lot of attention. To his right-hand side, we've got Scotty Scheffler also in green, and Cam Smith is now on the range. Now, just behind him, we've obviously got Harry, his good friend, on the bag. He's been very important to him, member of his team, and he'll be out there again today. And to his right, his golf coach, Michael Bannon. Pete, good to see him here, just kind of keeping an eye on him.
Yeah, and at this point, literally, this is it. It's just getting warmed up, getting feeling in a good place. If there's anything catastrophic going wrong, which there obviously isn't, maybe he'd step in, but he's like the rest of us. He's just admiring at this moment.
Yeah. Well, at the moment, Rory McIlroy just finding his rhythm with the wedges, but we've got some other company on the range, and that's George Harper.
From one world number one, former world number one, to the new one, Scotty Scheffler. As Iona mentioned in the matching green, he's so interesting to watch. His technique is unique. He's on his 7-iron now, roughly, and his fresh new kicks just looks so cruisy. How good has he been this year? This year he has been amazing. He is right in the zone. Change. Slowly going through the clubs. He's got a bit of lead attached to his irons to get a bit more weight through the ball. What they do is they melt a little bit of lead on the back of their clubs, and they can vary that to how much they need, because it's mainly for the boys that swing so fast. They need to be slowing down. But Scheffler, 68. You'd be very, very surprised if he did any worse than that today. It was his Open debut last year, in which he made the top 10, so he's no stranger to playing well. The world number one. Swinging it smooth. Amazingly straight ball flight. Very much looking forward to seeing what he does today. I remember interviewing Scotty Scheffler when he first made his PGA Tour debut. He was the winner of the year-long Corn Ferry Tour rankings, which gained him an entry onto the PGA Tour, and wow, he hasn't looked back since. Scheffler now getting into the longer irons. Very cruisy warm-up, a lot of time in between each ball, not stressing out too much. Now he's gone for the driving iron, a club. It'll be very important today. Wow, the longer the iron, it doesn't matter, it still goes dead straight. Tiny little draw and then the wind straightens it out for Scotty Scheffler. Rory McIlroy next door to him. Now that's a ball flight you simply can't resist. So there we have it. Former world number 1 and current world number 1, both wearing green and both looking to make their move.
Now the thing here, Simon, is when you're in a position like this, you're leading a major and you're right up there. You only come on here, you only need to hit 5 or 6 balls, and you're actually nearly ready to go. You know what I mean? You're so pumped up for it.
And I'll tell you what's difficult, late times, what have you been doing? Probably wake up at 7 o'clock or before. It's light, it's so light so early. So we've been coming in at some 5 o'clock. It's been absolutely broad daylight. So yeah, that's part of managing it. That's why you need your team around you, so you can sort of keep yourself out of the, in the right space, in the right mental space. Very important.
Here's a question to you. Would you think these players who are off at 5 to 4, quarter to 4, 3:30, and so on, do you think, as we came on air at 9 o'clock this morning, so do you think they would they watch any?
Oh, I think 100%. You're watching stuff. There's no doubt Harry has been out on the course checking the pins, looking at how some of the balls have been coming in. The guys will be watching, they'll be looking to see the bounces, looking to see the pins, looking to see the breaks, just getting it in their head. They're not thinking about anything else. You're totally one-track mind this week. There is no bigger championship on the planet for a Rory McIlroy. Will that team be golden? It would be amazing. I'm hoping for that.
Well, his debut here was, as a pro, was the Alfred Dunhill Links, wasn't it? I remember Andrew Chandler, Chubby, came up to me and he said, "Oh, I tell you," he had ISM. He said, "I've got quite a good player here. You watch him go, this Rory McIlroy." He finished top 4, didn't he, I think?
Oh yeah, totally. And the the career got started, the explosion of majors. He was so quick with his first major. Bullied, just absolutely bullied a very difficult but very wet Congressional with his driver, and just, well, that was it. He was gone.
Well, he got his card, didn't he, that week by finishing that top 4?
Yeah. So Rory McIlroy launching them up. It's very difficult if you're not used to it. If you're in the gallery watching these guys, you can't really see their balls. That's why the TopTracer is there to help you out. Something that goes up 156 feet in the air at about 200 miles an hour is quite hard to see. Rory McIlroy, look at that. Champion 2014 Hoylake. It was amazing. A little bit of pain perhaps in that runner-up slot, but he's right up there. He can call himself an Open champion. Look at this swing. So high hands up over that right shoulder. There it is. And launched.
It's a high, isn't it?
Yeah, and clipped. Let's have a look. 130 apex. So that is 40 feet above the PGA Tour's average. So that is really launched straight up in the air, going for a very high landing. The reason for that is the greens are absolutely baked out, so you need to be able to use the height to help yourself with your landing angle, which helps yourself sort of keep the ball closer to where the ball hit on the green, so you can kind of control where you're going to be. You have to be under the holes. You can get all sorts of trouble if you can't control how that first bounce hits on the green.
Yeah, no, they are. They make that sort of hollow. It's like bouncing on a drum, isn't it? But, you know, a lot of people say to me, well, where's a good place to go and watch? Where should I go, to the 10th or the 9th? Or, you know, where should I go? But I always say, any golf tournament, go to the range. You'll see the lot there.
Yeah, the range is no doubt. And our big grandstand behind there has been full all day. It's just, yeah, where's the grandstand? Grandstand on 7 is a great spot, so say.
Yeah, that's a good spot.
That's where I was earlier in the week, just sitting up there watching the guys come through.
Okay, another ball lined up there for Rory. We'll get back down to George again.
I've found your leader, Cameron Smith of Australia, 13 under par. He's looking colourful, and he'd love a colourful scorecard today. What a day it was yesterday for Cam Smith. Once again, he's found himself at the top of a major championship leaderboard. Seriously impressive stuff from Cameron Smith. 64 yesterday, and that was only with 2 birdies on the back 9, so he'd arguably be a little bit disappointed. But he played it safe, came home strong. What a front 9 it was, opening his account with 3 birdies on the trot. Birdie, birdie, birdie start. Doesn't get much better, and then birdied 7 and 8 to go out in 5 under. He is off in the final group with Cameron Young at 355. We're yet to get a visual on Cameron Young this morning, but I have no doubt that the young gun will be here very shortly. Smithy's hair blowing in the wind. Surely that can get in the way from time to time over a short putt, but he's been running there for quite some time. This is the part of his game which some say is his strongest, the wedge game. It's great to watch. I've had the pleasure of watching him on the range many a time, and just playing with that little baby fade, he's able to put the ball on a dime, and his hands do so much talking. It's hugely impressive with a wedge in hand. John Daly had a similar hairstyle when he won at the Old Course in 1995. Wouldn't it be good to see those photos side by side? I'm not saying that you look like John Daly, Cameron Smith. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But there's certainly a little similarity there, as you can see by his stack of balls on the ground there. His phone is leaned up against another ball, which is where he gets all his TrackMan numbers. As Cameron Smith enjoys a nice beverage, a little bit of H2O, but I think it's time to pop down and see Rory again.
Yes, it is. I wonder whether George has been out there in the sun. I wonder whether in the background here, look at that, the jigger in. I wonder whether George will pop across to the jigger in and then jigger out later.
Oh, you have to. It's absolutely, it'd be immoral not to. So the jigger in. I've been there.
Yeah, no, it's a good spot, isn't it?
Oh, lovely.
Stories. There's always stories, isn't there, in there?
Yeah, that's what I love about golf, is you walk around the town, you meet people are enthusiastic. It's like, I mean, this is an enormous event, and you have the feeling that St Andrews is just like absolutely bursting with capacity, bursting at its maximum. So it's going to be interesting to see. There we go. Rory McIlroy checking to make sure what his ball speed is. Was that what he was trying to do? Then he's looking at our TopTracer to see what he got. So a slightly longer iron. Could that be a... let's have a look. Could that be a 5 iron? Maybe one longer.
Yeah, maybe 4.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's have a look. Oh. That was a quicker one. A little bit more zip. Getting the numbers, getting the feedback. Now he's looking at TopTracer.
Like his coach, he has wavered off to others, hasn't he? But
yes,
not many.
I think. Well, I think what happened, you know, that's this main man there, Michael Bannon. I mean, that's your safest pair of hands for Rory McIlroy, and then he has chatted to Peter Cowan, which was just to get an opinion about something. They are still very much pals. I mean, it's hard to say. Rory McIlroy looks like he's swinging better to me. So sometimes, I mean, that is a clean action. But for me, he's always been amazing at that. It's Brad Faxon, you know, that it's like you have puttering whisperers who are sort of like, putting is like a dark art. You know, for a Cameron Smith, for a Jordan Spieth, they have a magic. It's like, why does my 30-footer go in the middle of the hole? Why does their 30-footer go in the middle of the hole and mine misses? You know, what's the difference? And so
you may have read it wrong.
Yeah, but it is. But then I hit 20 more. I don't read it once, and then you hold your next one. And so I can hit it miles better than you. You putt better than me. Your score's lower than me. I hit it. I'm the most athletic. You know, I lose by one. It's an annoying game. So here we go. Rory McIlroy. Look at that. That's his fireworks heading up there. All the different shots. So far on the range. Plenty of shots, aren't there?
Plenty of shots, and on most fairways around here as well, those.
Yeah.
Those would be, and on most greens.
Fascinating, look at that. So, do you guys warm up at home with one club? Hit 6 drivers and head off to the first hole? That's not how it's done, by the way. So, a few little clipped wedges, warm yourself up. Some precision short irons, that's your scoring irons, that's where your birdies are going to come from. And now, the long stuff, the second shots into the par 5s, possibly some tee shots. Here we go again, great posture, clean angles, soft little knees, little hip hinge, high hands, and absolutely ripped it. Look how long he has to look for his ball. Mine'd be already on the ground by then.
Your hang time wouldn't be quite as much, you mean?
Certainly would not. No. But it's interesting to see McIlroy. Now, that's a new club for the week. That's his driving iron. That's a 2-iron. Might use a tee for this. There we go. So, an important club for this week. Freshly put in. Drove the 18th yesterday. And now, boom, look at that. That is so committed and released. It just looks as though there's very little thinking, there's very little practice swings. He's got a thought, it's in his mind. He's right on the peak of his game.
Yeah, he's pretty much ready to go now. So through the bag, he'll be drivers at the end there for Rory. A little bit of a longer iron here, Simon.
Yeah, new 2-iron just for this week. Fairways are like runways. Look at this. Clipped, has not touched the ground there. Looking across at the screen to see the TopTracer. Was that what he was trying to do? Technology now an important and an efficient part of the practice. So the device, the silver device opposite him, giving him feedbacks, taking photographs of the impact positions, giving him the feedback that he wants. These are enormous swings, aren't they, Rory? In full flow. I wonder what it feels like to hit one of those once.
What would be great, the distance he hits the ball, would to be go and play a course and just hit your second shots from where he's from.
Yeah.
You get a totally different view, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100%. I mean, so here we go. This is a 2-iron. This is just around kind of like a PGA Tour average with a driver, maybe slightly underneath it. Look at that, it's absolutely ripped. So 170 ball speed, probably just a couple of miles an hour underneath PGA Tour average with a driver. 281 carry, 100 feet high. Magnificent. Magnificent. It's just a game that fits absolutely everywhere, and it's going to be amazing to see what Rory McIlroy can do today. He's in pole. He's just a tiny bit behind. He's got Victor Hovland for company. That might be good for him. I mean, look at that. Those are the first few shots that are on this golf course that he's thinking about. Just keep a little baby fade so he can keep up that right side, access some of the more difficult pins. 125 feet high. Now we're on to the 3-wood. Going to see this round of 175, 177 ball speed.
Again, just clips it off beautifully.
Yeah.
Sometimes he might take a little bit of a divot with it.
Yeah, just to drop the apex. That's a normal one there. He can get this all the way up to like 130 feet, just off a tee. Looks over. I don't know, Richard. It just looks all very. It looks very. He's not thinking. It's just on autopilot. That's a great place to be.
There it goes. There goes another one. Not far away from Rory is Iona.
That's right, Boxy. We are not far away at all. What a treat it is to stand here and watch Rory McIlroy getting ready for this third round of the 150th Open. And the word that springs to my mind, Pete, is natural.
I can't even speak anymore, I am.
You're speechless.
As he gets into full flow, I am clamming up.
Yeah.
It is just, it's fantastic to watch. I mean, there's players who do just look absolutely natural when they hit the ball.
Yeah. Yeah,
and Rory is, and he's absolutely stonking it. That's the only word to use, really.
He is, and he looks focused as well. You know, he did have a clap and an ovation as he walked onto the range here, but he was very much focused in. It's lovely that no complications. He's got Harry, he's got Michael Bannon, no fuss, no messing around. He's, you know, he knows himself now better than he ever has before, and he just looks like he's out here doing what he was born to do. He's got a golf club in his hand. It looks so free-flowing, working his way through the bag. I just wonder if we've ever seen him swinging it as well as this.
I mean, you'd probably say his swing over the years, it hasn't changed a lot. He's still got the same DNA. But I think you're right. I mean, the way he's swinging it, this must be as good as he's ever swung it before. Because you can see him shaping the different shots as well. Is it a couple of fades there? Is it a couple of draws holding it up? It does look like he's got really complete control.
Yeah, and so much of the narrative this week has been about those angles into greens. Simon Holmes was referencing it earlier, the opening 9, you know, ideally with that little fade. Get yourself down the right half of the fairway in certain spots. When you get to the first par 5 of the day, there's a little slither down the right-hand side you really have to hit, because if you're over on the left, you're blocked out by the big hill and the rough. So there are moments where positional play off the tee is essential, and you do need to be able to shape the ball. But from that point in, it's about feel and being able to work the magic with a wedge once you've given yourself the angle to take advantage of that.
Yeah, and his short game's been good. Like, it's looked really, really solid. And, I mean, it's this club, as there is a little audible, ooh, hello, excited gasp in the crowd when he gets his driver out. This is the thing, because you do have to have the right angles going in, but Rory can smash it over those angles. See, that's the difference between like him and some of the other players. He has that extra level, that extra gear that he can turn on. We saw it yesterday on 17.
Yeah, what a drive that was.
That drive was unbelievable. I was in the grandstand on 17 when he hit that, and then he hit his approach shot.
Yeah.
And there was just that extra level, that extra little bit of electricity when he was on that hole, and when he holed that birdie putt, everyone just went absolutely mad.
What I'm loving to see with McIlroy this week is that he's really using the energy of the crowd to his advantage. You know, sometimes with Rory McIlroy, we know there does come a lot of pressure, and often we don't see that working to his advantage on the Thursday. You know, we don't want to talk about it too much, but we think back to the Thursday at Royal Portrush. You know, there are moments sometimes when that hasn't worked to his advantage, but this week it seems to be he's really enjoying himself out there. There's an intimacy about the old course. You've sometimes got two fairways running along alongside each other. In early doors, you actually have 3, and therefore the crowd can get really close, and you've got players all around, and you've got to be prepared to work with that atmosphere and kind of lean into it a little bit, I think. And it seems like he has been able to do that this week so far.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at maybe using an analogy at Portrush, like if Rory McIlroy is an amazing surfer, at Portrush the wave just swallowed him. Like he just couldn't get out in front of it. Here, it seems like he is very much just at the bottom. I can't think of any other surfing references. What is it, in the tunnel? I don't know, in the funnel?
In the barrel.
In the barrel.
Yeah.
He's barreling along,
Yeah.
like the Rory McIlroy that we know and absolutely love.
Yeah, well, it's a thing of beauty. We're in the hot seats here, Peter Finch, but we've got a treat to look forward to this afternoon as he takes to the links. And with that, we'll get back to the boys in the commentary box.
Thanks, Iona. Well, we are live at the range here, but I'm just going to get you updated with some scores that are going on. Thomas Pieters, who's coming towards the end of his round, he's playing the 15th now. He's had 3 birdies on this 9 to move to -9. And Shane Lowry, who was 1 under through the first 8, decided to make a 2 on the 9th, the par 4, out in 33. Then another 2 chipped in at the 10th. So he's moved to 9 under, only 4 behind, and he's still got 8 holes to play.
I know, scoring records, well, under threat. 18 under is the record. Tiger Woods.
Well, one of Robert Lee's friends, before you finish that story, do you remember he spoke to us and he fancied 26 under, and we said, no, that will win.
Yes, but I don't think.
26.
No, I do. Does it get to 20? Let's see. I mean, what was the leaders? Leader on day 1 was 8. Double that, add 2. It's 18.
18.
That's normally the formula that works. Pro formula. Here we go. Victor Hovland. He would be a great champion golfer. Hits the ball a bit lower. Probably likes the slower greens. Chipping not amazing, but really classy golfer from Norway. Went to the University of Arizona and was amazing. Won the US Amateur at Pebble Beach and just demolished his opposition. He's had victories, he wants more. Look at that. Plays with a smile on his face. Really charming guy. Extremely fit, very strong lower body, like an Olympic skier.
I would think he's treated fairly well in Norway. He must be a bit of a hero over there.
Oh yeah, I mean, Suzanne Pedersen was the first really amazing golfer, but I mean, they're Nordics, that they're, what was his name, Kjetil Amott and guys like that, the downhill skiers from Norway, they are gods. Go straight to Valhalla if you're an amazing athlete in Norway. They love their sport, especially that Winter Olympics.
I got into a bit of a Swedish accent there when you said his name. Say it again.
Kjetil Amott.
I like that.
He's a very strong guy. I have given him golf lessons. He absolutely whacked. He was doing a training run, smashed his foot to pieces, did a bit of rehab, but he was an absolute legend.
A lot of screaming and shouting on. Is that just because he's picked up a basket of balls, do you think?
It's because he just put on a clinic where he absolutely did not miss a shot. The 2 men in green.
Rory McIlroy, he's done his range session, and now this is when he comes down to the chipping green, works on the finesse, works on the hands, and this is where you need to save shots around here. How good was the clap for Rory McIlroy as he came round the corner? The fans are fizzed, looking good in green. Of course I watched the rugby this morning. I've been avoiding you at all costs. Well done, Ireland. Probably why he's wearing that green. And as you can see, watch this, watch behind Rory, watch the crowd. They all run to him. Look, you can even see it over the back behind him. They're coming from on the course to watch him warm up. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? It's quite an interesting scenario I find myself here. A field empty and Rory McIlroy. Just like in the backyard. apart from the fact 1 million people are watching and the rest. This is a really tight line. This is when he's just having a bit of fun, getting the wrists moving, playing with some freedom, getting the finesse all sorted. This is the part I enjoy. My friends call me the Frenchman on the golf course for being so mercurial and trying ridiculously silly flop shots, so it's nice to watch. Nice to watch him. Oh, great to watch him get the vibes, get the feels. This grass is so dry, so bone dry. You have to be flush as anything to nip the ball off. And these guys make it look so easy. A lot of the players this week, we notice, we've been in the tour trucks, and a lot of the players have been changing their wedges to suit the links golf. The bounce of the club on the ground is so important on these hard links fairways. Look at him opening the face here and just sending it up. Bounce, bounce, and bite. So, right next to it. That ball is dancing. It is doing some talking. Now we move round to the bunkers. Watch the crowd here. They love him. This will be the best view all day that these kids get. Right in his pocket, right in his back pocket as he's about to put on a bunker masterclass. Really opening the face here. Go in, go in. Ooh. Great to see all the kids out here. Rory is certainly inspiring the next generation. Unbelievable how open the club face is. For those who struggle with bunker play back home, just look how open it is and swinging right through it. He's only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 balls I can count left, maybe 6. 6 balls left and he will be out of here. I've got the time as just shy of 3:30, so he's still got about half an hour before he gets on that first tee. We're going to follow Rory right to that tee. Rory off at 3:45. Shot Rory. Shot Rory. Yes, boy. Couple more rocks left in the basket. And he's about to come our way once again, and he's going to have to cross paths with the leader Cameron Smith, who's just joined us as well. I wonder if there'll be any interaction between the two competitors. And there he is, he's run out of balls. I'll take that. Here he goes. A little wave, a little tip of the cap to Cam Smith. Play well. But not too well, says Rory. We're gonna throw back to Di, who's gonna get a front row view of Mr. McIlroy.
We are down here on the range, and this is a fantastic place to be, Pete. We are with Victor Hovland, who is the penultimate tee time with Rory McIlroy, 10 under par. Great round of 66 yesterday. Came home with that, what was it, an eagle on the 15th hole in tough conditions we were just talking about.
Absolutely, and I think him and Rory are going to drag, I think, half the spectators around with them.
Yeah.
That is a fantastic group. Two really likeable golfers as well. And Hovland's he's stepping up this week. I've managed to watch a little bit of him on the course yesterday. He looked ready. He looked good.
Yeah.
I mean, in majors, he's not been a huge factor during the past few years, but I think this week, I mean, it's a big day for everybody, but
yeah,
I fancy Hovland today. I really do.
Had some top tens at the start of the year, sort of tailed off a little bit in terms of results, coming off the back of a couple of missed cuts. But in terms of ball striking, just how talented is he?
One of the best, one of the very best. I mean, his short game, so his chipping, that's been his Achilles heel. He's been working hard to try and improve that. One of the advantages you have around links course is you don't have those soft lines. You can run it if you really want to.
I love the sound, do you?
It's
just being so close, listening to that.
You walk down the range and all these guys hit it good, but there are certain players who you stop behind, you watch. Rory's one of them, of course, with the driver. Victor with his irons is one of those. The strike is just more like a crack.
He's got the TrackMan out as well. Just listen to this. Yeah, a little bit of a fade there. The wind again it's died down a little bit now, off the left as well.
If we don't see a 63, 64 off one of these last four groups, I would be very surprised.
I've just had a quick look at the leaderboard, and Shane Lowry's crept right up there. He's currently 9 under par through 10 holes. Yeah, so birdies are available on that front nine. But what kind of dynamic will this be between Victor Hovland and Rory McIlroy playing out there? I mean, they're good mates, aren't they?
I think it's going to be a good group. It's a comfortable group for those two. I mean, personality-wise, they do seem to gel really, really nicely. And I mean, let's be honest. You know, these guys are elite performers. They're going to be concentrating on their own game, but it helps if you're friendly with the person you're going out with. Definitely, it's a nicer atmosphere.
Totally. He's used to the big crowds. I mean, he's so young, isn't he? Such a talent. Really, the attention has been.
Dresser as well, I have to say. This
we're
week,
looking at the
he
Harlequin
has won the
trousers,
style.
which our cameraman Kev spotted. I mean, a great little design there. I love the trousers. Do you? Big fan? You know who that cheer is for? Rory's just leaving the range at the other end. We're right in the centre. There are bays either side of us. We are bay number 16 with Victor.
That's a pound, that, isn't it?
Yeah.
That is a great swing. It's a little bit.
He's smiling. He likes that one.
It's a little bit unorthodox in some ways because he aims off to the right and almost pulls the club over the top, but he makes it work.
Yeah, he's just checking the numbers on his iPad there.
So we've got almost 180 ball. Yeah, we've got almost 180 ball speed there.
Yeah.
122 miles an hour club head speed. That is absolutely prime.
Yeah, we're just having a look at Victor's iPad and what numbers have popped up there. He seems in jovial mood though, doesn't he?
Relaxed.
Yeah.
Very, very relaxed, and that is an amazing sign.
You were speaking to Iona a moment ago about, you know, the fact that on this course it can get it can get crowded in certain areas. You've got to be able to handle your emotions when there is so many different areas of the course where you get cheers from different angles. Just having a look at 18 actually, and we were trying something, didn't quite work. We'll try and make it work next time. That's okay. We always like to have a look at the 18th hole, which has been the easiest hole on the course so far this week, hasn't it?
Yeah,
Players are like putting on their scorecard, they want to make birdie there.
Yeah, I mean, today with this wind, I mean, we saw in the practice rounds that it was a driving iron. And when the wind switched yesterday, some people were struggling to get it just over the road with the driver. Today, it is back into 3-wood or driving iron territory. Yeah, again, it's a hole that we're going to be seeing eagles on. It's a hole that we're going to be seeing birdies on.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited about this round.
We are... it's strange how things happen, is it? Two Camerons, very Scottish names in the final group. We've just seen Cam Smith. He's walked past us. And Cam Young as well. Two fantastic storylines. Cam Smith, winner of the Players' Championship. Rory spoke in his interview last night and said, you know, In terms of Cam Smith, Rory was full of praise, how much he's come on leaps and bounds in the last year or so, in the last 12 months. His game really has performed at the highest level.
His putting is absolutely filthy.
And why is that? Tell our viewers about where he's grown up in Australia and why.
Listen, he's grown up on those electric greens.
Victor's just leaving. Kev, can you see? Our cameraman's just getting a shot of him as he strides towards the first tee. They are just before, the last tee time is 3:55, so that'll be 12 minutes before, by my maths, that's 3:43 that Rory and Victor Hovland will be teeing off. The tech is being packed away if Kev can get. Yeah, we've got Victor's team who have just packed everything away in their rucksack. But Cam Smith, yeah, you mentioned his putting. Melbourne area in Australia, tell us about it.
I mean, the greens there are dramatically fast.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's a lot of people that grow up around quick greens. He is one of the tour's best putters, and it is a little bit of dancing. He's one of the tour's best putters, but he's managed to level up his game to that standard. Now, we were saying before, like when Jordan Spieth, for example, went through that incredible hot streak, over a 20-foot putt, you were expecting him to have a go.
Yeah.
It's the same with Cam Smith. When he's over those putts, you're shocked if it does not threaten the hole. And he has the opportunity today, to be honest. If he plays like he does yesterday, he could make tomorrow boring.
Yeah.
If he goes on a run again.
Well, he's cool, calm and collected. And my goodness, will he follow up a round of 64 that he shot yesterday? For now, let's get back to the guys in the commentary box.
Looking at Cameron Smith here, the other Cameron Young, is obviously out about on the range. Live at the range we are. Cameron Young, there he is. His dad's a PGA pro, but I'm sure you knew that.
Yeah, I did. And Cameron Young has got some golf swing. Look at that, kind of like a Dustin Johnson body. Lean, fast. High hands, kind of a big change of direction. He has got form. His 64 on day one was exceptional. It was the best score of the day. He's led an Open. He's led the 150th Open at St Andrews. That's a big step. Very kind of easy pace, setting the club up on a kind of a steep plane there. Wrist hinge, just feeling the balance and then shallowing it out. Kind of a Rory swing, kind of up and then stop, and it reroutes and then just rips it with those big, strong core muscles. He hasn't had the victories, but he's had every single thing else, so the pedigree is there. He's a young guy.
He's long, isn't he, as well? He hit some big ones yesterday.
Yeah, he's long, and I mean, I thought he was gritty. He had a few body blows, and he just kept going. He had a good score. I think he did well for 69. So even though he kind of stalled a little bit, it was a good 69. So let's take a look at kind of his angles here. Not sure what exactly that club is. Let's have a look. That could be a 6 iron, I would say.
I'll tell you what though, he wants to get a bit of a move on. He's off in 20 minutes, and you've got to get a lift back up to the first.
Buggy down. Yep. So just setting up a little camera holding app. Maybe have a closer look at his swing. Oh, there you go. God, I haven't got one of those. How'd you get one of those? That's very... Oh,
you'll be on that.
Oh, I'm going to have one of those by 4 o'clock. How about that? Oh, I've got like a tripod that I got to stick my phone in and all sorts of stuff. That's
for you.
That's an
That's sold to Simon Holmes.
Yeah, 100%. So, just working through some moves, some angles, take a couple of swings. You can see he's kind of checking on the plane of the backswing going back. That is some man there. That's a great golfing head there. Cameron Smith, Cameron Young for company. Gonna be very interesting. How many guys, if the leaders get hot, how many guys will be in the competition tomorrow? There's a good score going, Richard. You know, It's going to have some low scores possible.
Yep, there is, as you say, it's out there. We've seen it already there. 65 from Kevin Kisner. That was early. And well, Scotty Scheffler and Dustin Johnson have just teed off, so there's only 2 more left to play of the 83 that made the cut here on level par last night. These soon now, well, they will all during the day. There'll be other players that come onto the range. Obviously, they finish their rounds and they come on. They normally would come on, sort of stand down the other end and let the players who are getting ready to go out for the 3rd round just stay out their way a little bit.
So, really in-depth analysis of his backswing plane there. Does he have the club on the right slot? Is it what I think it is? Is the feel the same as the real? The amazing device that I shall soon own is put back in the bag.
I wouldn't have thought it's that expensive either, would you, one of those? Doesn't look it.
You know what? You'd be amazed how those little things can add up, but I just think that was very neat.
Was it telescopic? Must have been.
Oh, if it's telescopic, it'd be even better.
Now, we left George. I don't know whether he went into the jigger in or not. He may have done, he may not. I'm not sure. But let's find out where he is now.
Here he comes, Rory McIlroy from Northern Ireland. He is here, and it's time to party. The trip to the first tee begins here. They come round past the clubhouse, and then they go through over to the buggy section. Got his spikes in. Still talking about the rugby, which is hugely frustrating. This journey is always a fun one. This is where it's go time. The metal spikes clunking through. The sound of game time as we get on the buggy behind him. Here he goes. And look at this, the way he drives. Nice bit of fresh air in this Harry Diamond sitting on the back. Look at the fans from outside the grounds. You don't want to drop those golf clubs, Harry Diamond. You don't want to drop those clubs. What a fun drive this is. We did it earlier with Will Zalatoris. And the fans are truly fizz for him. Ocean views to calm the nerves. I don't sense there'll be too many for Rory today. He's going to go all in, hell for skelter. Such a powerful force in this game.
It's just such a cool place, and when you get announced in that first tee in St Andrews, no matter whether it's the Dunhill, whether it's the practice round, you know, it's just special, and it's the only course. Probably one of the only courses in the world where I go to where I actually really enjoy playing my practice rounds. And I always love playing 18 holes at St Andrews, and you know, walking down the first and then getting to play 16, 17, 18. It's just such an amazing place. Knowing the magnitude of the Open and what goes into it and the size of the event, I can only imagine what the R&A have planned for the 150th Open in St Andrews. You know, the fact it's in St Andrews and all that stuff, it's going to be really special, but the fact it's going to be the 150th, I'm sure it's going to be pretty cool. And I think for me personally, it's going to be amazing to be a part of that and a part of, you know, all the stuff that goes along with it that week, so I'm very excited about it.
Not too many players left out now. There's 2 games to go out, the 345. Victor Hovland and Rory McIlroy. That man there, Cameron Young and Cameron Smith, he's hitting a few drivers. He's got precisely 12 minutes to get up to the tee. And you got that ride yet to go.
Yeah, I think he's probably playing this right. You know, this is a new environment for him. He's not as comfortable as a Hovland. He's not as comfortable. He's not Rory McIlroy. He's just kind of getting into that top echelon, the power that he's displayed over the 2 days. I think it's now, it's not down to swing, it's can you handle your nerves? Don't get ahead of yourself by too much. The enormity of becoming the champion golfer of the year can paralyze you. So yeah, for this young man, this is a lot of learning, but it's an opportunity. Just ripping it. Look at that, 187 ball speed. Watch that carry number. About that 295 just as a little cruiser, and that's the low one. Watch this, out the middle of the bat. Oh, straight at the us. There it sails.
Yeah, head cover on fairly swiftly. He said to him, come on, I think we better get a move on here. Is he going to hit a few pitches? No, or is he? No.
Playing it calm, playing it cool. Maybe he was on the chipping area first.
I tell you, if I was off at 355 last off and it's now just coming up to 345, I'd have been up on that putting green by now.
Yeah, just a good luck cuddle, and off you go. So, the next 5 minutes in your head, what is going to be happening in his head?
Okay, the most of them are leaving the range now. Let's go to Henny, who's in the open zone.
Rory McIlroy has such natural athletic prowess that you may watch him and think, I could never possibly emulate what he does. I'm here to tell you that you can, hopefully. I'm going to equate it to throwing a ball and try and simplify it as much as I possibly can. Luckily for us, we have Rory right here in our open zone via our Skyscope. I'm going to start off now with his setup. His legs are nice and strong and he's set. If you were going to try and push Rory over right now, you'd have quite a tough time doing it. That sets the stage for him. Now, as we coil him back up, he moves into his right side nicely. He's in his golf posture, and if I do that to my golf ball throwing comparison, that's you going from your target, coiled up into your right side, ready to push through. And as we start Rory down on his downswing, we see that weight transference and shift, and he uses the floor really nicely here. So there's a slight squat on the way down as he's getting the weight ready to move through. As we throw our ball, that's you coiled up, and then some people even do a step when they throw a ball as they transfer their weight ready to shift the ball out there. As we see Rory move now, the stage is set up into his balance follow through. That's you having the ball dispatched, ready to your target line. Timing really is everything here. Although the lower body leads the way, you don't want it to spin out and the ball goes right, or for your upper body to move and the ball goes left, upper body to move too quickly. So here we go. Please excuse my upper arm technique. It's not the best, but we go into our right side, use the ground and move it through into a balanced finish. And it's that nice, quick, fluid movement that Rory McIlroy uses to such success. And that's how you too can get your Rory power at home.
Oh, nicely explained there from Henrik. So most of the players now who are in the leading groups will have left the range. Again, it's been a beautiful day. It's all been very interesting, hasn't it, Simon?
It's just the best scene, isn't it? It's like there's no better host for this than the town of St Andrews. Every single thing just lights up. The players know it's special. We all know it's special because we see how much it means to them. It's such an authentic competition, and the cream is rising to the top.
Yes, it certainly is. Do you want to do a leaderboard? If you do, don't forget Shane Lowry and tell them what score he's done.
So here we go. So you
Go on
can
then.
see guys out on the golf course. We just missed Shane Lowry. He's on fire, but you can see some of our local heroes. Tommy Fleetwood. Who else have we got there? Well, Adam Scott, we'd love him to do well. Patrick Cantlay, one of the top Americans. Molinari, past Open champion at Carnoustie. What a great third round for him. Lovely to see him come in off the golf course with a smiley face. A new young name for you, Sahith Theegala. What a great talent he has. We've seen him on the PGA Tour. He's done every single thing he could possibly do as a rookie but win the tournament. So creeping up. I don't know what's a good score today. Well, the leaders are heading out there. Rory's just played his tee shot down one. What could he hope for? Could he get a 65, a 64?
Well, he could do. He could do. I've got to tell you one thing. You missed off the 2 eagles from Shane Lowry. Go on, have another go.
Okay, so my friend here, Richard Boxall, we were just looking at the scores. Can you believe this? Luck of the Irish. They've beaten New Zealand today. Shane Lowry holds a fantastic putt on the 9th for an eagle. And then from about 50, 60 yards on the 10th, he follows it up with a beautiful pitch shot that also went in for the eagle-eagle combo.
Excellent. I thought you did that very well. Well done, Simon. Couple of scores in the clubhouse. 66 is there from Trey Malinax and Francesco Molinari. Nice to see him playing well. But remember, 13 under leads. Karen Smith, Cameron Young is minus 11. Beautiful course here. There's some fantastic holes out there. So let's see a selection of those holes right now with Kit Alexander.
The first hole on the old course has one of the widest fairways in golf and only measures 375 yards. But don't get complacent. With the prevailing wind into and from the left, there is a preference for hitting the approach from the right-hand side of the fairway. A safer tee shot down the left leaves a tougher approach with the wind directly across the player and landing onto a hard and fast putting green. The Swilcan Burn comes into play down the right of the fairway and in front of the putting green. The second hole measures 452 yards and it's a blind tee shot over the gorse, so the player has to commit to the right line off of the tee. But that correct line will change depending on the hole position. If it's on the left of the green, the play is down the right side of the fairway, and that risks bringing the pot bunkers into play in the right-hand rough. And the prevailing wind, well, that pushes balls in that direction. Anything left-hand side of the fairway will set up a second shot with a hard left-to-right wind onto a green that throws the ball right on landing. With the course playing hard and fast this week, picking the right club and landing spot is absolutely vital. Hole positions on the right are also protected by 2 large pot bunkers built ahead of the last Open in 2015. A 4 here is a very good score. The 480-yard fourth is another blind tee shot. The ideal line off the tee will again depend on the pin position. Long hitters may try to thread the needle and hit down a 15-yard stretch between the cottage bunker and thick rough. Taking a safer line down the 15th fairway is an option, but a small pot bunker awaits, and anyone finding that is likely to drop at least a shot. The further left you take your tee shot, the more your approach will ride that wind and kick off the left to right sloping green. That would leave a really tricky chip for your third shot. The green falls significantly from left to right and is more severe the further back the hole location is placed. If the hole is at the back, there is a greater onus on playing in from the right side of the fairway. The second par 3 on the course is arguably one of the toughest greens in world golf, with severe slopes from left to right and a prevailing wind from the left as well. Everything feels against the golfer at the very far end of the links. The large hill bunker to the left and strath bunker short along the false front, and the drop-off at the rear of the green reduce the target area significantly. Any tee shot that lands to the left of the hole will result in a difficult downhill putt. Shot shape is important here, with many players hitting a right to left to hold the ball against the wind. The 12th hole only measures 351 yards, but it's deceptively tricky because of a series of fairway bunkers that can't be seen from the tee. The prevailing wind is often helping, so the longer hitters have a chance at taking on the green. Others will choose to lay up short of the bunkers, leaving a long second shot into a challenging, heavily contoured putting surface. The top level of the two-tiered green is only 12 paces deep and demands pinpoint accuracy when the flag is located there. Whatever weather conditions, this is a great opportunity to make a birdie. The 13th hole measures 465 yards. The treacherous coffin bunkers await the tee shot with the prevailing wind out of the right. Once again, the strategy depends on hole location. If it's on the left or the middle of the green, a drive down the 13th fairway is appropriate. When the flag is on the right, the longer hitters may choose to go down the 6th fairway, over or left of the coffin bunkers. It's important to hit the approach with the correct shape to hold it against the wind and the contours of the green. That can be the difference between a birdie chance or a very real danger of a three-putt on one of the largest greens in the world at 98 yards deep. There's only one option from the 14th tee, right of the birdies and left of the out of bounds, which runs down the right-hand side of the hole. If you're long enough, you can have a crack at the green over hell bunker and a cunning pot bunker named pulpit. If you need to lay up, it's often best to go down the 5th hole. The prevailing wind out of the right and helping will mean approaching the green from the left will allow the golfer to stall the ball in the air against the wind. Approaching from the right with that helping wind and a green that throws the ball to the left could leave a really tough chip. The 418-yard-long 16th was the second toughest hole at the 2015 Open Championship. With the wind out of the right, there are a couple of options off the tee. The aggressive play is between the principal's nose bunker and the outer bound fence, where the golfer can ride the wind or cut a tee shot off of the principal's nose. Deacon Syme's bunker also comes into play a little further up if you choose to take that aggressive line. It's small, but it's penal. The safer option is left up the 3rd fairway, which leaves a second shot into that prevailing wind to a green with a steep rise at the front. Controlling that approach to get the ball landing on the flat of the top is absolutely vital. The road hole measures a beastly 495 yards, and it's one of the most iconic and challenging holes in world golf. With the prevailing wind out of the right, the line off the tee is often further right than you expect over the railway sheds. Either skirt the hotel and ride the wind to the 17th fairway, play it safe left down the 2nd fairway, or risk the rough between the two. With a front or right pin position, players can take any option off the tee, but more thought is required when the road bunker is in play with the pin position. Some players choose to miss short or long and left and try their luck getting up and down from there. long of the green should be avoided at all costs. With a red shale path, the road itself and the boundary of the course symbolised by a wall. And once you get on the green, it's no picnic either. Any 4 here is hard-earned. The final hole at the Old Course features one of the widest fairways and most famous views in golf. Players can choose to go for the green or lay up off the tee, far enough back to control spin with the approach. A front hole location requires care, as the player will not want to be too close to the green with a difficult pitch, chip or putt through the Valley of Sin. The green slopes from back right to front left and gives you a great chance to finish with a birdie.
We are back down at the range here with Pete, and we're looking at some of the divot patterns actually, Pete. This one more prominent, isn't it, on your right-hand side. What does this tell us?
Di, it's the end of the day, isn't it? It is the end of the day. Well, this divot pattern, you can see, it's about 1/4 of an inch deep. Not immensely neat, I have to say. I would prefer those little ridges in the middle to be gone.
Yeah.
It also shows I tell you what, it must have strong risk, because that is digging deep into this
It is.
turf.
Do you know, for all our viewers at home, the pros always put the ball at the back of the divot, don't they? So, sort of right there, and that's where they hit. That's what I've noticed from all the pros. It's just to put it right at the back, and then they clip them off the turf, though, which is it's dry, it's baked, isn't it?
You can definitely see the more OCD players, the ones that kind of line.
Yes.
Do those lines all the way down.
Yeah, every little bay here tells a story. This was Rory's bay.
That is bang on line with the 200-yard marker, that.
Yeah.
Oof,
and my goodness, he was flushing it earlier on, wasn't he? Great stuff. Well, he's teed off with Victor Hovland. And the two Camerons, Cam Smith, Cam Young, 355. So it's all set for a perfect afternoon of golf. We've seen some low scores out there. Shane Lowry, he's got up to 8 under par. Tommy Fleetwood. Lowry with an eagle on 9, eagle on 10. My goodness, the cheers from the crowds I heard, they were sensational.
Listen, it's showing what we thought was going to happen. The scores out there are going to be low. I'm going to throw out there. I'm going to say 2 people are going to get a 63.
You're going 2 people, 63. Will it happen? Can't wait. We will be back for Live at the Range tomorrow, 10 till 3 o'clock. We cannot wait. We will see you then. Goodbye.